Hello, beautiful people. You've just landed on Cross Naruto. Today's featured story is what if Naruto was the son of Poseidon, the storm sage who rivaled Percy Jackson. Naruto x Annabeth x Calypso, Percy Jackson. If you're new here, welcome to the family. Hit subscribe and the notification bell. And if you're returning, you know the drill, like and share. Enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1, The other son of the sea. The water always called to me. Even now, as I stood on the edge of the crystal-clear lake outside Konoha, I could feel it pulling at something deep in my core. The other kids in the village thought I was weird for spending so much time here, but whatever. They already thought I was weird for a dozen other reasons. Naruto. You're gonna be late for training again. Irika-sensei's voice echoed across the water, breaking my concentration. Coming. I shouted back, quickly pulling my feet out of the cool water. I sprinted through the forest, the morning sun filtering through the leaves. My orange and black jacket flapped behind me as I picked up speed, pumping chakra into my legs to move faster. When I burst into the training grounds, everyone was already paired up. Nice of you to join us, Kakashi-sensei drawled, not even looking up from his book. The lake again? Sorry, I mumbled, scratching the back of my head. Lost track of time. Sasuke snorted from across the field. Dope. Some of us are actually here to train. Shut it, team. I shot back. I'll kick your ass any day. Prove it then, Sasuke challenged, his dark eyes gleaming. Spar with me. Kakashi sighed and closed his book. Alright, this might be educational for everyone. Naruto, Sasuke, center field. I grinned, bouncing on my toes as we took our positions. Around us, the other genin gathered to watch. I caught Sakura's eye as she mouthed, "Don't embarrass yourself," at me. Great. Super supportive as always. Sasuke didn't waste time. As soon as Kakashi gave the signal, he flashed through hand signs and launched a fireball straight at my face. Fire style, fireball jutsu. I jumped to the side, the heat singeing my jacket. That's how we're playing. Fine by me. I crossed my fingers in my favorite hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. 5 copies of me popped into existence, each with my trademark grin. We spread out, surrounding Sasuke from all angles. 2 clones charged in with kunai drawn while I circled behind. Sasuke dispatched my clones with precise taijutsu, his Sharingan activated and tracking every movement. Predictable as always, Naruto. He didn't see me signal to my remaining clones. One threw a windmill shuriken, forcing Sasuke to duck. The moment his attention shifted, I struck. Rasengan. The swirling ball of chakra in my palm illuminated the field as I drove it toward Sasuke's chest. He twisted at the last second, the Rasengan grazing his shoulder instead of landing square. The impact still sent him skidding back several feet, his face showing genuine surprise. Not bad, he admitted grudgingly, rolling his shoulder. I didn't give him time to recover. I'm just getting started. That's when it happened. As I gathered chakra for another attack, I felt a strange tug in my gut. The morning dew on the grass around me began to rise, forming tiny water droplets that hovered in the air. Everyone fell silent. Naruto, Kakashi's voice had lost its casual tone. What are you doing? I'm not. The water droplets began swirling around me, more and more joining from the air, the ground, even from water bottles the other genin carried. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. That's not a jutsu I recognize. I couldn't explain it. The water responded to my emotions, to the adrenaline of the fight. When Sasuke lunged at me again, the water surged forward instinctively, forming a shield that hardened on impact. His kunai bounced off it with a crystalline ping. What the hell? Sakura gasped. Kakashi stepped forward, his visible eye serious. Training's over. Naruto, come with me. But I didn't. now, Naruto. I followed Kakashi-sensei, feeling everyone's eyes on my back. He led me straight to the Hokage tower without another word, past the guards and into Tsunade's office without knocking. "We have a situation," he announced. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork, irritation flashing across her features before she registered Kakashi's tone. "What happened?" "Naruto just manipulated water without hand signs. No visible chakra expenditure." Tsunade's eyes snapped to me. "Explain." "I don't know what happened." I protested. "We were sparring, and suddenly the water just, listened to me." Tsunade exchanged a look with Kakashi that I couldn't interpret. She stood up and walked around her desk. "Has this happened before, Naruto?" I hesitated. "Maybe. Sometimes when I'm near the lake, the water gets choppy when I'm angry. And fish seem to like me. And I never get seasick on boats. But I figured that was normal." "Normal," Tsunade repeated flatly. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Kakashi, get Jiraiya back here. Now. He's 3 days out on a mission." "I don't care. Find him. And Naruto," she fixed me with a stern look. "No training until we figure this out. Stay away from water sources." "What?" "But that's an order." I slouched out of the Hokage tower, hands shoved deep in my pockets. "No training. Stay away from water. In a village surrounded by forests and lakes. What was I supposed to do, sit in my apartment all day?" As I trudged through the village streets, I noticed people giving me more space than usual. Word traveled fast in Konoha. Great, another reason for people to think I was a freak. I was halfway home when the ground began to shake. At first, I thought it was an earthquake. But then came the screams from the main gate. Villagers started running past me, fear etched on their faces. "Monster," someone shouted. It came from the river. I should have gone the other way. I should have followed Tsunade's orders and stayed away from water and trouble. But that's not who I am. I ran toward the gate, against the flow of terrified villagers. Chunin and Jounin raced alongside me, headed for whatever threat had appeared. When I rounded the corner to the main road, I froze. A creature the size of a small building loomed at the village entrance. It looked like someone had combined a crab with a sea serpent, then made it the size of a house. Its massive pincers snapped through the wooden guard post like it was paper. 6 glowing green eyes swiveled in different directions, and a strange bronze armor covered parts of its body. "What the hell is that thing?" a Chunin next to me gasped. I didn't know, but something about it felt weirdly familiar. Like I should recognize it. Kakashi appeared beside me in a swirl of leaves. "Naruto, I thought you were ordered to stay put. Since when do I follow orders?" I shot back, eyes fixed on the monster. "What is that thing?" "We're not sure. Nothing in our bingo books matches it." Kakashi lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan. But it came straight from the river and made a beeline for the village. The monster roared, a sound that was part screech, part gurgle. It slammed a pincer into a building, sending debris flying. "It's looking for something," I said, not knowing how I knew that. "Or someone," Kakashi replied, giving me a significant look. Before I could ask what he meant, more Jounin arrived, including Gai-sensei and Asuma. They spread out, surrounding the monster. Fire style, ash pile burning. Asuma's attack hit the creature dead on, engulfing it in flames and smoke. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Then the smoke cleared, revealing the monster completely unharmed. If anything, it looked angrier. Physical attacks. Guy shouted, launching himself forward. Dynamic entry. His kick connected with the monster's side, forcing it back a few steps. But one of its pincers caught Guy mid-air, sending him crashing through a storefront. "Gai-sensei." Lee cried out, appearing with the rest of Team Guy. The situation deteriorated quickly. More shinobi joined the fight, but nothing seemed to damage the creature. Water jutsu were completely ineffective, the monster absorbed them. Fire and earth techniques barely slowed it down. We need to evacuate the village, Kakashi decided. Naruto, go help with, Naruto. But I wasn't listening anymore. The monster had paused its rampage and turned all 6 of its eerie green eyes directly at me. A strange hissing voice filled my head. Son of the Earth Shaker. Found you at last. My blood ran cold. It was talking to me. In my mind. It's here for me, I said aloud. Kakashi grabbed my shoulder. What are you talking about? I shook my head, trying to clear the voice away. I don't know how I know, but that thing, it's looking for me specifically. The monster charged, moving with surprising speed for its size. Shinobi scattered out of its path, but it wasn't interested in them. It was coming straight for me. I should have been terrified. Instead, something inside me snapped into focus. That weird tugging sensation in my gut returned, stronger than before. Without thinking, I raised my hands. The water main beneath the street exploded upward, a geyser shooting 30 feet into the air. But instead of raining back down, the water hovered, responding to my will. I thrust my hands forward, and the water slammed into the monster like a battering ram. For the first time, the creature staggered. Naruto, Kakashi's voice sounded distant. What are you doing? Fighting back, I growled. The monster recovered and scuttled forward again. This time, I pulled water from everywhere, drainage pipes, canteens, even the moisture in the air. It gathered around my arms like living gauntlets. When the monster lunged with its pincers, I met it head-on, my water-coated fists connecting with a solid impact that cracked its armor. The fight became a blur. I moved on instinct, the water responding to my thoughts faster than any jutsu I'd ever used. It didn't drain my chakra the way techniques usually did, if anything, I felt stronger the more I used it. The monster caught me with a glancing blow, sending me tumbling across the street. I rolled to my feet, tasting blood in my mouth. Around me, the other shinobi stared in shock. Since when can he do that? I heard Niji ask. I didn't have time to answer. The monster reared back, its mouth opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. It spewed a jet of foul-smelling green liquid. Acid. I thrust my hands upward, and a wall of water solidified between me and the acid. The liquid sizzled against my shield, but couldn't penetrate it. That's when I felt it, a presence at the edge of my mind, different from the monster. Older. More powerful. Use the storm, son. It's in your blood. I didn't question the voice. Looking up at the clear blue sky, I reached out with that same gut feeling. Dark clouds materialized out of nowhere, swirling above the village. The temperature dropped. Wind whipped through the streets. Impossible, someone whispered behind me. He's creating a storm system. Lightning crackled between the clouds, responding to my rising anger. The first bolt struck the monster directly, blasting a hole in its armor. The creature screeched in pain. Now! I shouted to the other shinobi. Hit it while it's weak. They didn't need to be told twice. A barrage of attacks rained down on the wounded monster, kunai, explosive tags, jutsu of every element. Under the combined assault, the creature finally began to falter. I gathered the storm's energy for one final strike. Lightning arced from the clouds, through my body, and into a massive spear of electrified water. I hurled it with everything I had. The spear pierced straight through the monster. For a moment, it stood frozen, 6 eyes blinking in surprise. Then, instead of collapsing, it did something even weirder, it disintegrated into golden dust that scattered in the wind. As soon as the monster vanished, the storm began to dissipate. My legs gave out, and I dropped to my knees in the middle of the street, suddenly exhausted. Kakashi approached cautiously. Naruto, how did you do that? I have no idea, I admitted. It just felt natural. Other shinobi gathered around us, their expressions ranging from awe to suspicion. I spotted Tsunade pushing through the crowd, Jiraiya at her side. So they'd found him after all. Everyone back to your posts, Tsunade ordered. Damage control and civilian safety are priorities. Kakashi, Jiraiya, bring Naruto to my office. Now. The walk back to the Hokage tower felt like a march to execution. No one spoke. Even Jiraiya, usually full of jokes, remained silent, studying me with an unreadable expression. In Tsunade's office, she closed the door and activated privacy seals before turning to me. What happened out there wasn't chakra, she said bluntly. At least, not any kind of chakra we've seen before. I shrugged helplessly. It just happened. Like the water and the storm were, listening to me. They were, Jiraiya said, speaking for the first time. Because they're part of your heritage. My heritage? What are you talking about? My parents, we haven't been entirely truthful about your parentage, Naruto, Tsunade interrupted. Your father was indeed Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. But your mother. What about my mother? You told me she was Kushina Uzumaki. Jiraiya shook his head. Kushina helped raise you for the first few months, alongside Minato. She loved you like her own. But she wasn't your birth mother. The room seemed to tilt. Then who was? Not who, Jiraiya corrected. What? Your birth parent wasn't human, Naruto. At least, not entirely. I laughed, a sharp, disbelieving sound. Right. So what was she? Some kind of fish? Close, Tsunade said, completely serious. Your father had an encounter with a being from another world. A powerful entity that controls the seas and storms. In their world, they call him Poseidon. The name hit me like a physical blow. Poseidon. It resonated through my entire body, like a bell being struck. That's insane, I protested. Gods aren't real. They are, Jiraiya countered. Just not in this realm. There are other dimensions, other planes of existence where different rules apply. Sometimes, those beings cross over. And sometimes, they leave children behind. I sank into a chair, mind reeling. You're saying I'm half god? From another dimension? We call them demigods, Tsunade explained. Half mortal, half divine. And you're not the only one. The first Hokage had similar heritage, though from a different deity. Many of the most powerful shinobi bloodlines trace back to divine interference. Why tell me now? Why keep this secret my whole life? Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances. Protection, Jiraiya finally said. Demigods attract monsters, like the one that attacked today. The more powerful your divine parent, the more dangerous the monsters that hunt you. We hoped if you never knew, if your powers never manifested. I'd be safer, I finished, anger building. So what changed? Why is this happening now? You're turning 16 soon, Tsunade said. For demigods, that's when your powers fully mature. We can't hide you anymore, Naruto. And after today's display, we can't hide what you are from the village either. I stood up abruptly, knocking the chair over. So what happens now? You send me away. Lock me up so I don't bring more monsters. We send you where you can learn to control these abilities, Tsunade corrected. There's a place in the other dimension, a camp for demigods like you. They can train you properly. You want me to leave Konoha? Leave everything I know. Temporarily, Jiraiya assured me. Just long enough to master your powers. Then you can return, better equipped to protect yourself and the village. I paced the office, mind racing. How would I even get to this other dimension? I know a way, Jiraiya said. There are certain points where the barriers between worlds are thinner. With the right technique, we can open a gateway. When? I demanded. Tonight, Tsunade said firmly. That monster won't be the last to find you. The sooner you learn to control these abilities, the better for everyone. I wanted to argue, to refuse. But the image of that monster tearing through the village flashed through my mind. What if next time I couldn't stop it? What if someone got hurt because of me? Fine, I agreed reluctantly. But I want to say goodbye to my friends first. Tsunade nodded. You have until sunset. Pack light, I don't know what you'll be able to take through the barrier. I left the tower in a daze, hardly registering the stares and whispers that followed me through the village. Half-god. Another dimension. It sounded like one of Jiraiya's crazier novels. Yet I couldn't deny what had happened during the fight. The water, the storm, they had responded to me in ways that went beyond any jutsu I'd ever seen. I found Sakura at the hospital, helping treat the injuries from the monster attack. When she saw me, she practically tackled me with a hug. You idiot. That was the most reckless, and amazing, thing I've ever seen. Since when can you control water like that? I extricated myself from her grip. About that. I need to tell you something. We sat outside on a bench as I explained what Tsunade and Jiraiya had told me. Well, most of it. I left out the part about leaving tonight. Sakura listened with wide eyes. A demigod? Wow. Actually, it explains a lot about you. What's that supposed to mean? She laughed. Come on, Naruto. You've always been different. Your healing, your stamina, that ridiculous amount of chakra, not to mention your complete inability to follow basic rules. Hey. It's not an insult, she assured me. Gods probably aren't big on following mortal rules either. I managed a small smile. Maybe not. But Sakura, there's something else. I took a deep breath. I'm leaving tonight. For this camp place. Her smile vanished. Leaving? For how long? I don't know. Until I can control these powers, I guess. I stared at my hands. I don't have a choice. I'm a danger to everyone here until I figure this out. Sakura was quiet for a long moment. You'll come back, though. Promise me. Of course I will. Believe it. I'm still going to be Hokage someday, remember? She punched my arm lightly. Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, son of the sea god. It does have a ring to it. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of similar conversations. Kakashi gave me practical advice about adapting to new fighting styles. Iruka-sensei got emotional and made me promise to stay safe. Sasuke, in typical Sasuke fashion, just said, "Don't embarrass us out there, Dobe," which was practically a tearful farewell by his standards. As the sun began to set, I returned to my apartment to pack. What do you bring to Demigod Camp? I settled on basic clothes, weapons, and a few personal items, including a photo of Team 7 and the first Hokage's necklace Tsunade had given me. A knock at my door revealed Jiraiya, unusually solemn in the fading light. It's time, kid. We walked in silence to the outskirts of the village, where Tsunade waited with a small group including Kakashi and Iruka. They stood before a large stone arch that I'd never noticed before, covered in strange symbols that weren't any language I recognized. This gateway has existed since the founding of Konoha, Tsunade explained. The first Hokage created it as an emergency passage between dimensions. Jiraiya stepped forward, placing his palm against the center of the arch. The symbols began to glow with a soft blue light. The passage will take you directly to the borders of this camp Half-Blood, he said. Someone will be there to meet you, they can sense when new demigods arrive. What if they don't want me there? I asked, voicing a fear I'd been suppressing. They will, Tsunade assured me. This camp exists to protect and train people exactly like you. I looked back at the small group that had come to see me off. My village. My home. I'll be back, I promised. Stronger than ever. Irika stepped forward and hugged me fiercely. You better be. We'll be waiting. Kakashi simply nodded, his visible eye crinkling in a smile. Try to learn something useful while you're there. Jiraiya clapped a hand on my shoulder. The gateway will only stay open for a few seconds. Once you're through, you'll be on your own until you reach the camp. Ready? I took a deep breath and nodded. As I'll ever be. Jiraiya pressed both hands to the arch and channeled chakra into the symbols. They flared brilliantly, and the empty space within the arch shimmered like heat waves over asphalt. Then it solidified into what looked like a rippling curtain of water. Now, Naruto. I gave one last wave to my friends, hitched my pack higher on my shoulder, and stepped through the gateway. Traveling between dimensions feels exactly like getting hit by a water balloon filled with ice water, then being sucked through a straw, and finally shot out of a cannon. Not that I'd experienced that exact combination before, but that's the closest description I can come up with. I landed face first on soft grass, my pack following a second later and hitting me in the back of the head. The air smelled different, saltier, with unfamiliar plants and a distant hint of strawberries. When I rolled over, the gateway was gone. No going back now. I stood up, taking stock of my surroundings. I was on a hill overlooking a valley. Below, I could make out a collection of buildings arranged around a central area, with what looked like a lake in the distance. The largest structure was a big blue house near the base of the hill. Well, I said to myself, let's see what this Camp Half-Blood is all about. I started down the hill, but I'd only taken a few steps when I heard a growl behind me. Spinning around, I found myself face to face with what looked like a mastiff the size of a rhino, with glowing red eyes and teeth like steak knives. You've got to be kidding me, I muttered. I just got here. The hellhound, what else could it be, lunged. I dodged sideways, my shinobi reflexes kicking in automatically. My hand went to my kunai pouch, but before I could draw a weapon, the monster pounced again. This time, I didn't dodge entirely. Its massive paw caught my shoulder, sending me tumbling down the hill. Pain blazed through my arm, but I managed to roll to my feet. The hellhound bounded after me, snarling. I formed a Rasengan in my palm, no water around to use my new powers, but my old ones would have to do. As the monster leaped, I thrust upward with the swirling ball of chakra. Rasengan. The jutsu connected with the hellhound's chest. The monster yelped in surprise as the spiraling energy tore into it, then, like the crab thing in Konoha, it burst into golden dust. That was impressive, a girl's voice said behind me. I've never seen a demigod use that kind of power before. I turned to find myself facing a teenage girl with intense gray eyes and curly blonde hair pulled into a ponytail. She wore an orange t-shirt with Camp Half-Blood written on it and held a bronze knife casually in one hand. Thanks, I said, wincing as I rotated my injured shoulder. Does everyone get such a warm welcome? She almost smiled. Most new campers don't take out a hellhound on their first try. I'm Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. Naruto Uzumaki, I replied. Apparently son of Poseidon. And ninja from another dimension. It's been a weird day. Annabeth's eyebrows shot up. Another dimension? And, did you say son of Poseidon? Her expression changed, becoming more guarded. That's unusual. We should get you to Chiron right away. Who's Chiron? And what's unusual about my dad? I asked, falling into step beside her as she led me toward the big blue house. Chiron's our activities director. And as for Poseidon, well, you're going to meet your half-brother soon enough. I have a brother. This was news to me. Wait, there are other kids of Poseidon here. Just one, Annabeth said. Percy Jackson. And until today, we thought he was the only living demigod child of Poseidon. We reached the porch of the blue house, where a man in a wheelchair waited for us. Except when I got closer, I realized he wasn't exactly a man. From the waist up, he looked like a middle-aged guy with a scruffy beard and kind eyes. But there was something off about the wheelchair. "Welcome to Camp Half-Blood, young man," he greeted me. "I'm Chiron." As he spoke, he rose from the wheelchair, and kept rising. Where his legs should have been, a white horse's body emerged. He was a centaur. "Whoa," I blurted out. "That's different." Chiron smiled. "I imagine you're seeing many different things today. Annabeth tells me you're a son of Poseidon. And from another dimension." "That's what they told me back home," I confirmed. "I'm still processing it myself." "And he took out a hellhound with some kind of energy sphere," Annabeth added. "Nothing like powers I've seen from other Poseidon kids." Chiron stroked his beard. "Fascinating. Perhaps we should." He was interrupted by a commotion from the direction of the lake. A tall, lean guy about my age came jogging up the hill. He had messy black hair, sea-green eyes, and wore the same orange Camp Half-Blood t-shirt as Annabeth. "Annabeth," he called. "Something weird just happened at the lake." All the water started. He stopped short when he saw me. "Who's this?" "Percy," Annabeth said carefully. "This is Naruto Uzumaki. He says he's a son of Poseidon." Percy's eyes widened. He looked me up and down, then turned to Chiron. "But that's impossible." "The pact, different dimension," I cut in. "Apparently your dad gets around across the multiverse." Percy's expression darkened. "That's not funny." "Wasn't trying to be funny. I'm just as surprised as you are, believe it." Annabeth stepped between us. "We need to verify his claim. Percy, did you feel anything unusual when he arrived? Any connection?" Percy hesitated. "The lake started acting weird about 15 minutes ago. The water was, reaching toward the hill, like it was trying to grab something. That's why I came up here." Chiron nodded thoughtfully. "The water recognized one of its own. Or it could be a trick," Percy argued. "We've been fooled before." "There's an easy way to settle this," Annabeth said. "Naruto, come with us to the lake." The four of us walked down to the lakeshore in awkward silence. Other campers stopped what they were doing to stare as we passed. I was used to being the center of attention in Konoha, but this felt different. When we reached the water's edge, Chiron motioned for me to step forward. "If you are indeed a son of Poseidon, the water should respond to you," he explained. "Try to feel your connection to it." I stepped to the edge of the lake, aware of Percy watching me intently. Closing my eyes, I reached for that familiar tugging sensation in my gut. It was there immediately, stronger than ever. The lake surface began to ripple. A small wave rolled toward shore, stopping at my feet like an eager pet. I smiled and reached my hand out. A tendril of water rose up, curling around my fingers. "Told you," I said, opening my eyes to look at Percy. His expression was unreadable. "Try this," he challenged, stepping forward. He made a pulling gesture, and the tendril of water I was controlling yanked away from me, flowing toward him instead. Not to be outdone, I focused harder. The water hesitated, caught between us, then split into two separate streams, one flowing to each of us. "Impressive," Chiron murmured. I decided to show off a bit more. Concentrating, I pulled more water from the lake, forming it into a perfect replica of the Konoha symbol, a stylized leaf. Then I froze it solid, the ice gleaming in the afternoon sun. Percy's eyes narrowed. He raised his hands, and a much larger mass of water rose behind him, taking the shape of a trident. "Boys," Annabeth interrupted, "this isn't a competition." "Isn't it?" Percy challenged. "Because it sure feels like one." I let my ice sculpture drop back into the lake. Look, I didn't come here to challenge anyone. I just need to learn to control these powers before I go back home. Back home? Annabeth asked. Yeah. I'm only here temporarily. I've got people waiting for me in Konoha. Percy crossed his arms. Well, at least you won't be staying long. Percy. Annabeth scolded. Chiron cleared his throat. I believe we've established that Naruto is indeed a son of Poseidon. Percy, perhaps you could show him to cabin 3, since you'll be cabin mates for the duration of his stay. Percy looked like he'd rather wrestle another hellhound, but he nodded stiffly. Fine. Follow me, new brother. As we walked away, I heard Annabeth ask Chiron in a low voice, what does this mean for the prophecy? I made a mental note to ask about that later. Cabin 3 turned out to be a low, solid building of rough gray stone with pieces of coral and seashell embedded in the walls. It faced the ocean, and inside, the air smelled of salt spray. There's an empty bunk over there, Percy said, pointing to the far corner. Bathrooms through that door. Dinner's at 6. That's it? No, welcome to the family. I dropped my pack on the bunk. Percy sighed, running a hand through his hair. Look, it's nothing personal. But the last few years have been complicated. Finding out I'm a son of Poseidon nearly got me killed multiple times. There was this prophecy about a child of the big three, Zeus, Poseidon, or Hades, either saving or destroying Olympus. We all thought it meant me. And now I've shown up and messed with your destiny. I guessed. Something like that. Percy sat on his own bunk. Plus, my dad never mentioned having another kid, even from another dimension. It's kind of a big thing to leave out. I shrugged. If it helps, my dad, my human dad, never told me either. I just found out today when a giant crab monster attacked my village. That got a reluctant smile from Percy. Yeah. We call those Carcinus. Mean bastards. It turned to dust when I killed it. Same as the hellhound. What's with that? Monsters don't die like mortals, Percy explained. When we kill them, they disintegrate and eventually reform in Tartarus. Then they come back for more fun. Great, I muttered. So we're just hitting pause on them. Pretty much. Percy studied me curiously. What was that attack you used on the hellhound? Annabeth said it was like an energy ball. Rasengan, I told him. It's a jutsu, a ninja technique from my world. We manipulate chakra to create different effects. Every shinobi learns to do it. Shinobi? You're an actual ninja. Percy looked both skeptical and intrigued. Yep. From the hidden leaf village of Konoha. I grinned. I was training to become Hokage, our village leader, before all this god stuff came up. Percy leaned forward. So in your dimension, there are whole villages of ninjas with superpowers. And nobody thinks that's weird. Is it any weirder than a camp full of half-gods fighting monsters in this dimension? He laughed. Fair point. So these jutsu things, they're different from your Poseidon powers? I nodded. Completely separate. Anyone can learn jutsu with enough training, though some people have natural affinities for certain elements. I always thought my chakra control sucked, but maybe that was because I was trying to use it like everyone else. Percy stood up. Show me another one. Something ninja-ish. I formed the hand sign for my signature technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, 3 perfect copies of me appeared in the cabin, each grinning at Percy's stunned expression. Holy Hades, he breathed. They're solid. Not just illusions. One of my clones poked him in the shoulder. Completely real, believe it. Another clone opened the cabin door. We can act independently. The third jumped onto a top bunk. And whatever we learn gets transferred back to the original when we disperse. Percy circled the clones, amazed. That's incredible. Can all ninjas do this? Nah, I dismissed the clones with a wave, and they disappeared in puffs of smoke. Shadow clones are my specialty. Most shinobi can only make one or two, and they're not as durable. I can make hundreds. Hundreds? Percy looked impressed despite himself. That would be really useful in a fight. It is, I agreed. Though it drains chakra fast. I hesitated, then asked, so what can you do? Besides the water control? Percy's expression brightened. I can breathe underwater. Talk to horses and marine animals. I'm practically invulnerable in water, it heals me and makes me stronger. Oh, and I'm pretty good with this. He pulled a ballpoint pen from his pocket. I stared at it. A pen. Percy uncapped it, and the pen transformed into a 3-foot-long bronze sword that glowed faintly in the cabin's dim light. This is Riptide, he said proudly. Celestial bronze, kills monsters, doesn't hurt mortals. Now that's cool, I admitted. All I've got are standard kunai and shuriken. Maybe the Hephaestus cabin can hook you up with something better while you're here. Percy recapped the pen, and it shrank back to normal size. Come on, I'll show you the rest of camp before dinner. As we left the cabin, I felt like maybe this brother thing might work out after all. The tour of Camp Half-Blood was eye-opening. The place was unlike anything in Konoha, though the training areas reminded me a bit of home. Percy pointed out the dining pavilion, the amphitheater, the forges, the archery range, and the arena. We passed various cabins, each dedicated to a different god and decorated accordingly. That's the Athena cabin, Percy said, pointing to a gray building with an owl carved above the door. Annabeth's place. What's her deal? I asked. She seems intense. Percy's expression softened. She is intense. Also brilliant, brave, and the best strategist in camp. She's my girlfriend, he added, with a mix of pride and warning in his voice. Ah, I nodded. Good for you. As we walked, other campers stared openly. Some whispered behind their hands. Percy noticed my discomfort. Word travels fast here, he explained. By now, everyone knows there's a second son of Poseidon from another dimension. Great, I muttered. I'm used to being the odd one out, but this is a new level. It'll die down, Percy assured me. At least until you show them what you can do. Then they'll really freak out. Our tour ended at the climbing wall, which was shaking violently and spewing actual lava. You're kidding, I said, watching a camper narrowly avoid a lava burst. Nope. Keeps training interesting. Percy checked his watch. Almost dinner time. You'll be sitting with me at the Poseidon table. Just follow my lead with the sacrifices. Sacrifices? We burn part of our meal for the gods. They like the smell. I raised an eyebrow. That's weird. But okay. The conch horn sounded across the valley, and campers began making their way toward the dining pavilion. As we joined the crowd, I spotted Annabeth deep in conversation with a girl who had spiky black hair and a silver circlet. That's Talia, daughter of Zeus, Percy explained, following my gaze. She's a hunter of Artemis now, but she visits sometimes. Be careful around her, she can literally electrocute you if you annoy her. Noted, I said. Any other children of the big three I should know about? Percy's expression darkened. Nico D'Angelo, son of Hades. He's not here right now. He tends to come and go as he pleases. At the dining pavilion, we took our places at a table that was otherwise empty. I noticed most other cabins had more campers. Percy caught my observation. The big three made a pact after World War II not to have any more demigod children, he explained quietly. We were too powerful, too dangerous. Obviously, they didn't keep their promise, but that's why there are so few of us. But that pact wouldn't apply to my dimension, I pointed out. Maybe not, but it's still shocking to everyone here. The gods don't usually cross dimensional barriers for, you know, hookups. Percy snorted. Yeah, that. Before we could continue, Chiron stamped his hoof on the pavilion floor, silencing the chatter. He raised a goblet. To the gods. Everyone echoed the toast and took their seats. Wood nymphs emerged from the trees, carrying platters of food to each table. My eyes widened at the spread: barbecue, fresh bread, fruit, and something that looked suspiciously like pizza. The cups are magic, Percy demonstrated, speaking to his goblet. Blue cherry Coke. The cup filled with a bright blue liquid. I blinked in surprise, then decided to test it myself. Ramen broth, I said to my own cup. It filled with steaming, savory broth that smelled exactly like Ichiraku's. I grinned. Maybe this place wasn't so bad after all. As campers began lining up with their plates, Percy nudged me. Grab some food, then follow me to the fire. I loaded my plate with barbecue and pizza, then followed Percy to a central brazier. He scraped a portion of his meal into the flames, murmuring, "Poseidon." The smoke that rose smelled nothing like burning food, more like a sea breeze mixed with fresh rain. I stepped up and scraped some barbecue into the fire. "Poseidon," I said quietly. Then, feeling slightly awkward, added, "Thanks for the storm powers earlier. They came in handy." The flames flickered sea green for a brief moment. I took that as acknowledgement. Back at our table, Percy and I ate in companionable silence for a while. The food was surprisingly good, though I still missed Ichiraku's ramen. Around us, the pavilion buzzed with conversation and laughter, occasionally punctuated by curious glances in our direction. "So," I said between bites, "what was that prophecy Annabeth mentioned? The one about a child of the big three?" Percy paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. "It's complicated. There was a great prophecy about a child of the big three who would make a choice that either saved or destroyed Olympus when they turned 16. And everyone thought it was you?" "Yeah. I turned 16 in a couple of months." He frowned. "But now you're here, and you're apparently already 16. "Almost," I corrected. "My birthday's in a few weeks." Percy set down his fork. "Well, that complicates things. The prophecy doesn't specify which child of the big three, just that one would face the choice. So it could be either of us," I concluded. "Or this Talia or Nico person. Talia joined the Hunters of Artemis, which means she'll never turn 16, they're immortal unless they fall in battle. And Nico is younger." Percy's expression was grim. "It's either you or me." "What kind of choice are we talking about?" "No idea. That's the fun of prophecies, they're cryptic until they happen." Percy pushed his plate away. "But we've got bigger problems right now. After dinner, there's a counselor meeting at the big house. Chiron wants you to attend." "Me? I just got here." "Exactly. A new son of Poseidon showing up weeks before the prophecy is due. That's not a coincidence." Percy stood up as campers began to disperse. "Come on. Let's get this over with." The counselor meeting took place around a ping-pong table in the rec room of the big house. About 15 campers were already seated when Percy and I arrived, including Annabeth and the girl Percy had identified as Talia. Chiron stood at the head of the table in full centaur form. "Ah, good. Percy, Naruto, please join us." I took an empty chair between a large girl with stringy brown hair and a guy who was so hyperactive he appeared to be disassembling a digital watch without looking at it. "For those who haven't met him yet," Chiron announced, "this is Naruto Uzumaki, son of Poseidon, who has joined us from another dimension." A ripple of murmurs spread around the table. "Is that even possible?" asked a pretty girl with perfect makeup. "Apparently so, Silena," Chiron replied. And his arrival raises some important questions regarding the great prophecy. All eyes turned to me. I resisted the urge to fidget. The prophecy speaks of a choice, Annabeth said. But it doesn't specify which child of the big three. It was always assumed to be Percy, said a guy with sandy hair and a scar down his face. He's the oldest. But Naruto is already 16, Percy pointed out. Or almost. More murmurs. The scarred guy frowned. So what, the prophecy just switches targets because someone older shows up. It's not unheard of, Chiron said thoughtfully. Prophecies can be fluid in their interpretation until the moment of fulfillment. Wait, I interrupted. I came here to learn to control my powers, not to fulfill some prophecy from your world. I'm going back to Konoha as soon as possible. It may not be that simple, Talia spoke up for the first time, her electric blue eyes intense. The fates have a way of ensuring prophecies come to pass, regardless of our plans. Perhaps we should hear the full prophecy, suggested a girl with frizzy red hair. Maybe there's a clue we've missed. Chiron hesitated, then nodded. Rachel is right. Though we've always been cautious about sharing the exact wording. We're running out of time for caution, Annabeth argued. Kronos is gathering his forces. The prophecy is nearly upon us. Who's Kronos? I asked. The Titan Lord, Percy explained grimly. Basically the big bad of this world. He's trying to overthrow the gods and destroy Western civilization. And he has an army, added the scarred guy. Monsters, rogue demigods, other titans. Great. I'd walked into the middle of a war. Chiron cleared his throat and recited, a half-blood of the eldest god shall reach 16 against all odds and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul, cursed blade shall reap a single choice shall end his days Olympus to preserve or raise. A heavy silence fell over the room. Well, that sounds cheerful, I said finally. Especially that end his days part. Prophecies often have double meanings, Annabeth pointed out. It might not be as literal as it sounds. Or it might be exactly that literal, the hyperactive guy muttered, still dismantling his watch. The question remains, Chiron brought the discussion back on track. Does the prophecy now refer to Naruto instead of Percy? Or perhaps to both of them in some way? No one had a good answer to that. After more debate, it was decided that I would train at camp alongside Percy, learning to control my Poseidon powers while also teaching what I could about my shinobi techniques. The camp would prepare for either possibility when it came to the prophecy. As the meeting broke up, Annabeth approached me. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock at the arena, she said. I want to see what you can do. Is that a challenge? I asked, grinning. She almost smiled back. Call it a strategic assessment. I need to know your capabilities if we're going to fight together. So we're fighting together now? Against Kronos? We need all the help we can get. She gave me an appraising look. Even ninja demigods from other dimensions. The next morning, I woke up early, years of shinobi training making it impossible to sleep past dawn. Percy was still snoring in his bunk, so I slipped out quietly, heading for the lake. The camp was peaceful at this hour. A few early risers jogged around the perimeter, and satyrs played pipes in the strawberry fields. I sat at the edge of the dock, dangling my feet in the cool water. I closed my eyes, focusing on the feeling of the water around my ankles. It responded instantly, swirling and rising in tiny whirlpools. This connection felt so natural, so right, how had I never realized it before? You're a quick study, a deep voice said behind me. I jumped to my feet, spinning around in a defensive stance. A man stood on the dock, tall and powerfully built, with sun-weathered skin and black hair. He wore casual beach clothes, Bermuda shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, but his eyes were the exact shade of green as the ocean on a clear day. I knew immediately who he was. Lord Poseidon, I said, relaxing my stance. He smiled, and for a moment, I caught a glimpse of Percy in his features. So formal. I suppose they've taught you the proper respect already. Actually, we don't really do the whole Lord thing back home. I was just guessing that's how it works here. Poseidon chuckled and sat down at the edge of the dock, motioning for me to join him. I did, cautiously. Your world has always fascinated me, he said, gazing out over the lake. So different from this one, yet with its own forms of power and divinity. Is that why you, I trailed off awkwardly. Why I fell in love with your father. Poseidon finished. Minato Namikaze was exceptional, brilliant, brave, selfless. Much like you've become. My throat tightened. You knew him well. Well enough to admire him. Well enough to grieve when he sacrificed himself to seal the nine-tailed fox. I stared at him. You know about that? I keep watch over all my children, Naruto. Even those in different dimensions. He looked at me directly. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. The barriers between worlds are complicated. Even for gods. I wasn't sure how to respond. Part of me wanted to be angry. Where was he during all those years of loneliness and struggle? But another part understood. Dimensions apart was a pretty good excuse, as far as absent fathers go. Why show up now? I asked instead. Because now you know who you are. And because the powers you've inherited from me have awakened. Poseidon gestured to the lake, and a perfect miniature whirlpool formed. Powers that could change the course of events in this world. The prophecy, I guessed. He nodded solemnly. Fate works in mysterious ways, even for gods. Perhaps especially for gods. Everyone seems to think it was supposed to be about Percy. Perhaps it was. Perhaps it still is. Poseidon's eyes darkened like storm clouds over the sea. Or perhaps the fates brought you here precisely because the prophecy was meant for you all along. That's not very helpful, I pointed out. Poseidon laughed, a sound like waves crashing on the shore. Gods rarely are, I'm afraid. We can see possibilities, but not certainties. So what am I supposed to do? Learn. Train. Prepare. Poseidon stood. And perhaps teach my other son a thing or two about thinking outside traditional boundaries. Percy is powerful, but sometimes, constrained by what he believes is possible. I got to my feet as well. And after the prophecy? Can I go home? Poseidon's expression softened. If that's what you wish. Though I think you may find your path has more turns than you expect. Before I could ask what that meant, he stepped backward off the dock, but instead of falling into the water, he simply dissolved into sea mist. Dramatic exit, I muttered. Must be a god thing. I headed to the arena, thoughts swirling like the water had around my feet. When I arrived, Annabeth was already waiting, dressed in bronze armor over her orange camp shirt. A small crowd had gathered in the stands. Word got out that we'd be sparring, she explained, noting my surprise at the audience. Everyone wants to see what the new son of Poseidon can do. Great, I said. No pressure or anything. She tossed me a set of armor. Put that on. We use real weapons here. I examined the bronze breastplate and decided it would only slow me down. I'm good. We train without armor in Konoha. Annabeth raised an eyebrow. Your funeral. She drew her bronze knife, a wicked-looking blade about a foot long. I pulled a kunai from my pouch, spinning it around my finger before settling into a ready stance. Standard rules, Annabeth announced. First blood or yield. No lethal force. She narrowed her eyes at me. And no water tricks. I want to see your baseline combat skills. Fine by me, I agreed. Ready when you are. For a moment, we circled each other, measuring distances and looking for openings. Then Annabeth struck, moving with surprising speed. Her knife flashed toward my ribs, but I twisted away, countering with a low sweep of my leg. She jumped over it neatly and pressed her attack, blade weaving patterns in the air between us. I blocked with my kunai, metal ringing against metal. She was good, really good. Not as fast as Lee or as strong as Sasuke, but she fought with a calculated precision that reminded me of Kakashi-sensei. I flipped backward to gain some distance, then threw 3 shuriken in quick succession. Annabeth deflected them all with her knife, her expression unchanged. "Is that all you've got?" she taunted. "Just warming up," I replied with a grin. I formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 clones appeared around me, each armed with kunai. The crowd gasped. "You didn't say no clones," I pointed out. Annabeth's eyes widened briefly, then narrowed in concentration. "Interesting. My clones attacked from different angles." Annabeth whirled through them with impressive skill, dispelling 2 with quick strikes. But while she was occupied, I circled behind her, preparing to place my kunai at her throat for a victory. I didn't expect her to back-kick without looking, catching me square in the chest. The air rushed from my lungs as I staggered backward. "Predictable," she said, dispatching another clone. "You use them as distractions while you sneak around." "Not always," I wheezed, straightening up. My remaining clones regrouped around me. This time, we all charged together, moving in a synchronized pattern we'd used against Zabuza. Annabeth countered and dodged, but with 4 identical opponents attacking simultaneously, she couldn't keep track of all of us. Her knife grazed 1 clone, dispelling it. She ducked under another's kick and slashed through a 3rd. The 4th managed to nick her armor before she eliminated it. And then it was just us again, facing each other across the arena. "Those things are solid," she said, breathing harder now. "Not illusions." "Told you." I twirled my kunai. "Want to see what else I can do?" She smirked. "Bring it." I charged, but this time I didn't create more clones. Instead, I focused chakra into my feet, increasing my speed dramatically. I became a blur, circling Annabeth faster than most mortal eyes could track. She stood perfectly still, knife raised, eyes scanning for a pattern in my movement. At the last second, she pivoted and thrust her blade, right where I was about to be. I barely managed to twist away, but her knife caught my sleeve, tearing the fabric. First blood went to her. The crowd erupted in cheers. Annabeth lowered her knife, a small smile playing on her lips. "You're fast," she acknowledged. "But predictable." "And you're scary good at anticipating attacks," I replied, grinning despite the loss. "Where'd you learn to fight like that?" 8 years of training and a lot of real-world experience." She sheathed her knife. "You rely too much on overwhelming your opponents. Against someone who's studied battle strategy." "I get it. I need to be smarter." I rubbed the back of my head. "My sensei, my teacher, says the same thing." Annabeth's expression softened slightly. "You've got potential, though. And your clone technique is unlike anything I've seen before." "Thanks. Want to see my Rasengan next?" "Tomorrow," she decided. "Today, I want to see what you can do with water. Let's head to the lake." As we left the arena, I noticed Percy watching from the stands, his expression thoughtful. When our eyes met, he gave a small nod of acknowledgement. It wasn't exactly brotherly approval, but it was a start. The rest of the day passed in a whirlwind of training exercises. At the lake, Annabeth had me demonstrate my water abilities, creating waves, forming shapes, manipulating currents. By mid-afternoon, I could form water into solid platforms to walk on and create pressurized jets strong enough to cut through wood. "Your control is different from Percy's," Annabeth observed. "More precise, but maybe not as powerful." "I think it's because of my chakra training," I explained. "We learn to control energy very specifically in Konoha. After water training came a crash course in Greek mythology, all the gods, monsters, and heroes I needed to know about. My head was spinning with names and relationships by dinner time. That evening, as campers gathered around the amphitheater for the sing-along, I found myself sitting next to Talia, the daughter of Zeus. "So," she said without preamble, "you're the reason everyone's prophecy theories are in chaos." I laughed. "Not intentionally. I just came here to learn to control these new powers. And go back to your dimension after." She raised an eyebrow. "It might not be that simple." "So I've been told." I studied her silver circlet. "What's it like, being a hunter of Artemis?" "Freedom," she said immediately. "Immortality. Sisterhood. And never having to deal with boy drama." She smirked. "Though I hear you might be causing some of that." "What?" "No, I'm not, relax, ninja boy. I'm talking about the tension with Percy. He's used to being Poseidon's only kid around here. It's an adjustment." I shrugged. "I'm not trying to step on his toes." "Maybe not, but your presence changes things for him." Talia's electric blue eyes were serious now. "That prophecy has been hanging over his head for years. The weight of it. I should know. It used to be mine before I joined the hunt." Before I could respond, the Apollo cabin started leading everyone in some ridiculous song about grandmothers putting on armor. The moment for serious conversation had passed. Later that night, back in cabin 3, Percy and I got ready for bed in awkward silence. Finally, as I was about to turn out the light, he spoke up. "You're good," he said abruptly. "With the water stuff. And the fighting." Annabeth was impressed. Coming from him, it felt like high praise. "Thanks. She's pretty incredible herself." Percy nodded, pride evident in his expression. "She's the best strategist in camp. Probably saved my life a dozen times." "You guys make a good team," I observed. "Yeah, we do." He hesitated. "Look, about the prophecy. I'm sorry if I've been weird about it. It's just been hanging over me for so long, and now there's another option," I finished. "I get it. I'm not exactly thrilled about a prophecy that mentions death either." Percy laughed, but it sounded hollow. "Welcome to the life of a demigod. Prophecies, monsters, gods with daddy issues. Sounds a lot like being a shinobi, actually," I mused. "Except we have shadowy organizations and tailed beasts instead of monsters and gods." "Tailed beasts? Long story. Maybe tomorrow." Percy nodded and turned out his light. "Night, Naruto." "Night, Percy." As I drifted toward sleep, I found myself thinking about Poseidon's words. "Your path has more turns than you expect." Whatever that meant, I had a feeling my time at Camp Half-Blood was going to be more complicated than a simple training mission. The next morning, I was awakened by the sound of the conch horn blaring across the valley. Percy bolted upright in his bunk. "That's not the breakfast call." We dressed quickly and rushed outside to find campers running toward the hill with the pine tree, Talia's pine, as Percy had explained to me yesterday. Chiron galloped past us, his expression grim. "What's happening?" I called after him. "Attack at the borders. All campers to defensive positions." Percy uncapped Riptide, the bronze sword expanding to full size. "Come on." We sprinted up the hill, joining the gathering defenders. At the crest, I got my first clear view of what we were facing. An army of monsters lined the road beyond the camp's magical boundaries: hellhounds, snake women with twin tails, giants with 6 arms, and other creatures I couldn't name. Leading them was a figure that made my blood run cold. He looked human at first glance, tall and muscular with sandy hair. But his eyes glowed golden, and his smile was cruel in a way that didn't seem mortal. "Luke," Percy growled beside me. "Or what's left of him." "Who's Luke?" former camper. Now he's hosting Kronos. Percy's knuckles were white around Riptide's hilt. The Titan Lord is using his body. Chiron cantered to the front line, where Annabeth and Talia already stood with weapons drawn. They cannot cross the boundaries unless invited, Chiron assured the nervous campers. But be ready. Their presence here is unprecedented. The golden-eyed man, Luke or Kronos or both, stepped forward, stopping just short of the invisible barrier. Percy Jackson, he called, his voice layered with inhuman power. We've come to deliver a message. Not interested, Percy shouted back. Why don't you crawl back to your hole? Kronos laughed, the sound grating like metal on stone. Always defiant. But today, I'm not here for you. His golden gaze shifted, focusing directly on me. I've come to meet the newest son of the sea god. The one who crosses dimensions. A chill ran down my spine. How did he already know about me? Word travels fast, Kronos said, as if reading my thoughts. Even between realms. Your arrival has complicated matters. I stepped forward, ignoring Percy's warning hand on my arm. What do you want with me? Simply to extend an invitation. The gods have used you, Naruto Uzumaki. Brought you to a foreign world to fulfill their prophecy, to potentially die in their place. His golden eyes gleamed. I offer a different path. Join us. With your unique powers, we could reshape both worlds. Both worlds? I repeated, suddenly alert. You can't reach Konoha. Can't I? Kronos smiled. The barriers between dimensions were breached once to bring you here. They can be breached again. Fear gripped me, not for myself, but for Konoha. If this Titan Lord could somehow reach my world. Don't listen to him, Annabeth had moved to stand beside me. He lies. That's what Kronos does. Kronos ignored her. Think about it, son of Poseidon. The gods care nothing for you, you're merely a pawn in their game. I offer true power. True freedom. Yeah, I've heard that sales pitch before, I replied, thinking of Orochimaru. Not interested. Kronos' face hardened. Then you've made your choice. Remember this moment when the prophecy comes to claim you. He turned to address the gathered campers. The offer stands for all of you. When Olympus falls, and it will fall, those who sided with the gods will find no mercy. With that ominous declaration, he stepped back. The monster army began to withdraw, melting into the trees along the road. That's it, someone whispered behind me. They're just leaving. This was never an attack, Chiron said gravely. Just a message. A demonstration that they can reach us, even here. Percy looked at me, his expression troubled. They know about you. That means someone told them. A spy, Talia concluded. We've suspected for months that Kronos has an informant in camp. The implications of that settled over the group like a dark cloud. If there was a traitor among us, no one was safe. Double the guard rotations, Chiron instructed. And no one leaves camp until further notice. As we headed back down the hill, Annabeth fell into step beside me. Don't let Kronos get to you, she said quietly. His specialty is finding doubts and exploiting them. I'm fine, I assured her. Not the first megalomaniac who's tried to recruit me. She smiled faintly at that. You have interesting friends back home. You have no idea. The rest of the morning was tense, with whispered conversations and suspicious glances dominating the atmosphere. I threw myself into training, working with Percy on water techniques by the lake. Try this, he suggested, concentrating on the water. A column rose up, then twisted into the shape of a trident. It's all about visualizing what you want the water to become. I focused, pulling up my own column of water. I shaped it into a spiral, then condensed it until it resembled a raisin gan, but made entirely of water. Not bad, Percy admitted. Can you freeze it? I concentrated harder, and the water raisin crystallized into ice, gleaming in the sunlight. Impressive, said a new voice. We turned to see a girl about our age watching from the shoreline. She had caramel-colored hair and eyes that seemed to shift between brown and gold in the light. Her camp half-blood t-shirt looked new and slightly too big for her frame. Calypso? Percy sounded shocked. What are you? How did you? Hello, Percy. Her voice was melodic, with a faint accent I couldn't place. The gods granted me leave from my island. Temporarily. Percy looked stunned. But the curse, I thought you couldn't leave Ogygia. Exceptional times call for exceptional measures. Calypso's gaze shifted to me. And you must be Naruto, the new son of Poseidon everyone is talking about. I nodded, curious about this girl who had left Percy so flustered. That's me. Nice to meet you. Likewise. She smiled, and something about it made my heart beat a little faster. I've never met a demigod from another dimension before. Well, I've never met a... I trailed off, realizing I didn't know what she was. Calypso is a Titan's daughter, Percy explained, finally recovering his composure. She's been imprisoned on an island for thousands of years because her father fought against the gods in the First War. Imprisoned? I frowned. For something your father did? That's messed up. Calypso's expression softened. It was a different time. Ancient grudges, divine justice. She shrugged. I've made my peace with it. Still not right, I muttered. Percy looked between us, clearly uncomfortable. So, the gods just let you leave? Why now? They need all the allies they can get, Calypso said simply. And I have certain skills that might prove useful in the coming conflict. Before Percy could ask more questions, Annabeth appeared at the top of the hill leading down to the lake. When she spotted us, she waved and started making her way toward our group. Annabeth, Percy said, sounding suddenly nervous. Look who's here. Annabeth stopped short when she saw Calypso, her expression cycling through surprise, confusion, and something that looked like wariness. Calypso, she said carefully. This is unexpected. Annabeth Chase. Calypso inclined her head. Percy has told me much about you. Has he? Annabeth's gaze flicked to Percy, who looked like he wanted to dive into the lake and stay there. The tension was thick enough to cut with a kunai. I cleared my throat. So, Calypso, what kind of skills do you have that could help against Kronos? She seemed grateful for the change of subject. I have extensive knowledge of ancient magic, particularly healing arts and botanical enchantments. And after 3,000 years of watching heroes come and go from my island, I've picked up a thing or two about strategy. Calypso's garden on Ogygia is amazing, Percy added. Plants that can heal almost anything, others that could probably take down a small army. Annabeth's expression remained guarded. Well, we can certainly use all the help we can get. Chiron will want to talk to you. Of course. Calypso smiled again, that radiant smile that seemed to brighten the air around her. But first, I'd love to see more of Naruto's unusual abilities. That ice technique was fascinating. I felt my cheeks warm at her attention. It's nothing special. Just combining chakra control with Poseidon's powers. Show me more, she encouraged. For the next hour, I demonstrated various jutsu and water techniques, enjoying Calypso's genuine amazement and thoughtful questions. Percy occasionally chimed in with his own water tricks, while Annabeth watched silently, analyzing everything with those intense gray eyes. When the conch horn sounded for lunch, the four of us walked together to the dining pavilion, an odd quartet that drew curious glances from other campers. Calypso will need to stay in the Hermes cabin until we figure out proper arrangements, Annabeth said as we approached the tables. Actually, Chiron interrupted, appearing beside us. I've discussed the matter with Mr. D. Given Calypso's unique status, she'll be staying in the big house for now. He turned to Calypso. After lunch, we should talk. There's much to discuss about your parole. Calypso nodded. Of course, Chiron. I'm here to help in whatever way I can. As she moved to follow Chiron to the head table, she glanced back at me. Perhaps we could continue our conversation later, Naruto. I'd love to hear more about your world. Sure, I agreed, ignoring the look Percy shot me. Annabeth pulled Percy toward the food line, leaving me to head to the Poseidon table alone. As I scraped a portion of my meal into the brazier for Poseidon, I wondered what my divine father thought about all this: Kronos' threat, Calypso's arrival, and the approaching prophecy that might claim either of his sons. The rest of the day passed in a blur of training, strategy meetings, and border patrols. By evening, I was exhausted but no less confused about my place in this world's conflict. I lay on my bunk in cabin 3, staring at the ceiling as Percy snored softly in the next bed. Tomorrow would mark my 3rd day at Camp Half-Blood. Each hour that passed made returning to Konoha seem more complicated. Especially now that Kronos had hinted at threatening my home world. I closed my eyes, picturing the faces of my friends back in the Hidden Leaf. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Irika, even Sasuke. They seemed so distant now, as if they belonged to a different lifetime. I'll find a way back, I whispered to myself. I promise. But as I drifted toward sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that my path forward would be far more treacherous than the one that had brought me here. Somewhere in the darkness, a prophecy waited. And neither I nor Percy could escape its grasp forever. Chapter 2, Storm Rising. I woke up to the sound of someone pounding on the cabin door. Naruto. Percy. Meeting at the big house. Now. Annabeth's voice carried through the wood, urgent and sharp. Percy groaned from his bunk, pulling his pillow over his head. What time is it? I glanced at the clock. 6:30. Gods, why? Percy rolled out of bed, his hair sticking up in all directions. This better be important. We dressed quickly and jogged to the big house, where we found Chiron, Annabeth, and Calypso gathered around the ping-pong table in the rec room. Maps and ancient-looking scrolls covered the surface. Good, you're here, Chiron said, his tail flicking nervously behind him. We've received disturbing news. What kind of disturbing? Percy asked, dropping into a chair. Chiron nodded to Annabeth, who unrolled a fresh scroll. This arrived an hour ago via Hermes Express. It's from Konoha. My heart jumped. From Konoha? How? Hermes can deliver anywhere, Annabeth explained. Even across dimensions, apparently, though it took longer than usual. What does it say? I moved closer, recognizing Tsunade's official seal. It's addressed to you, Annabeth handed me the scroll. But given the circumstances, we thought it best to call this meeting immediately. I broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. Tsunade's precise handwriting filled the page. Naruto, situation critical. Following your departure, we've experienced multiple incursions from beings similar to the creature that attacked you. These monsters appear to be searching for something specific. More concerning, a man calling himself Orochimaru has allied with them. Not our Orochimaru, though the resemblance is uncanny, but someone claiming to be from your current world. He possesses abilities unlike any jutsu we've encountered, calling it magic. He's specifically interested in your heritage and has attempted to access your medical records and genetic samples from the hospital. Most alarming, he mentioned a prophecy and claimed that, bridging the worlds will create the perfect vessels. We believe Konoha may be in imminent danger. Return as soon as possible. Bring allies if you can. Tsunade, 5th Hokage. My hands tightened on the scroll, crumpling the edges. I need to go back. That's why we're here, Chiron said gravely. This Orochimaru concerns us greatly. In our world, Orochimaru was a son of Hecate, goddess of magic, who experimented with combining divine powers in mortal vessels. He disappeared nearly 50 years ago, presumably dead. Well, he's not dead, I said grimly. And he's threatening my home. Percy leaned forward. What did she mean by bridging the worlds? Creating a permanent connection between dimensions, Annabeth theorized. A doorway that wouldn't require god-level powers to open. That's bad, right? I looked between them. Like, catastrophically bad. Chiron nodded. If monsters could freely enter your world, a world unprepared for them, without celestial bronze weapons or demigod defenders. It would be a slaughter, Percy finished. Calypso, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. There's more to consider. If Orochimaru can create this bridge, who else might use it? Kronos would gain access to an entire new world to conquer. The implications hit me like a kick to the chest. I'd come to Camp Half-Blood to learn to control my powers, not to drag my home into an interdimensional war. I need to warn them, I stood abruptly. How soon can we open the gateway back to Konoha? That's the problem, Annabeth said. We've been researching since your arrival. The gateway you used was open from your side. We don't have the same capability here without significant divine intervention. So I'm stuck here while Orochimaru threatens my village. My voice rose with frustration. There has to be a way. Chiron raised a hand to calm me. There may be. The ancient texts speak of points where the barriers between worlds naturally thin. Places of power where crossing is possible with the right knowledge. And where are these points? I demanded. That's what we've been trying to determine, Annabeth gestured to the maps. Based on historical accounts and Calypso's knowledge of ancient geography, we believe one such point exists at the original Mount Olympus in Greece. Greece? Percy grimaced. That's not exactly a weekend trip. It's our best option, Annabeth insisted. We can petition the gods for a quest. With their blessing, we might be able to travel quickly enough to make a difference. And if they say no? I challenged. Annabeth met my gaze steadily. Then we go anyway. Percy laughed suddenly. Now that sounds familiar. Chiron looked troubled but didn't contradict her. I'll prepare the necessary rituals to request an audience with the gods. In the meantime, continue training. If this quest is approved, you'll need every advantage. As we left the big house, my mind raced. Greece. Another world's Mount Olympus. It seemed impossibly far from both Camp Half-Blood and Konoha. Hey, Annabeth fell into step beside me. We'll find a way. Your village won't face this alone. I glanced at her, surprised by the determination in her voice. Why are you so willing to help? You don't even know Konoha or its people. She shrugged. Because it's the right thing to do. And because. She hesitated. Because I know what it's like to worry about your family. Her gray eyes were earnest. Everyone at camp is family to me. I'd do anything to protect them. Something warm unfurled in my chest at her words. In that moment, Annabeth reminded me powerfully of Sakura, that same fierce loyalty, that same unshakable resolve. Thanks, I said simply. It means a lot. The day passed in a whirlwind of preparation. Chiron had me train with different weapon styles, testing which might complement my shinobi techniques. After trying spears, swords, and even a bow, disastrous, we settled on a pair of celestial bronze knives that could channel water when I pushed chakra through them. Like Asuma-sensei's chakra blades, I murmured, watching water spiral along the bronze. Who? Percy asked, observing from the sidelines. A jounin from my village. He uses chakra to extend the reach of his knives. I demonstrated, focusing my energy until the water formed foot-long extensions beyond the bronze blades. That's actually pretty cool, Percy admitted. Lunch brought everyone together at the pavilion, where Chiron announced that a quest might be forthcoming. Whispers immediately erupted among the campers. A quest to Greece. Who's going? The new guy's been here 3 days and already gets a quest. I ignored the murmurs, focusing on my food. At the head table, Chiron conferred with a pudgy man in a leopard print shirt whom Percy had identified as Mr. D, Dionysus, god of wine and the camp's reluctant director. After lunch, Annabeth dragged me to the Athena cabin for research. The place was essentially a library with bunks, every wall lined with books and scrolls. If we're going to Greece, we need to know exactly what we're looking for, she explained, pulling volumes from shelves. For the next few hours, we pored over ancient texts about dimensional barriers, crossing points, and the original Mount Olympus. Most of it went over my head, but I caught enough to understand the basics. Certain places in the world acted as nexus points where realities intersected. With the right ritual, these points could be used to cross between dimensions. The problem, Annabeth said, rubbing her tired eyes, is that the ritual requires specific components. Divine water from Poseidon's realm, fire from Hephaestus's forge, and something called the Tears of Exile, whatever that means. Sounds like a scavenger hunt, I mused. We had those in the Chunin exams. Not fun. Chunin exams? Tests to advance in ninja rank. Think deadly obstacle courses mixed with combat tournaments. Annabeth's eyes lit up with interest. Your world sounds fascinating. The blend of spiritual energy and physical techniques. She leaned forward. How exactly does chakra work? You mentioned it's different from our demigod powers. I tried to explain the concept of chakra, the combination of physical and spiritual energy that shinobi manipulated for jutsu. Annabeth absorbed every word, occasionally making notes in a journal. So theoretically, she said after my explanation, anyone could learn to use chakra with proper training? It's not genetically limited like godly powers. Pretty much, though some people have natural talents or affinities. I created a tiny Rasengan in my palm as demonstration. And bloodline limits can pass down special abilities. Annabeth looked thoughtful. I wonder if chakra techniques could work in our world for regular mortals. It could revolutionize how we approach combat against monsters. Our research session was interrupted when Percy poked his head into the cabin. Chiron wants us at the big house again. Something about the gods responding. We hurried back to find Chiron, Calypso, and Mr. D waiting in the rec room. The air felt charged, like before a lightning strike. Well? I asked impatiently. Chiron's expression was solemn. The gods have, conditionally approved the quest. Conditionally? Annabeth crossed her arms. What conditions? Mr. D sighed dramatically. Oh, just the usual impossible demands. Father does love his little tests. He fixed his bloodshot eyes on me. You, Nathan, Naruto, I corrected automatically. Whatever. You're to lead this little expedition, along with Annie Bell, Annabeth, she muttered. And Perry Johnson. Percy Jackson, Percy said through gritted teeth. Mr. D waved dismissively. The three of you will journey to the original Mount Olympus. There, if you can gather the necessary components, you may attempt the crossing ritual. And the conditions? I pressed. Ah, yes. Father was quite specific. Mr. D's smile was unpleasant. The quest must be completed before the summer solstice, 10 days from now. If you fail, or if the ritual is performed incorrectly, the gateway between worlds will be permanently sealed. The weight of those words hit me like a physical blow. If we failed, I'd never see Konoha again. Never see Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, any of them. That's not all, Chiron added grimly. Zeus believes this quest directly relates to the great prophecy. He has declared that whichever son of Poseidon returns from Greece will be acknowledged as the child of the prophecy. Percy and I exchanged glances. The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air, one of us might not return at all. This isn't a competition, Annabeth protested, looking between us. We're going to help Naruto's village, not to decide who fulfills some prophecy. The gods see it differently, Chiron said sadly. To them, this quest offers clarity. So we're lab rats in some divine experiment, Percy concluded bitterly. Awesome. There's more, Calypso spoke up. I've been granted permission to assist in preparing for the journey. My knowledge of ancient crossing points may prove useful. And will you be joining us? I asked, strangely hopeful. She shook her head. My parole doesn't extend beyond camp borders. I can help you prepare, but the journey is yours alone. Mr. D clapped his hands together. Splendid. Now that's settled, I have a pinnacle game to return to. Try not to die horribly, children. The paperwork is simply atrocious. With that cheerful send-off, he sauntered out of the room. So, 10 days to get to Greece, find these ritual components, and perform an ancient ceremony, Percy summarized. While probably fighting monsters and dealing with whatever this Orochimaru guy throws at us. And avoiding Kronos' forces, Annabeth added. And determining which of us fulfills a death prophecy, I finished. No pressure. The three of us looked at each other, the magnitude of the task settling over us. Then, unexpectedly, Percy grinned. Just another Tuesday at Camp Half-Blood, right? Despite everything, I found myself laughing. Annabeth rolled her eyes, but a smile tugged at her lips. We leave at dawn, Chiron announced. I suggest you spend the evening preparing. Pack light but wisely. As we filed out of the big house, Calypso caught my arm. Naruto, may I speak with you? I nodded, letting Annabeth and Percy continue ahead. I've been studying your arrival, she said once we were alone on the porch. The energies involved in crossing dimensions, they're similar to the barriers that surround Ogygia. Your island prison. She nodded, a spark of something, hope, in her eyes. For millennia, I've searched for a way to break my curse. The ritual you seek for crossing to Konoha, it might be adaptable. My eyes widened as I understood. You think we could use it to free you permanently from the island? It's possible. Her voice was carefully measured, but I could sense the yearning beneath. The tears of exile mentioned in the texts, I believe they refer to the essence of someone bound to a place against their will. Like you, I murmured. Like me. Her eyes met mine, intense and vulnerable. I've helped countless heroes over the centuries, watched them leave while I remained imprisoned. But this time could be different, I finished for her. We could free you. Hope bloomed fully on her face, transforming her features. Would you consider it? I know your primary concern is your village, and rightly so, but, of course I'll help, I said without hesitation. No one should be imprisoned for something they didn't do, especially not for thousands of years. That's just wrong. Calypso's smile was radiant. Thank you, Naruto. Your compassion is refreshing. Many heroes have promised to help me, but the fates always intervene. Well, I'm pretty good at beating the odds, I grinned. And I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way. She laughed softly. Your ninja way. I look forward to learning more about it. As I walked back to cabin 3 to pack, I couldn't help but feel a complicated mix of emotions. Excitement for the quest, fear for Konoha, determination to help Calypso, and an uneasy awareness of the prophecy hovering over everything. Percy was already packing when I arrived, methodically sorting through supplies. So, he said without looking up, you and Calypso seem friendly. She's nice, I replied, grabbing my own backpack. And she might have information that could help us with the ritual. Percy's hands paused briefly. She told you about Ogygia? A bit. Sounds like a pretty place. Also a pretty terrible prison. He nodded slowly. I washed up there once, after an explosion. She healed me, helped me get home. His voice held a complicated mix of emotions. Leaving her there was, hard. She said heroes always have to leave, I recalled. Something about the fates. Yeah. Percy resumed packing. But she thinks this ritual might free her. Maybe. Worth trying, right? Percy zipped his bag with finality. Just be careful with her. Calypso is, she's been alone a long time. Connections mean something different to her. Before I could ask what he meant, there was a knock at the door. Annabeth poked her head in. Final strategy meeting in 10 minutes. Bring your gear for inspection. The evening passed in a flurry of planning. Maps were studied, supplies distributed, contingencies discussed. Chiron provided us with ambrosia and nectar, godly food that could heal demigods but would burn up mortals. Use sparingly, he warned me. As a half-blood, you can consume more than humans, but too much remains dangerous. Rachel Elizabeth Dare, the camp's red-haired oracle, joined us briefly but offered no prophecy. The fates are being unusually quiet about this quest, she said, frowning. All I see is, storms. Lots of storms. Great, Percy muttered. Can't wait. By the time we finished, it was well past midnight. I fell into my bunk exhausted, but sleep eluded me. Tomorrow we begin a journey that might determine not just my fate, but the fate of 2 worlds. No pressure, right? Dawn came too quickly. I dressed in clothes Annabeth had recommended for the quest, jeans, camp half-blood t-shirt, and a light jacket with plenty of hidden pockets. My new celestial bronze knives were strapped to my thighs, alongside my traditional kunai and shuriken pouches. I'd packed light, changes of clothes, first aid supplies, a few soldier pills from my Konoha gear, and the supplies Chiron had given us. When I stepped outside, the camp was quiet except for a small gathering at the base of Half-Blood Hill. Chiron stood with Annabeth, Percy, and several other campers who'd risen to see us off. To my surprise, Calypso was there too, a small cloth bag in her hands. For your journey, she said, presenting the bag to me. Healing herbs from my garden, along with seeds that will grow in any soil. They may prove useful. Thanks, I tucked the bag carefully into my pack. Chiron stepped forward, his expression solemn. Argus will drive you as far as the airport. From there, you have tickets to Athens. Commercial flight. Percy looked uneasy. In Zeus's domain. Your father has negotiated safe passage, Chiron assured him. Though I'd refrain from using water powers while airborne, just to be safe. Final goodbyes were brief. Nobody wanted to dwell on the dangers ahead. As we climbed into the camp's SUV, I caught Calypso watching me, her expression unreadable in the early morning light. We'll come back, I promised, more to myself than anyone else. The journey to the airport passed in tense silence. Argus, the camp's many-eyed security chief, drove efficiently while we reviewed maps and plans one final time. At JFK, we said goodbye to Argus and headed for the international terminal. I'd never flown before, not in an airplane, at least. The concept seemed both fascinating and terrifying. Stay close, Annabeth instructed as we navigated the crowded terminal. Airports are dangerous for demigods, too many people, too many potential monsters. Plus, you know, Zeus might blast us out of the sky, Percy added cheerfully. Not helping, seaweed brain. Security was a nerve-wracking experience. I'd had to hide my weapons in a special compartment of my backpack that Annabeth assured me was protected by mist, the supernatural force that prevented mortals from seeing magical items as they truly were. What if they search it? I whispered as my bag slid through the X-ray machine. They'll see camping supplies, Annabeth whispered back. The mist is pretty reliable. She was right. My bag passed through without incident, and soon we were waiting at our gate for the flight to Athens. 12 hours in the air, Percy muttered, looking out at the tarmac. Zeus, if you're listening, please don't blast your nephew out of the sky. That would be uncool. Thunder rumbled outside despite the clear sky. Maybe don't antagonize the sky god before we get on his airplane. Annabeth suggested. Boarding went smoothly. As we settled into our seats, me by the window, Annabeth in the middle, Percy on the aisle, I couldn't help but marvel at the technology. Flying machines weren't common in Konoha, where most transportation relied on foot travel or occasionally boats. First flight? Annabeth asked, noticing my fascination with the seat controls. We don't have many airplanes where I'm from, I admitted. Mostly ninja just run everywhere. Run? Even between countries? Yep. Enhanced speed is basic shinobi training. A good ninja can cover hundreds of miles in a day. Percy leaned over. Seriously? That would be so useful for quests. We could teach you some chakra techniques, I offered. Once we get to Konoha. The thought of returning home, of introducing my new friends to my old life, filled me with a complicated mix of emotions. Would Percy and Annabeth fit in among shinobi? Would my friends accept these demigods from another dimension? As the plane taxied to the runway, Percy gripped the armrests, his knuckles white. Not a fan of flying? I asked. Being in Zeus's domain when you're Poseidon's son is like walking into enemy territory, he explained. Every instinct screams danger. I felt it too, a subtle wrongness, as if I didn't belong in the sky. As the plane accelerated down the runway, my stomach lurched uncomfortably. Distract yourselves, Annabeth advised. Tell me more about Konoha, Naruto. For the next hour, I described the hidden leaf village, its buildings nestled among towering trees, the Hokage monument overlooking everything, the academy where young ninja trained. I told them about my friends, Sakura with her monstrous strength and medical skills, Sasuke and his Sharingan, Kakashi-sensei with his ever-present mask and laid-back attitude. And this Sasuke, he's your rival? Percy asked, noticeably more relaxed now that we were cruising at altitude. Rival, best friend, occasional pain in my ass, I grinned. He left the village for a while, got mixed up with some bad people. I had to knock some sense into him. Literally. Annabeth raised an eyebrow. Our fights tend to get explosive, I admitted. Last time, we each lost an arm. They stared at me in shock. You lost an arm? Percy repeated incredulously. I held up my right hand, flexing the fingers. Got it back. Tsunade-sama is amazing with medical jutsu. She grew me a new one from Hashirama cells. They can regrow limbs in your world. Annabeth looked fascinated. That's incredibly advanced medical technology. It's not really technology, I explained. More like specialized chakra techniques. Medical ninja train for years to master healing jutsu. The conversation shifted to Percy and Annabeth's adventures, their first quest together to retrieve Zeus's master bolt, their journey through the sea of monsters, and their harrowing experience in the labyrinth. I was particularly impressed by their battle in Mount St. Helens, where Percy had apparently caused a volcanic eruption. That's when I ended up on Ogygia, Percy explained. The explosion nearly killed me. I woke up in Calypso's care. She seems to have a thing for healing injured heroes, I observed. It's part of her curse, Annabeth said, her voice carefully neutral. The gods send heroes to her island, heroes who can never stay. That's cruel, I frowned. Making her fall for people who always leave. The gods can be cruel, Percy said simply. They're not big on proportional punishment. Our conversation was interrupted by turbulence, the plane shuddering and dropping suddenly before stabilizing. The seatbelt sign flashed on. Just normal air pockets, Annabeth assured us, but her eyes scanned the cabin warily. The turbulence worsened. Outside my window, storm clouds had appeared out of nowhere, dark and threatening. Lightning flashed, illuminating the cabin. Percy exchanged worried glances with Annabeth. I don't think this is natural. Another violent shake sent a drink cart crashing down the aisle. Passengers screamed. Oxygen masks dropped from the ceiling. We're being targeted, Annabeth hissed, strapping her mask on. Put these on. I fumbled with the mask as the plane pitched sideways. Through the window, I could see something moving in the clouds, something large with glowing red eyes. What is that? I shouted over the noise of the storm. Percy leaned across to look. His face paled. Storm spirits. Venti. Not good. The plane dropped again, losing altitude rapidly. The pilot's strained voice came over the intercom, talking about unexpected weather and emergency landing procedures. They'll tear the plane apart before we can land, Annabeth warned. I unstrapped my seatbelt. Then we need to stop them. Naruto, wait, Percy began, but I was already moving toward the emergency exit. A flight attendant tried to intercept me. Sir, you need to stay seated with your oxygen mask on. The mist must have been working in my favor, because she didn't seem to notice when I slipped past her using a basic substitution jutsu. I reached the emergency door and hesitated. Opening it at this altitude would cause explosive decompression. Percy appeared beside me. This is insane, even by my standards. Got a better idea? I challenged. Actually, yes. He closed his eyes, concentrating. Outside, the storm clouds began to shift, pulling away from the plane slightly. I can't control the air, but I can manipulate the water in the clouds. It won't hold them off for long, though. Another violent shake nearly knocked us off our feet. Through the small window in the exit door, I could see the Venti more clearly now, horse-like creatures made of dark clouds, electricity crackling across their forms as they circled the plane. We need to draw them away, Annabeth said, joining us with her Yankees cap in hand. This makes me invisible. I could open the rear cargo door, it would be safer than breaching the cabin. And then what? Percy asked. We can't fight storm spirits in midair. An idea hit me. Maybe we don't fight them. Maybe we redirect them. I explained my plan quickly. It was risky, borderline suicidal, but neither Percy nor Annabeth had a better suggestion. Annabeth disappeared under her cap, heading for the cargo hold. Percy and I returned to our seats, strapping in as the plane continued to drop. When Annabeth opens the cargo door, we'll feel it, Percy warned. The plane will destabilize further. Just be ready, I said, gathering my chakra. Minutes later, the plane lurched violently, different from the turbulence before. A hollow roaring sound echoed through the cabin. Now! Percy shouted. We unbuckled and raced to the rear of the plane, ignoring the flight attendant's shouts. The cargo door had been opened just enough for us to squeeze through. Wind howled through the gap, nearly sucking us out immediately. This is definitely the craziest thing I've done. I yelled over the noise. Percy grinned despite the danger. Wait till you see what's next. We braced ourselves in the doorway. Below us, open ocean stretched in all directions, we'd been blown off course. Perfect, Percy said. On 3. 1. I formed the hand signs for my shadow clones. 2. Percy drew Riptide, the sword gleaming even in the dim cargo hold. 3. We leapt into the open air. The sensation of free-falling from 30,000 feet is indescribable, part terror, part exhilaration, all adrenaline. The wind tore at my clothes and skin as we plummeted toward the ocean below. Shadow Clone Jutsu. I shouted, creating a dozen copies of myself in midair. Each clone immediately transformed into a bright orange shape, a flock of Narutos falling through the sky. The storm spirits noticed immediately, abandoning the plane to investigate these new, interesting targets. As they approached, Percy made his move. Get ready, he called, raising his hands. The ocean below began to churn, a massive whirlpool forming directly beneath us. Simultaneously, the water in the storm clouds condensed around the venti, restricting their movement. My clones and I spread out, drawing the storm spirits further from the plane. Each time a ventus got close to one of my clones, it would dispel in a puff of smoke, confusing the spirit. The plane was gaining distance now, its engines straining as the pilots tried to stabilize and climb. But we were still falling, and the ocean was getting closer by the second. "Percy!" I shouted. "Whatever you're planning, now would be good." Percy's face was a mask of concentration. The whirlpool below expanded, the water rising up to meet us like a massive, inverted funnel. "Aim for the center," he instructed. "And maybe pray a little." I dismissed my remaining clones and oriented myself toward the center of the whirlpool. The storm spirits, confused by the disappearance of their targets, began to disperse, only to be caught in Percy's watery cyclone. We hit the water column at terminal velocity. Instead of the bone-crushing impact I expected, the water caught us like a cushion, rapidly decelerating our fall. We spiraled down the vortex, the pressure intense but not lethal. The storm spirits weren't so lucky. As they followed us into the whirlpool, Percy closed his fist sharply. The water collapsed around them, compressing their cloudy forms until they dissipated with angry shrieks. We plunged beneath the ocean surface, the roar of wind suddenly replaced by the muffled quiet of the deep. My lungs burned immediately, but Percy grabbed my arm and pulled me into what appeared to be a large air bubble. "Neat trick," I gasped, taking grateful breaths. "One of my specialties," Percy replied, looking significantly less tired than he should after that display of power. "Ocean gives me strength. We should be safe down here while I get my bearings." "What about Annabeth?" I asked, suddenly remembering. "She's still on the plane." "She'll be fine," Percy assured me. The storm spirits were after us, children of Poseidon. With us gone, the plane should make it to the closest airport without further supernatural issues. So what now? We swim to Greece? Percy grinned. Something like that. He closed his eyes, concentrating. The water around our bubble began to move, propelling us forward at increasing speed. "I can get us to the nearest coast," he explained. "From there, we'll need to find another way to Athens." "Where exactly are we?" I asked, trying to orient myself in the featureless blue. "Somewhere over the Atlantic. Probably near the Azores, based on our flight path." "The what?" "Islands. Portuguese territory." Percy frowned in concentration. "Yeah, I can sense land that way. About 50 miles. You can sense islands. Part of being Poseidon's kid. I always know where I am at sea, and roughly how far from land." He opened his eyes. "This is actually faster than the plane. We'll be there in under an hour." I settled back against the curved wall of our air bubble, watching schools of fish dart past outside. "So this is what it's like to be a son of Poseidon in your world. Pretty useful." "It has its moments," Percy agreed. "Though I bet it's nothing compared to being a ninja demigod in your world." "Different," I said thoughtfully. "In Konoha, everyone has abilities. Being a Jinchuriki, a tailed beast host, made me different, but not the way being a demigod does here." "Tailed beast?" Percy raised an eyebrow. "You mentioned that before. What is it?" I lifted my shirt, showing the seal on my stomach. "I have the nine-tailed fox sealed inside me. Kurama. He's a being of pure chakra, destructively powerful, formerly pretty cranky, now more of a reluctant partner." Percy stared. "You have a monster sealed inside you? And you never thought to mention this?" I laughed at his expression. "He's not a monster in the way you're thinking. More like a force of nature given consciousness. And I didn't mention it because it didn't seem relevant to water powers or Greek gods." "Does it, he, talk to you?" "All the time," though I've been having trouble connecting with him since I arrived in this dimension. The barrier between worlds might be affecting our link. Percy shook his head in amazement. Just when I thought things couldn't get weirder. Our underwater journey continued in companionable conversation. Percy told me more about his adventures, and I shared stories from my missions in Konoha. Despite our different backgrounds, I was surprised by how much we had in common, both thrust into roles of responsibility young, both carrying the weight of others' expectations. So this prophecy, I said eventually. The one that's supposed to be about one of us. You really think it means death? Percy was quiet for a moment. I don't know. Prophecies are tricky. A single choice shall end his days could mean actual death, or just the end of life as we know it. That's not very reassuring. Welcome to being a demigod. Percy's smile was wry. We get cryptic death sentences instead of college acceptance letters. As promised, we reached the coast of a small island in less than an hour. Percy manipulated the water to deposit us gently on a secluded beach. The sudden return to normal gravity made my legs wobble. Land legs, Percy explained, looking completely unaffected. You'll adjust in a minute. We were on a rocky shore, steep cliffs rising behind us. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the beach. So, what's the plan now? I asked, wringing water from my clothes. Percy concentrated, and the water simply flowed away from our bodies and clothes, leaving us perfectly dry. That's handy, I admitted. We need to find a town, get in contact with Annabeth, and figure out transportation to the mainland, Percy said. Then it's on to Greece. We hiked along the shoreline until we found a path leading up the cliffs. At the top, we could see lights from a small town about a mile inland. São Miguel, Percy read from a weathered sign. We're in the Azores. The town was picturesque but quiet as night fell. We found a small cafe with internet access and used the computer to send an email to Annabeth through her demigod-friendly encrypted account. Made it to Azores. Storm spirits handled. Meeting you in Athens. Be careful. P&N, short and sweet, Percy said. Less chance of attracting digital attention from monsters. Monsters can track emails. Some can. The smarter ones have adapted to technology. Nowhere is completely safe. We used the last of our mortal cash to buy ferry tickets to the mainland, scheduled to depart the following morning. We should find somewhere to crash for the night, Percy suggested. I'd offer to make us an underwater air bubble hotel, but we both need actual rest. We ended up in a small seaside inn, where the elderly proprietor took pity on us as students whose luggage was lost by the airline and offered a steep discount. The room was basic but clean, with 2 narrow beds and a window overlooking the harbor. I'll take first watch, I offered. Shinobi are used to guard rotations. Percy didn't argue, collapsing onto one of the beds. Wake me in 4 hours. And Naruto? Yeah. Thanks for the insane mid-air rescue plan. It was actually pretty brilliant. I grinned. Thanks for the water cushion. Not drowning was a nice touch. Percy was asleep within minutes, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I sat by the window, watching the moonlight on the water and thinking of Konoha. What was happening there now? Were my friends fighting monsters without understanding what they were? Had Orochimaru made any progress with his dimensional bridge? And what about Calypso's situation? If we adapted the crossing ritual, could we really free her from her eternal imprisonment? The thought of helping her stirred something in me, a familiar determination that I recognized from my promises to Sasuke, to Sakura, to everyone I'd ever vowed to protect. I'll find a way, I whispered to the night. For Konoha and for Calypso. In the quiet room, with only Percy's steady breathing for company, I could almost believe it was possible. The ferry journey the next day was uneventful, almost suspiciously so. We'd expected monster attacks or at least some sign that Kronos' forces were tracking us. Maybe jumping off the plane threw them off our trail, I suggested as we stood at the ferry's rail, watching Portugal's coastline grow closer. Maybe, Percy didn't sound convinced. Or maybe they're waiting for something specific. Like what? I don't know. But in my experience, when things get too quiet, that's when you should really start worrying. From Lisbon, we managed to book passage on a cargo ship heading for Piraeus, the port of Athens. The captain was a gruff man who asked few questions after Percy slipped him some drachmas, golden coins that apparently carried weight even with mortals. Ancient Greek currency still works? I asked as we settled into our small cabin aboard the ship. The mist makes mortals see whatever currency they expect, Percy explained. Plus, these are actual gold. That tends to be persuasive. The voyage would take 3 days, precious time when Konoha might be under attack, but still faster than any alternative. On our second day at sea, we finally made contact with Annabeth. The ship's communications officer allowed us to use the radio after Percy convinced him we needed to check on our sister after the emergency landing. Percy? Naruto? Annabeth's voice crackled through the static. Where are you? Aboard a cargo ship to Piraeus, Percy replied. Should arrive tomorrow evening. What about you? The plane made an emergency landing in Madeira. I've booked a flight to Athens, should be there by tomorrow afternoon. Her voice was tense. I've been researching while waiting. The original Mount Olympus is about 80 kilometers southwest of Thessaloniki. That's north of Athens, right? Percy asked. Yes, about 500 kilometers. We'll need to find transportation from Athens. Any news about the ritual components? Static filled the channel for a moment before Annabeth's voice returned. Divine water should be easy with you too. The fire from Hephaestus's forge is trickier, there's an ancient forge site at Olympus we'll need to reactivate. As for the tears of exile. She hesitated. I think I know what they are, but we should discuss it in person. Is it about Calypso? I asked. Another pause. Possibly. I'll explain in Athens. Meet me at the temple of Poseidon at Sounion, south of the city. It's defensible and appropriate, given your parentage. Roger that, Percy confirmed. Stay safe, wise girl. You too, seaweed brain. And you, Naruto. The radio went silent. Temple of Poseidon, I repeated. Your dad has temples. Had, Percy corrected. The ancient Greeks built them as places of worship. This one's mostly ruins now, but still pretty impressive, right on a cliff overlooking the sea. The rest of our voyage passed without incident, though both of us remained alert for any sign of monsters or divine interference. Percy spent hours in communion with the sea, trying to gauge what lay ahead. I used the time to practice with my new celestial bronze knives, getting used to their weight and balance. They're good quality, Percy observed, watching me run through a kata. Balanced for throwing or close combat. Different from my normal kunai, I agreed. Heavier, but the bronze channels water chakra better. Try this, Percy suggested. He concentrated, and a small stream of seawater rose from over the ship's rail. See if you can draw it through the blades. I gripped the knives and focused my chakra, trying to connect with the water as I would with my own energy. To my surprise, the water responded instantly, spiraling along the bronze and forming extensions that reminded me of Asuma Sensei's techniques. Now hold that form and spar with me, Percy challenged, uncapping Riptide. We trained for hours, Percy teaching me to maintain water control during combat while I showed him basic chakra enhancement techniques. By the time we reached Piraeus the next evening, we'd developed a fighting style that combined our different approaches, Percy with his instinctive command of water, me with my precise chakra control and shadow clones. Athens was nothing like I'd imagined. The ancient city sprawled beneath a striking hilltop crowned with ruins, the Acropolis, Percy informed me. Modern buildings surrounded these ancient structures in a jumble of old and new that reminded me, oddly, of Konoha. We hired a taxi to take us south along the coast toward Sounion. The driver, a chatty man named Stavros, seemed delighted to have tourists interested in ancient sites. Poseidon's temple very beautiful at sunset, he assured us. Many tourists, but now, late season, not so crowded. You American students? Something like that, Percy replied vaguely. As we drove along the coastal road, I stared out at the Aegean Sea, its waters a deeper blue than any ocean I'd seen before. Something about this place resonated with me, a familiar pull similar to what I felt at Camp Half-Blood's Lake, but stronger, more primal. You feel it too? Percy asked quietly, noticing my expression. I nodded. Like the sea is, welcoming us. This is where it all began, he explained. Western civilization, the gods, everything. The power here is older, deeper. The temple came into view as we rounded a bend, stark white columns perched on a rocky promontory jutting into the sea. The setting sun cast the ruins in golden light, making them seem to glow against the darkening sky. Magnificent, yes. Stavros beamed proudly. Built in 444 BC. Poseidon very important god for sailors. We paid him and arranged for pickup the following morning, then made our way up the path to the temple. A few tourists lingered despite the late hour, taking photos of the sunset through the ancient columns. Any sign of Annabeth? I asked, scanning the site. Percy shook his head. Let's check the far side, away from the tourists. We circled around to the seaward face of the temple, where the drop to the rocks below was steep and dramatic. There, sitting calmly on a fallen column with her Yankees cap beside her, was Annabeth. Took you long enough, she greeted us, though her smile betrayed her relief. Percy embraced her immediately. Glad you made it. That plane stunt was insane. Says the guy who jumped out at 30,000 feet, she retorted, hugging him back fiercely. When they separated, Annabeth surprised me by giving me a quick hug as well. Good to see you in one piece, Naruto. You too, I replied, oddly moved by the gesture. Any monsters try to eat you after we left? Just an overly persistent flight attendant who wanted to know where my brothers had gone. She rolled her eyes. The mist covered for you, but I still had to answer a lot of questions. As the last tourists departed and darkness fell, we set up camp in the shelter of the ruins. Annabeth had brought supplies from Athens, food, clean clothes, and a more detailed map of northern Greece. So, Percy said as we huddled around a small camping lantern. What did you find out about the ritual? Annabeth pulled a worn leather notebook from her pack. I visited the National Library while waiting for you. They have archives of ancient texts not available elsewhere. The ritual is called the Odyssey Between Worlds. Apparently, Odysseus himself nearly performed it during his 10-year journey home. Odysseus? The guy with the wooden horse and the Cyclops? I asked, recalling the mythology lessons from camp. The same, Annabeth nodded. According to these texts, he discovered a nexus point at Mount Olympus, not the god's home, but the physical mountain. He gathered two of the three components before the gods intervened. They stopped him. Percy frowned. Why? Think about it, Annabeth said. If mortals could freely travel between dimensions, what would that mean for the gods' power? Their authority is tied to this world, this reality. So they protect their monopoly, I concluded. Sounds familiar. Exactly. But in our case, we have divine permission, conditional as it may be. Annabeth spread out a map of Mount Olympus. The nexus point is here, near the peak, in a cave system called the Halls of Echo. And the components? Percy asked. Divine water must be drawn from the spring of the Niads at the mountain's base. Fire from Hephaestus requires rekindling the ancient forge near the summit. It hasn't burned in centuries, but the texts say it can never truly go cold. And the tears of exile? I prompted. Annabeth met my eyes. This is where it gets complicated. The tears of exile are described as the essence of one bound against their will, who yearns for freedom beyond all desire. Calypso, I said immediately. That's my guess. Her situation fits the description perfectly. Percy looked troubled. But how do we get her tears? She's at Camp Half-Blood, and we're here. Actually. Annabeth hesitated. I think we need more than her tears. I think the ritual requires her presence. What? Percy and I exclaimed simultaneously. The text is ambiguous, but it suggests that the exile's essence must be present at the nexus point. Their yearning becomes part of the bridge between worlds. But Calypso can't leave Ogygia except on the god's strict permission, Percy protested. She's at camp on a temporary parole. There might be another way, I said slowly, remembering my conversation with Calypso on the big house porch. She mentioned that the energies in the crossing ritual are similar to her island's barriers. What if we reverse-engineered it? Annabeth's eyes widened. Use the ritual not just to open a path to Konoha, but to break Calypso's curse simultaneously. Exactly. 2 birds, 1 stone. Percy whistled. That's ambitious. And probably against about a dozen divine laws. Says the guy who rejected immortality and made the gods swear to acknowledge all their children, Annabeth reminded him. Fair point. Percy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But how would we get Calypso here? We're on a tight deadline. I might have an idea, I said, thinking of the jutsu Jiraiya had taught me, a summoning technique modified for human transportation. But I'll need more information about how Ogyggia's barriers work. We spent the next hour discussing possibilities, with Annabeth providing what she knew of divine imprisonment and magical barriers. By the time we settled down to sleep, we had the outline of a plan, risky, potentially catastrophic, but possible. First thing tomorrow, we head north, Annabeth decided. We should reach Olympus in 2 days if we can find decent transportation. And if monsters attack? I asked. When monsters attack, Percy corrected grimly. This has been too easy so far. They're waiting for something. As if summoned by his words, a low rumble shook the ground beneath us. At first, I thought it might be an earthquake, but then came the unmistakable sound of stone grinding against stone. That's coming from the temple, Annabeth whispered, reaching for her knife. We crept toward the ancient columns, weapons ready. In the pale moonlight, I could see movement among the ruins. The stone itself seemed to be shifting, reforming. What the? Percy began. The nearest column twisted, the fluted stone rippling like liquid. It resolved into a humanoid shape, a woman with cold, white features and empty eyes. Automatic defenses, Annabeth hissed. Some temples had them, statues or columns enchanted to attack intruders. But we're not intruders, Percy protested. I'm literally Poseidon's son. The stone woman turned her blank gaze toward him. Half-bloods, her voice grated like rock against rock. You are not welcome here. We seek passage to Olympus, Annabeth tried. We come with the god's blessing. Lies, the statue hissed. I sense foreign power. Alien presence. Her empty eyes fixed on me. I think she means you, Percy muttered. Your chakra must read differently than our demigod auras. More columns began to transform, stone warriors armed with spears and swords, their movements jerky but purposeful. Run or fight? I asked, counting at least 8 stone figures now. Fight, Percy decided. We need to rest, and I'm not spending the night being chased by living statues. I grinned, the familiar pre-battle excitement rising. Works for me. Shadow clone jutsu. A dozen clones appeared around me, each drawing celestial bronze knives. Percy uncapped Riptide, the sword's glow illuminating his determined face. Annabeth vanished, her Yankees cap rendering her invisible. The stone warriors attacked. Fighting animated statues is exactly as difficult as you might imagine. My kunai bounced off their rocky forms without effect, and even the celestial bronze knives barely scratched them. Percy's sword had more impact, but it was like trying to carve through granite. We need a different approach. Annabeth's disembodied voice called. I channeled water chakra through my knives, extending the blades with liquid that I rapidly froze into ice. The enhanced weapons bit deeper into stone, causing one warrior to stagger. Percy! I shouted. Water pressure. He understood immediately. Concentrating, Percy summoned water from the sea below, directing it in high-pressure jets at the stone figures. The water found tiny cracks in their forms, and when I channeled chakra to freeze it instantly, the expanding ice split the stone from within. One statue shattered, then another. But they were learning, adapting to our tactics. They're being controlled. Annabeth reappeared briefly beside us. There, on the central altar. I spotted it then, a small, glowing object pulsing with sickly green light. Cover me. I created fresh shadow clones and used them as a distraction, leaping over the stone warriors toward the altar. The female statue, clearly the leader, moved to intercept me. Her stone fist caught me in the ribs, sending me flying back toward the cliff edge. I teetered on the brink, the sea churning dangerously far below. Naruto! Percy's shout was followed by a massive wave that surged up from the ocean, catching me before I could fall and depositing me safely back on solid ground. Thanks. I gasped, winded from the statue's blow. Less thanking, more destroying the magic thing. Percy called back, engaged with 3 stone warriors simultaneously. I focused my chakra, forming a Rasengan in my right hand. The swirling energy illuminated the temple ruins with blue-white light. Hey, Rocky! I shouted at the female statue. Catch! I hurled the Rasengan directly at her. She caught it reflexively, and the spiraling chakra sphere ground into her stone palm, drilling through her arm and shattering it from within. While she was distracted, I darted past, reaching the altar. The glowing object was a small figurine, a clay doll with crude features, wrapped in what looked like human hair and dripping with a viscous green substance. Don't touch it directly. Annabeth warned, suddenly beside me. It's a voodoo doll, Greek style. Someone's controlling the statues remotely. I used the flat of my knife to knock the doll off the altar. The moment it lost contact with the stone, the remaining statues froze in place. Percy approached cautiously, riptide still ready. Is it over? For now. Annabeth examined the doll without touching it. This is powerful magic. Old magic. Hecate. Percy suggested. Maybe. Or. Annabeth's eyes widened. Naruto, you said this Orochimaru in your world was conducting experiments. What kind exactly? All sorts. Genetic manipulation, soul transfer, reanimating the dead. I stopped as the implications hit me. You think this is his work? From your world's Orochimaru? It would explain why the statue detected you specifically as foreign. Annabeth used a stick to prod the doll. This could be a tracking device as much as a weapon, a way to locate you. Great, I muttered. So Orochimaru knows we're in Greece, heading for Olympus. And probably why, Percy added grimly. Which means we need to move fast. We destroyed the doll, Percy insisted on burning it completely, and spent the rest of the night taking turns on watch. No more statues animated, but none of us slept soundly. At dawn, we packed quickly and hiked down to the main road, where Stavros was waiting as promised. Back to Athens, he asked cheerfully. Actually, we need to go north, Annabeth replied. To Thessaloniki, or as close as you can take us. Stavros whistled. Very long drive. Very expensive. Percy handled the negotiations, slipping the driver more golden drachmas than the journey likely warranted. By mid-morning, we were heading north through the Greek countryside, the ancient landscape rolling past our windows. So what's the plan when we reach Olympus? I asked quietly, mindful of Stavros in the front seat. We gather the components in order, Annabeth replied. The spring first, then the forge. If we can secure those, we attempt to contact Calypso. And how exactly do we do that? Percy asked. I smiled. I have an idea about that. In my world, there's a jutsu called reverse summoning. With the right preparation, it can transport someone to your location, regardless of distance. Could that work across dimensional barriers? Annabeth looked skeptical. No, but we won't be trying to reach across dimensions yet. Calypso is in this world, just bound by divine restrictions. If we can create a summoning circle at the nexus point, using components that resonate with her specific imprisonment, we might be able to pull her through a loophole in her curse, Annabeth finished, eyes brightening with understanding. That's actually brilliant. And definitely against the rules, Percy added, though he was smiling. When has that ever stopped us? Annabeth replied. The journey north took all day, with brief stops for food and fuel. Stavros proved to be an informative guide, pointing out historical sites and sharing local legends. Some of his stories made Percy and Annabeth exchange knowing looks. The local folklore often contained elements of truth about monsters or gods. By nightfall, we were still several hours from Thessaloniki. Stavros recommended a small hotel in a mountain town called Lidikoro, known as the City of Gods, because of its proximity to Mount Olympus. Perfect place to start climb, he told us as he dropped us off. Many hikers begin from here. Very beautiful, very dangerous in places. You have guide? We'll manage, Percy assured him. We paid him generously and arranged for him to return in 3 days, hopefully enough time to complete our mission. The hotel was modest but comfortable, catering to hikers and mountain climbers. In our room, we spread out maps of Mount Olympus and finalized our plan. The spring of the Niads is here, Annabeth pointed to a location on the eastern slope. According to my research, it's still active, though most visitors think it's just a natural spring. And the forge? Percy asked. Higher up, near this plateau. Ancient texts place it in a cave system with an opening to the sky. Hephaestus needed ventilation for his work. And the nexus point? I traced the route with my finger. The halls of echo, here, near the summit. It's described as a place where voices carry between worlds. Annabeth sat back. The hike normally takes experienced climbers 2 days, but we'll need to move faster. That's where shinobi training comes in handy, I grinned. I can show you both how to channel chakra to enhance your speed and endurance. It won't be ninja level, but it should help. We spent an hour practicing basic chakra techniques. Percy caught on quickly, his connection to natural energy as a son of Poseidon gave him an advantage. Annabeth struggled more with the practical application, though her theoretical understanding was perfect. It's like trying to control a muscle I didn't know existed, she complained after her 10th attempt to focus chakra in her feet. That's exactly what it is, I encouraged her. Keep at it. Even a little enhancement will help on the mountain. By midnight, both had made enough progress to justify sleep. Tomorrow would be challenging enough without exhaustion. I took first watch again, sitting by the window overlooking the darkened town. In the distance, Mount Olympus loomed, its peak lost in clouds. Somewhere on that mountain was the key to returning to Konoha, and possibly to freeing Calypso. The thought of her brought a smile to my face. Her kindness, her ancient wisdom tempered with genuine curiosity, her resilience after millennia of imprisonment, she was unlike anyone I'd met in either world. Can't sleep? Percy's voice startled me from my thoughts. Just keeping watch, I replied as he sat in the chair opposite mine. You know, you get this look when you think about her, he observed casually. Who? Calypso. Percy's expression was unreadable in the dim light. I recognize it because I've seen it in the mirror. I felt my cheeks warm. I'm just concerned about her situation. It's not right, keeping someone in prison for that long. Trust me, I agree. That's why I made the gods promise to free her after the Titan War. Percy sighed. Fat lot of good that did. They found a loophole. Technically, letting her visit camp is freedom by their standards. Gods and their technicalities, I muttered. Percy studied me for a moment. Just, be careful. With Calypso, I mean. Careful how? Her curse isn't just physical imprisonment. Part of it compels her to fall for heroes who can never stay. It's a form of emotional torture designed by the gods. His voice was serious. I don't know if that aspect of the curse is still active, but... You think she doesn't really care about me? That it's just the curse? The thought stung more than I expected. Percy shook his head quickly. No, that's not what I meant. If anything, I'm worried about the opposite, that her feelings are real, and so are yours, and the curse will find a way to make it painful for both of you. I considered this. Well, then we just have to break the curse completely. Percy smiled slightly. You remind me of me sometimes, stubborn optimism in the face of impossible odds. Is that a bad thing? No, he conceded. It's actually saved the world a couple of times. We lapsed into comfortable silence, two sons of Poseidon contemplating a mountain named after gods who were technically our uncles and aunts. The mythological family tree was weird that way. Percy, I said eventually. About the prophecy. He tensed slightly. What about it? I've been thinking. Maybe it doesn't have to be about either of us dying. The fates aren't usually that generous with loopholes. Maybe not, but prophecies are all about interpretation, right? A single choice shall end his days. What if his days refers to someone else? Or what if end his days means ending a certain period of life, not life itself? Percy considered this. That's, actually not the worst theory I've heard. Annabeth has been trying to find alternative interpretations for years. I just want you to know, I said seriously, that whatever happens on this quest, I'm not competing with you for some prophetic death sentence. If I can find a way for both of us to come through this alive, I will. Percy met my gaze. Same here. Despite our rocky start, you're not just another demigod to me anymore. You're my brother. Weird, dimension-hopping, ninja brother, but still. I grinned. Brothers, then. And brothers look out for each other. Percy returned to bed shortly after, leaving me to finish my watch shift. As I stared out at Mount Olympus, I felt more determined than ever. We would succeed in our mission. We would save Konoha. We would free Calypso. And somehow, we would both survive the prophecy. The universe owed us that much, at least. Dawn brought clear skies and perfect hiking weather, almost suspiciously perfect. After a quick breakfast, we shouldered our packs and headed for the trailhead on the outskirts of town. Remember, most mortals climb Olympus for recreation, Annabeth reminded us. They have no idea about its true significance. The mist will hide any magical elements from them. So if we start fighting monsters, they'll see, what? Aggressive wildlife? I asked. Something like that, Percy confirmed. Bear attacks are popular mist cover stories. The early stages of the hike were pleasant, well-maintained trails winding through pine forests, with occasional glimpses of the towering peak above. Other hikers passed us going both directions, nodding friendly greetings. By midday, we'd made excellent progress, already beyond where most day hikers ventured. The trail grew steeper and less defined, but the chakra techniques I'd taught Percy and Annabeth were proving valuable. They moved with greater ease than regular hikers would have managed. The spring of the Niad should be just ahead, Annabeth said, consulting her map. In a grove of ancient trees. We left the main trail, following a barely visible path through dense underbrush. The air grew noticeably more humid, and the sound of flowing water reached us before we saw the spring itself. It was beautiful, a clear pool fed by water bubbling up from underground, surrounded by trees that had to be centuries old. Wildflowers grew in profusion around the water's edge, and butterflies danced in the dappled sunlight. "It doesn't look magical," Percy observed. "Just perfect." "That's often how the most magical places appear," Annabeth replied. "Natural beauty hiding divine power." I approached the spring cautiously. The water seemed to shimmer with subtle colors that shifted as I moved, blues, greens, and occasional flashes of something like silver. "So we just take some?" I asked. Percy knelt beside the pool. "Not quite. Water nymphs, naiads, guard springs like this. We should ask permission." He dipped his fingers in the water. "Hello? Anyone home?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then the surface of the pool rippled, and a face formed in the water, a young woman with features that flowed and changed like liquid. "Son of the sea god," her voice bubbled like the spring itself. "2 sons. Curious. We seek water from your spring," Percy said respectfully. "For a ritual of crossing." The Naiad's watery face turned toward me, studying me with eyes that were somehow both transparent and deeply penetrating. "You are not of this world," she observed. "Your essence is different." "I come from another dimension," I explained. "We need your water to open a passage back to my home." "A crossing ritual," the Naiad mused. "Dangerous magic. Forbidden by the gods for millennia." "We have their permission," Annabeth stepped forward. "Conditional, but granted." The Naiad laughed, the sound like water cascading over stones. "The gods change their minds like the tides change direction. Their permission today may be their punishment tomorrow. Will you help us?" I asked directly. The Naiad regarded me thoughtfully. "What will you offer in exchange?" I hesitated, unprepared for negotiation. Percy came to my rescue. "What about protection?" he suggested. "This spring is beautiful, but I sense it's not as powerful as it once was. Fewer people honor the old ways." The Naiad's expression turned sad. "True. My sisters and I fade as belief wanes. Our waters still flow, but our essence diminishes. What if we could strengthen it?" I proposed, an idea forming. "In my world, we have techniques for enhancing natural energy. I could show you how to draw more power from the land itself." The Naiad's interest was immediate. "You would teach us this magic?" "It's not exactly magic, but yes." I formed hand signs, channeling chakra visibly. Natural energy exists in all living things. With the right techniques, you can gather and store it. I demonstrated, drawing chakra from the surrounding forest into a visible aura around my hands, then directing it into the spring. The water glowed briefly, and the Naiad gasped in delight. "Such power! And it comes from the land itself?" "From everything, plants, animals, the earth." I released the technique. "I can teach you the basics before we leave." "Done," the Naiad agreed immediately. "Teach me this skill, and you may take water from my spring for your ritual." For the next hour, I instructed the Naiad in fundamental chakra gathering techniques, simplified versions of what Jiraiya had taught me about Sage Mode. To my surprise, she grasped the concepts quickly, her nature as an elemental spirit giving her an innate understanding of natural energy. "The water responds so readily," she marveled, causing the spring to glow with gathered energy. I had forgotten how it feels to be truly connected to all life. When we finished, she eagerly filled a crystal vial with water from the heart of her spring. "Divine water," she announced, presenting it to me. "Infused with new power. May it serve your crossing well." I thanked her sincerely, tucking the vial safely into my pack. "Visit again, sons of the sea god," the Naiad called as we prepared to leave. "And you, daughter of wisdom. Few mortals share knowledge as freely as you have." Back on the main trail, we continued our ascent. The first component secured, our spirits were high. That was impressive, Annabeth told me as we hiked. The way you taught her to gather energy. Sage techniques aren't usually so easy to teach, I admitted. But nature spirits probably have a head start on understanding that kind of energy. By late afternoon, the terrain had changed dramatically. The lush forests gave way to rocky slopes with sparse vegetation. The air grew thinner, and clouds occasionally enveloped us, limiting visibility. We should make camp soon, Percy suggested. The forge is still a few hours' climb, and I'd rather approach it in daylight. We found a relatively flat area sheltered by an overhanging rock and set up our small tent. As night fell, the temperature dropped rapidly, and we huddled around a small camp stove for warmth. So far, so good, Annabeth observed, sipping hot chocolate. One component down, 2 to go. Almost too easy, Percy said warily. Don't jinx it, I warned. Too late. A distant howl echoed across the mountainside, a sound that raised the hair on the back of my neck. What was that? I asked, reaching for my knives. Percy and Annabeth exchanged grim looks. Lycanthropes, Annabeth said quietly. Werewolves. And they're hunting. Percy doused our stove immediately. They can track by scent. We need to mask ours. How? I asked. Annabeth was already rummaging in her pack. I came prepared. She pulled out a small jar of foul-smelling paste. Centaur blood mixed with herbs. Disgusting but effective. We smeared the reeking mixture on our skin and clothes, trying not to gag. The howls grew closer, multiple voices now joining the first. Will this hide us completely? I whispered. No, Annabeth admitted. But it might confuse them long enough for us to plan. We can't outrun werewolves, Percy said grimly. Not even with chakra enhancement. I considered our options. What about water? Can you sense any nearby? Percy closed his eyes, concentrating. There's an underground stream about 50 yards that way. Too small for fighting, though. I'm not thinking about fighting, I explained quickly. Water carries scent away. If we can reach that stream and follow it up the mountain, we might shake them off our trail, Annabeth finished. It's worth a try. We packed quickly and silently, leaving the tent as a decoy. The howls were alarmingly close now, perhaps just a few minutes away. Percy led us to the underground stream, which emerged briefly from the mountainside as a small waterfall before disappearing back into the rocks. The water was ice-cold and fast-moving. We'll have to wade, he said. I can keep us dry, but it'll be slippery. Better than being werewolf chow, I replied. We slipped into the stream, Percy using his powers to create a bubble of dryness around each of us. The current was strong, forcing us to brace against rocks as we made our way upward. Behind us, the howls changed tone, the werewolves had found our abandoned camp. We moved faster, following the stream's twisting path up the mountain. For nearly an hour, we sloshed through the water, climbing ever higher. The stream led us through a narrow gorge, then widened into a series of small pools before continuing upward. I think we're losing them, Annabeth whispered hopefully. A growl from the rocks above proved her wrong. A massive shape leapt down, landing in the stream just ahead of us, a wolf the size of a bear, with glowing red eyes and slavering jaws. Back! Percy shouted, uncapping Riptide. The werewolf snarled, unimpressed by the glowing blade. Behind us, more howls indicated the rest of the pack was closing in. Split up. Annabeth ordered. They'll have to divide their forces. Percy and Annabeth broke right, scrambling up the steep bank. I went left, creating shadow clones as I climbed. The werewolf hesitated, then chose to follow me, the unfamiliar prey. My clones scattered in different directions, confusing the beast momentarily. I used the distraction to gain higher ground, leaping from boulder to boulder with chakra-enhanced speed. The werewolf recovered quickly, ignoring my clones and tracking my true scent with uncanny accuracy. It bounded after me, covering ground with terrifying speed. I reached a small clearing and turned to face it, drawing my celestial bronze knives. The werewolf slowed, circling me warily. "Come on, Fido," I taunted. "You wanted a chase, you got one." The werewolf lunged without warning, its massive jaws aiming for my throat. I dodged sideways, slashing with my knives as it passed. The bronze blades cut deep, drawing a howl of pain. But the werewolf was faster than I expected. It pivoted mid-leap and caught my leg with its claws, tearing through my jeans and into flesh. Pain blazed up my thigh as I stumbled backward. The beast pressed its advantage, driving me toward the edge of a steep drop. I channeled water chakra through my knives, extending their reach with glowing blue energy. When the werewolf pounced again, I met it head-on. My enhanced blade sliced through fur and muscle, but the creature's momentum carried us both over the edge of the cliff. We fell, grappling in midair. The werewolf's jaws snapped inches from my face as we tumbled down the rocky slope. I lost my grip on one knife, but managed to plunge the other deep into the beast's side. With a final howl, the werewolf dissolved into shadow, not the golden dust of monsters, but something darker, more primal. I hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the impact. Pain shot through my injured leg, and my shoulder felt dislocated from the fall. But I was alive. Catching my breath, I took stock of my surroundings. The fall had carried me into a different part of the mountain, a narrow ravine with steep walls rising on either side. Above, I could hear distant howls. The rest of the pack was still hunting. "Percy! Annabeth!" I called, then immediately regretted it as the sound echoed through the ravine, potentially alerting more werewolves to my location. No response came. We had been thoroughly separated. My leg was bleeding badly, the werewolf's claws having left deep gashes. I tore strips from my shirt to bind the wound, then swallowed a small piece of ambrosia from my pack. The godly food tasted like Ichiraku's ramen, a reminder of home that brought a lump to my throat. The pain receded slightly, but the injury was serious. I needed to find Percy and Annabeth, or at least continue toward our objective. Standing shakily, I oriented myself using the stars visible through the narrow gap above. The peak of Olympus was to the north, which meant a massive wave crashed over me without warning, sweeping me off my feet. But there was no water source nearby. How could? The world dissolved around me, reality twisting in impossible ways. I was falling, drowning, flying all at once. Colors swirled, sounds distorted, and my body felt simultaneously compressed and expanded. Then, abruptly, everything stopped. I lay on a beach, warm sand beneath me, gentle waves lapping at my feet. The air smelled of flowers and salt spray. Above me, stars shone in unfamiliar patterns. Forcing myself to sit up, I took in my surroundings. The beach stretched in both directions, meeting crystalline water that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Behind me, gardens terraced up a gentle slope, leading to a cave entrance illuminated by warm light. This wasn't Mount Olympus. This wasn't even Greece. "Impossible," I whispered. "Not impossible," a familiar voice replied. "Just highly improbable." I turned to find Calypso standing a few feet away, her caramel hair moving gently in the sea breeze, her eyes wide with surprise. "Naruto? How did you?" She trailed off, equally confused. "I don't know," I admitted. "I was on Olympus, fighting werewolves, and then the sea brought you here," she finished, understanding dawning on her face. "To Ogygia." "But you were at Camp Half-Blood," I protested. "On parole." Calypso shook her head. "I was. Until a few hours ago, when Zeus declared my visit complete. I was returned here without warning." Her voice held resigned bitterness. "The gods are not known for explaining their decisions." I tried to stand but collapsed as pain shot through my injured leg. Calypso rushed forward, kneeling beside me. "You're hurt," she observed, examining the makeshift bandage now soaked with blood. "Werewolf wounds. They resist normal healing." "It's fine," I said automatically. "I heal fast." "Perhaps, but lycanthrope venom will counteract even godly healing." She helped me to my feet, supporting my weight. "Come. My cave has supplies that can help." I limped alongside her, trying to process this impossible development. How did I get here? Ogygia is supposed to be unreachable except by shipwrecked heroes. "And yet here you are," Calypso said simply. "Neither shipwrecked nor following the usual pattern." Her cave was more like a comfortable home, spacious, with a loom in one corner, a hearth in the center, and cushioned benches along the walls. Herbs hung drying from the ceiling, filling the air with a pleasant aroma. Calypso helped me to a bench, then gathered various plants and jars from shelves carved into the rock walls. "This will hurt," she warned, removing my blood-soaked bandage. The wounds beneath were ugly, for parallel gashes that had already begun to blacken at the edges. "I've had worse," I assured her, though in truth, the pain was intense. Calypso worked silently, cleaning the wounds with a solution that burned like fire, then applying a poultice of crushed herbs that smelled strongly of mint and something earthier. As she worked, I studied her face, the concentration in her almond-shaped eyes, the slight furrow between her brows. "You're staring," she observed without looking up. "Sorry," I said, not entirely sorry. "It's just, this is all very strange." "Strange indeed." She began wrapping fresh bandages around my thigh. "In 3,000 years, no hero has ever arrived on Ogygia except by shipwreck, and none has ever returned once leaving." Her eyes met mine briefly. "You seem determined to break all the rules." "It's a talent," I admitted with a small smile. When she finished treating my leg, Calypso brought a cup of steaming liquid that smelled of honey and spices. "Drink," she instructed. "It will help with the pain and counteract the venom." I obeyed, surprised by the pleasant taste. Warmth spread through my body, and the throbbing in my leg subsided to a dull ache. "Thank you," I said sincerely. Calypso sat beside me, her expression troubled. "Naruto, your appearance here cannot be coincidence. Something, or someone, brought you to Ogygia deliberately." "Poseidon?" I suggested. "He's my father, after all." "Perhaps. Or perhaps." She hesitated. "The fates themselves." "You mean this is part of some plan? The prophecy?" "I don't know." She looked frustrated. "The gods have kept me isolated from their politics for millennia. I know only what shipwrecked heroes have told me, fragments of the outside world, pieces of prophecies and wars." I told her about our quest, the attack at Sounion, the spring of the Niads, the werewolf ambush that had separated me from Percy and Annabeth. "They must be worried sick," I concluded. "We were supposed to reach the forge tomorrow." "Time flows differently on Ogygia," Calypso explained gently. "Days here might be hours there, or vice versa. The island exists partially outside normal time." "Great," I muttered. "So I could be missing for weeks while they think I abandoned them." "I doubt it will be so extreme," she assured me. "But yes, time discrepancy is a concern." I stood, testing my injured leg. The pain had receded significantly thanks to Calypso's treatment. "I need to find a way back." "The quest cannot continue tonight," she interrupted firmly. "Your wounds need time to heal, even with my medicines. And..." She gestured toward the cave entrance, where dawn light was beginning to appear. "Morning comes. Rest now. We will seek answers after you've slept." I wanted to argue but found I couldn't. Exhaustion crashed over me like a wave, my body finally registering the cumulative effects of the werewolf attack, the fall, and the mysterious transportation to Ogygia. Calypso showed me to a comfortable bed in a small alcove of the cave. The mattress was softer than anything I'd slept on in either world. "Sleep," she said softly. "You're safe here." As I drifted into unconsciousness, my last thought was of Percy and Annabeth, somewhere on Mount Olympus, possibly still fighting for their lives. I had to find a way back to them, somehow. But first, apparently, I needed to sleep. I woke to birdsong and the distant sound of waves. Sunlight filtered through the cave entrance, creating patterns on the stone floor. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then it all came rushing back, the werewolf attack, the strange transportation, Ogygia, Calypso. My leg felt remarkably better. Examining the bandage, I saw no sign of blood seeping through. Experimentally, I stood and found I could put weight on the injured limb with only minor discomfort. Outside the cave, the island was even more beautiful in daylight. Gardens terraced down to the beach in a riot of colors, flowers I recognized from Camp Half-Blood's lessons on magical plants, and others I'd never seen before. The sea beyond was impossibly blue, stretching to a horizon that seemed both close and unreachable. I found Calypso tending to a bed of silver flowers, her hands moving with practiced grace as she pruned and watered. She wore a simple white dress that gleamed in the sunlight, her caramel hair braided over one shoulder. "Good morning," I called. She turned, smiling. "You're awake. How's the leg?" "Much better. Your medicine works wonders." "Moonlace helps," she nodded toward the silver flowers. "It has properties that counteract most venoms, especially those of magical origin." I joined her in the garden, careful not to disturb the neat rows of plants. "This place is amazing." "My prison," she reminded me, though without the bitterness I'd expected. "But yes, it has its beauty. The gods designed it that way, paradise with no escape." "About that," I began hesitantly. "Before I was transported here, we were working on a plan that might help free you permanently." Calypso's hands stilled. "You mentioned that at camp." "I didn't allow myself to hope then. Hope has been a cruel companion over the centuries. The ritual we're attempting to open a gateway to my world, it involves something called tears of exile. Annabeth believes it refers to someone like you, bound against their will, yearning for freedom. And you believe this ritual could break my curse?" Her voice was carefully neutral, but I caught the tiny spark of hope she was trying to suppress. "It's possible. The energies involved in crossing dimensions are similar to those binding you to Ogygia. If we could reverse engineer the process." She resumed her gardening, her movements slightly less precise than before. "Many heroes have promised to free me, Naruto. Percy extracted an oath from the gods themselves. Yet here I remain. I'm not just promising," I said, moving to stand directly in her line of sight. "I'm going to do it. That's my ninja way, I never go back on my word." Calypso met my gaze, studying me with those ancient, knowing eyes. "You truly believe that, don't you?" "I do." A small smile touched her lips. "Then I will try to believe it too." She handed me a watering can. "In the meantime, make yourself useful. These moonlaces won't tend themselves." We spent the morning in the garden, Calypso teaching me the names and properties of her magical plants. Many had healing abilities far beyond anything available in Konoha or Camp Half-Blood. Others could induce sleep, create illusions, or even manipulate time in limited ways. This one, she indicated a plant with clock-shaped leaves, can preserve food indefinitely. And this, she pointed to a vine with tiny blue flowers, accelerates healing when woven into bandages. "Your knowledge of these plants is incredible," I marveled. "The medical ninja in Konoha would go crazy for this stuff." 3,000 years provides ample time for horticultural experiments," she replied dryly. "Though I'd gladly trade half my knowledge for a single day of true freedom." After gardening, we moved to the beach. I was determined to find a way back to Mount Olympus, and the sea seemed the most likely connection. If the ocean brought me here, maybe it can take me back, I reasoned, wading into the shallows. Ogygia doesn't work that way, Calypso warned, watching from the shore. No hero leaves until the gods permit it. I'm not exactly a traditional hero, I reminded her. And I didn't arrive in the traditional way either. I focused on my connection to the sea, that familiar tugging sensation in my gut. The water responded eagerly, swirling around my legs like an affectionate pet. Poseidon, I said aloud. I know you can hear me. I need to return to my friends, to complete our quest. The waves continued their gentle rhythm, giving no sign that my divine father was listening. Maybe a more direct approach, I muttered, forming hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. A dozen clones appeared around me in the shallows. I directed them to spread out, swimming in different directions away from the island. What are you doing? Calypso asked. Testing the boundaries, I explained. Let's see how far they can get before something stops them. We watched as my clones swam outward. They made it perhaps half a mile before something strange happened. The water seemed to blur around them, and one by one, they reappeared near the shore, looking confused before dispelling. Some kind of spatial loop, I concluded. The island doesn't let anyone leave by conventional means. Calypso nodded. That's part of the enchantment. Ogygia exists in a pocket dimension, a bubble in the fabric of reality. There is no conventional path to or from the outside world. I rejoined her on the beach, frustrated but not defeated. Then we need an unconventional path. Calypso studied me curiously. You don't give up easily, do you? Not really in my nature, I admitted. Come, she said suddenly. There's something I want to show you. She led me to a part of the island I hadn't seen before, a steep cliff overlooking the western sea. At its base, partially hidden by rocks, was the entrance to a small cave. Few heroes stay long enough to discover this place, Calypso explained as we descended a narrow path. It's called the Echo Cave. The cave was cool and dark, extending deep into the cliff. As we ventured further, I noticed something unusual. Our footsteps echoed strangely, as if the sound were bouncing off walls much further away than the actual dimensions of the cave allowed. Listen, Calypso whispered. I held still, focusing on the ambient sounds. Beneath the normal cave echoes, I could hear voices. Distant, indistinct, but definitely voices, hundreds of them, layered over each other like a crowded marketplace heard from far away. What is that? I asked, keeping my voice low. Echoes from beyond Ogygia, Calypso explained. This cave somehow connects to other places, other times. I've spent centuries listening, trying to understand the patterns. I closed my eyes, concentrating on the voices. Most were unintelligible, but occasionally, a phrase would emerge clearly, the forge still burns. Must reach the summit before. Naruto, where are you? My eyes snapped open. That was Annabeth. I heard her. Calypso nodded, excitement visible even in the dim light. The cave responds to your presence, to your connections. It's stronger than I've ever heard it. I moved deeper into the cave, following the sound of my friends' voices. The echoes grew louder, more distinct. Can't just disappear. Percy's voice. The werewolves must have. Annabeth again. Have to continue without. Percy, sounding resigned. They think I'm gone, I realized. They're going to continue the quest without me. This could be our opportunity, Calypso said thoughtfully. If the Echo Cave is responding to you this strongly, perhaps we can use it. Use it how? As a bridge. Her eyes gleamed in the darkness. The cave has always been a weak point in Ogygia's barriers, a place where the island's isolation is thinnest. With your connection to the outside world, and your unique chakra, we might be able to open a temporary passage, I finished, understanding her thinking. But wouldn't the gods notice? Try to stop us? Possibly. But your arrival has already disrupted the normal patterns. And if the fates truly brought you here for a reason. She left the implication hanging. We retreated to the beach to plan. The sun was high overhead now, warming the sand and glinting off the impossibly blue sea. The ritual would require precise timing, Calypso explained, drawing diagrams in the sand. We'd need to coordinate with your friends on Mount Olympus. How? We can't exactly send them a message. She smiled mysteriously. Are you certain about that? From a pouch at her belt, Calypso produced a small seed. Hermes bloom. It grows only on Ogygia, a gift from Hermes himself during one of his rare visits. When planted in moonlight and fed with godly essence, it blooms into a flower that can carry a single message anywhere in this world. That's convenient, I remarked. Why haven't you used it before? It requires godly essence, ichor, the blood of the gods. I have none to give. She looked at me meaningfully. But you do. I'm only half god, I pointed out. Half is sufficient. A few drops of your blood, combined with seawater and moonlight, should activate the seed. That night, under a full moon that seemed impossibly large and bright, we performed the ritual. In a small hollow by the Echo Cave, Calypso planted the Hermes bloom seed in soil mixed with sand from the beach. Now, your blood, she instructed. Just a few drops. I pricked my finger with a knife and let several drops fall onto the planted seed. Calypso added seawater, then began to sing softly, an ancient melody in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. It spoke of journeys, of messages carried on the wind, of connections that transcended physical barriers. As she sang, the seed began to glow. Tiny roots spread visibly through the soil, and a stem pushed upward, growing at an accelerated pace. Within minutes, a flower had formed, a trumpet-shaped blossom that shimmered with an iridescent light. Quickly, Calypso urged. Speak your message into the flower. Be concise, it can carry only so many words. I leaned close to the glowing bloom. Percy, Annabeth. I'm on Ogygia with Calypso. Continue to the forge. We'll meet you at the halls of Echo at midnight tomorrow. Bring the components. We'll bring the tears of exile. The flower absorbed my words, its petals pulsing with each syllable. When I finished, it closed tightly, sealing the message inside. Now what? I asked. Now we send it. Calypso gently uprooted the flower, careful not to damage the delicate blossom. Hermes, swift one, messenger of gods, carry our words to those who seek the son of Poseidon on Olympus. She released the flower into the air. Instead of falling, it hovered momentarily, then shot upward like a rocket, disappearing into the night sky with a trail of golden light. Will it reach them? I asked anxiously. If the fates permit, Calypso replied. Now we prepare for our own journey. Over the next day, we gathered supplies for the attempted crossing, magical herbs from Calypso's garden, vials of seawater blessed under the moon, and strips of cloth woven from plants that could strengthen magical barriers or, in our case, help break them. My leg had healed completely thanks to Calypso's treatments and my own accelerated healing. We practiced focusing our combined energies, my chakra control and her ancient magic, creating resonances that might help breach Ogygia's barriers. As night fell again, we returned to the Echo Cave. The voices beyond seemed stronger now, more coherent. I could clearly hear Percy and Annabeth discussing their progress. Forge was guarded by automations. Got the fire, though it nearly burned through the container. Heading to the halls of Echo now. They made it, I said, relieved. They have the second component. Then it's time. Calypso had changed into practical clothes, pants, boots, and a light jacket, all woven from her magical plants. A small pack contained essential supplies. Around her neck hung a crystal vial containing a single teardrop, her contribution to the ritual. The tears of exile, she explained, catching my glance. Freely given, with hope rather than despair. In the deepest part of the cave, we set up our side of the ritual. Using crushed moonlace and phosphorescent algae, Calypso drew a complex pattern on the stone floor, a spiral containing symbols I recognized from ancient texts at Camp Half-Blood. "This is our anchor," she explained. "It will connect to the nexus point in the halls of Echo, if your friends have prepared correctly on their side. And if they haven't?" She met my eyes steadily. "Then the backlash could be unpleasant." Define unpleasant. Anything from being trapped between dimensions to complete molecular dissolution. "So, the usual stakes for a hero's quest," I quipped, trying to lighten the mood. Calypso almost smiled. The usual stakes indeed. As midnight approached, the voices from beyond grew louder, more distinct. I could hear Percy and Annabeth as clearly as if they stood beside us, setting up their own ritual in the halls of Echo. "Are you sure this will work without Naruto?" Percy's voice asked. "It has to," Annabeth replied. "His message said to proceed. He and Calypso will join us from their side." "If Calypso is with him, they're on Ogygia," Percy observed. "That explains his disappearance, but not how he got there." "Questions for later," Annabeth said practically. "The divine water goes here, in the center of the spiral." We mirrored their preparations, Calypso placing a bowl of blessed seawater in the center of our spiral. Around it, she arranged herbs and crystals in a pattern that matched the one being created miles away on Mount Olympus. "Now we wait for midnight," she said, checking the position of the moon visible through a crack in the cave ceiling. "Just a few more minutes." I knelt beside her at the edge of the spiral. "Calypso, if this works, if we break your curse." "When we break it," she corrected gently. "When we break it," I amended, "what will you do? Where will you go?" She was quiet for a moment, considering. "I don't know. 3,000 years of imagining freedom, yet I never allowed myself to plan concretely. It seemed too painful." She looked at me, her eyes reflecting the glowing pattern between us. "But I think I would like to see your world. Konoha sounds like a place where someone with my particular skills might be useful." My heart lifted unexpectedly. The thought of Calypso in Konoha, walking beside me through the village, meeting my friends, sharing her knowledge of healing plants with Sakura and Tsunade. "It's time," she whispered, interrupting my thoughts. The moon had reached its zenith, visible directly through the ceiling crack. We joined hands across the spiral, and Calypso began to chant in that ancient language again. Through the ethereal connection of the Echo Cave, I could hear Annabeth reciting similar words on Mount Olympus. The pattern between us began to glow, first faintly, then with increasing brightness. The water in the central bowl started to swirl of its own accord, rising into a miniature whirlpool. "Now your part," Calypso instructed. "Channel your chakra into the water, form the connection to your world." I closed my eyes and concentrated, visualizing Konoha as clearly as I could, the Hokage monument, the academy, the training grounds, Ichiraka Ramen. I pushed chakra through my hands into the swirling water, feeling it respond eagerly. The voices from beyond grew louder still. I could hear Percy contributing his own power to the ritual, the son of Poseidon's connection to water strengthening the nascent gateway. The whirlpool expanded, rising higher and taking on a translucent, door-like shape. Through it, indistinct at first but gradually clearing, I could see a cave much larger than ours, the halls of Echo on Mount Olympus. Two familiar figures stood on the other side, Percy and Annabeth, their faces illuminated by a similar watery portal. "It's working." Annabeth's voice came through clearly. "Naruto. Calypso. We can see you. We're coming through." I called back. Calypso removed the vial from around her neck and poured her tear into our whirlpool. On the other side, Annabeth added something to theirs, presumably the fire from Hephaestus's forge. The portal flared blindingly bright. The cave shook, dust and small stones raining from the ceiling. "Now!" Calypso shouted. "We have to go now." Still holding her hand, I leapt forward into the whirlpool. The sensation was indescribable, like being unmade and remade simultaneously, stretched across an impossible distance yet compressed to a single point. Then we were falling, tumbling out of the watery portal onto the hard stone floor of the halls of Echo. Naruto. Percy was at my side immediately, helping me up. You made it. Annabeth was supporting Calypso, who looked disoriented but intact. Both of you made it. I can't believe it worked. Believe it, I grinned, using my favorite phrase. Our celebration was short-lived. The portal behind us was fluctuating wildly, expanding and contracting like a living thing in pain. The entire cave shook more violently. Something's wrong, Annabeth warned. The gateway is destabilizing. It's the curse, Calypso realized, her face pale. It's fighting back against my escape. The portal's color changed from blue to an angry red. Tendrils of energy lashed out like whips, striking the cave walls and leaving scorched marks. We need to close it, Percy decided. Before it collapses completely. No. I protested. This is our way to Konoha. Calypso caught my arm. He's right, Naruto. An unstable gateway is worse than none at all. It could connect to anywhere, or nowhere. With a heavy heart, I nodded. Together, Percy and I approached the chaotic portal. As sons of Poseidon, we had the best chance of controlling the water-based gateway. On 3, Percy suggested. We pull our power back, force it to collapse inward. I nodded. 1. 2. Percy continued. 3, we shouted together. We made a simultaneous pulling motion, drawing the energy of the portal back toward us. For a moment, it resisted, the raging vortex fighting our control. Then, with a sound like a massive wave crashing against cliffs, it imploded. The shockwave knocked all 4 of us off our feet. When the dust settled, the portal was gone, leaving only a scorch mark on the cave floor. Well, Percy said after a moment of stunned silence. That could have gone better. Annabeth helped Calypso to her feet. Are you okay? Do you feel different? Calypso closed her eyes, concentrating. The curse, it's still there, but weaker. Changed somehow. She opened her eyes, wonder spreading across her face. I'm not bound to return to Ogygia. I can feel it, that compulsion is gone. Partially free, then, Annabeth concluded. The ritual didn't completely break the curse, but it modified it. Good enough for now, I decided, though disappointment sat heavy in my chest. Our gateway to Konoha was gone, along with our carefully gathered components. What happened to you? Percy asked, helping me gather our scattered supplies. 1 minute you were with us on the mountain, the next you vanished. I explained about the werewolf attack, the mysterious transportation to Ogygia, and our plan to use the Echo Cave's properties to break through. It was ingenious, Annabeth admitted. Using the natural resonance between similar locations in different dimensions. Calypso deserves the credit, I said. She understood how to manipulate the island's barriers. 3,000 years of studying my prison had to be good for something, Calypso remarked dryly. Outside the cave, dawn was breaking over Mount Olympus. The view was breathtaking, Greece spread out below us, the Aegean Sea glinting in the distance. So what now? Percy asked the question on everyone's mind. We lost our gateway to Konoha. We try again, I said firmly. Find another nexus point, gather new components. The summer solstice is in 3 days, Annabeth reminded us. Zeus's deadline. Then we work fast, I insisted. There has to be another way. Calypso had been silent, gazing out at the sunrise. Now she turned to us, her expression thoughtful. Perhaps there is. The ritual was working before the instability. The connection to Konoha was forming, I could feel it. But the components are used up, Percy pointed out. The divine water, the forge fire, your tear. Not all tears of exile are mine, Calypso said mysteriously. And perhaps we were thinking too literally about the other components. What do you mean? Annabeth asked. Divine water doesn't have to come from a spring. It could be created by divine power. She looked meaningfully at Percy and me. Two sons of Poseidon should be able to infuse regular water with enough divine energy to substitute. And the forge fire? I questioned. Annabeth's eyes lit up with understanding. It's the essence that matters, not the physical flame. Fire represents transformation, purification. There are other ways to embody that. Like what? Like this, Percy drew Riptide, the celestial bronze gleaming in the morning light. Forged in Hephaestus's workshops, blessed by multiple gods. It carries the essence of divine fire within its metal. Hope rekindled in my chest. So we could try again. Create a new gateway. Not here, Calypso cautioned. This nexus point is too unstable now. We'd need another location, one with similar properties but without the recent damage. I might know a place, Annabeth said thoughtfully. The Temple of Poseidon at Sounion. It's built on a natural convergence point, not as powerful as Olympus, but potentially strong enough with you three amplifying it. Sounion, Percy nodded. Makes sense. Dad's power would be strongest there. It's a 3-day journey back to Sounion, I pointed out. We'd barely make Zeus's deadline. Then we'd better get moving, Annabeth decided. No time to waste. The descent from Mount Olympus was considerably faster than our climb had been. With the immediate quest objectives either accomplished or rendered moot, we focused solely on speed. My chakra enhancement techniques proved invaluable, allowing us to cover ground that would normally take experienced hikers a full day in just hours. By nightfall, we had reached Litakoro, the town at the base of the mountain. Exhausted but determined, we found rooms at the same hotel as before and collapsed into much-needed sleep. The next morning brought a stroke of luck. A group of American tourists was departing for Athens in a chartered bus, and Annabeth persuaded them to let us join for a modest fee. The journey was uncomfortable but efficient, delivering us to Athens by evening. We spent the night in a small hostel near the Acropolis, planning our approach to the ritual at Sounion. Calypso proved invaluable, her centuries of magical knowledge filling gaps in Annabeth's research. The key is synergy, she explained, sketching diagrams on hostel stationery. The three components, divine water, transformative fire, and exile's essence, must resonate at exactly the right frequency to pierce the dimensional barrier. And we'll be aiming specifically for Konoha? I asked. Calypso nodded. Your connection to your home world will guide the gateway. The stronger your visualization, the more precise the connection. What about you? Percy asked her. Will attempting this affect your curse? Calypso considered the question. I don't know. The partial freedom I've gained might be enhanced or reversed. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Her courage impressed me. After 3,000 years of imprisonment, she was risking what freedom she'd gained to help me return home. If the curse tries to reclaim you, I said firmly, we'll fight it. I'm not leaving you behind. The look she gave me made my heart skip a beat, gratitude mixed with something deeper, something I wasn't quite ready to name. The final day of our journey dawned bright and clear. We hired a taxi to take us to Sounion, the driver recognizing Percy and me from our previous visit. Back to see Temple again? Stavros asked cheerfully. Very popular this week. His comment made us exchange wary glances. Popular with whom? We got our answer upon arriving at the Temple of Poseidon. The site was crawling with tourists, yes, but among them, I spotted figures that didn't quite fit, a maintenance worker whose eyes reflected light like a cat's, a tour guide whose shadow moved independently of her body, a family of 4 whose skin occasionally rippled as if hiding something beneath. Monsters, Percy muttered. Disguised by the mist. They've been waiting for us, Annabeth concluded. But they're not attacking. Why? Because they're not here for us, Calypso said suddenly, her voice tight. They're here for me. As if on cue, the disguised monsters turned toward our group, their attention focusing on Calypso. The daughter of Atlas walks free, hissed the tour guide, her form flickering to reveal scaled skin beneath the human disguise. The exile escapes her punishment. This is bad, Percy uncapped Riptide, causing nearby tourists to blink in confusion, seeing perhaps an umbrella or a walking stick. If they alert the gods before we complete the ritual, then we don't give them the chance, I decided, forming hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 copies of me appeared, causing genuine confusion among both monsters and mortals. The mist worked overtime, probably convincing the tourists they were seeing a flash mob or street performers. Get to the temple, I instructed the others. I'll hold them off. Not alone, Percy insisted, standing beside me with Riptide ready. Both of you go, Annabeth ordered. Calypso and I will prepare the ritual. When it's ready, I'll signal. We split up, Percy and I facing the gathering monsters while Annabeth and Calypso hurried toward the temple ruins. My shadow clones spread out, creating chaos and drawing attention away from the women. The first monster to attack was the maintenance worker, dropping his human disguise to reveal a Laestrygonian giant. He swung a massive wrench like a club, aiming for Percy's head. Percy ducked and slashed with Riptide, cutting a deep gash in the giant's leg. I followed up with a Rasengan to the chest, sending the monster flying backward into a souvenir stand. Nice move, Percy acknowledged. You too. More monsters converged, Dracini with serpent tails instead of legs, and Pauzai with mismatched bronze and donkey legs, and a creature that looked like a cross between a lion and a scorpion. My shadow clones engaged multiple opponents, buying us time. Percy and I fought back to back, his sword and my chakra-enhanced knives creating a deadly perimeter. When monsters got past our physical attacks, I used water jutsu to blast them backward, and Percy manipulated the sea below to send waves crashing over the temple plateau. The mortal tourists fled in panic, probably seeing some natural disaster instead of a battle between demigods and monsters. Good, fewer innocents in the crossfire. Naruto. Annabeth's voice called from the temple. Percy. Now. We disengaged from the fight, creating a final distraction with a massive wave that swept across the temple approach. Racing through the columns, we found Annabeth and Calypso in the center of the ruins, a ritual circle already prepared on the ancient stone. Hurry, Calypso urged. They're coming. The four of us took positions around the circle. At its center sat a bowl of seawater, a celestial bronze knife, contributed by Annabeth in place of Percy's sword, which he needed for fighting, and a small vial containing a tear, not from Calypso this time, but from Annabeth. Tears of exile come in many forms, Calypso had explained earlier. Annabeth's separation from her family, her early years on the run, her essence carries its own yearning for home. As monsters surrounded the temple, we began the ritual. Percy and I channeled our power into the seawater, infusing it with divine energy until it glowed with inner light. Annabeth placed the bronze knife in the transformed water, reciting ancient Greek phrases that caused the metal to heat and steam. Calypso completed the circle, adding her tear to Annabeth's in the small vial, then pouring the combined liquid into the energized water. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. A column of light shot upward from the bowl, expanding into a swirling vortex similar to what we created in the halls of Echo, but more stable, more controlled. Through the vortex, an image began to form, trees taller than any in this world, a mountain with faces carved into its side, buildings with distinctively Eastern architecture. Konoha, I breathed. It worked. The monsters reached the inner temple, snarling and hissing as they approached our circle. One brave or foolish Dracena lunged forward, only to be repelled by the energy field surrounding our ritual. The gateway is forming, Calypso announced. But it's not yet stable enough to cross. We need more power. Take mine, Percy offered immediately. And mine, Annabeth added. No, I shook my head. You need your strength to get back to Camp Half-Blood. Besides. I grinned, forming a familiar hand sign. I've got plenty to spare. I created 5 shadow clones, positioning them around our circle. Each began channeling chakra into the ritual, the combined energy causing the vortex to expand and stabilize further. The image of Konoha grew clearer, more solid. I could make out individual buildings now, people moving in the streets. Home, so close I could almost touch it. It's ready, Calypso announced. We can cross now. I turned to Percy and Annabeth. Come with us. Just for a visit. You'd love Konoha, and everyone there would be amazed by you. They exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. We can't, Percy said regretfully. The prophecy, it's still hanging over us. We need to return to camp, prepare for whatever's coming. Besides, Annabeth added with a small smile, someone needs to explain to Chiron why we're bringing Calypso back without proper permission. I understood, though disappointment tugged at me. These two had become true friends in the short time I'd known them, comrades I would have trusted with my life in any battle. Then I guess this is goodbye. For now, I added firmly. I'll find a way back to visit. Believe it. Percy clasped my arm in a warrior's grip. Take care of yourself, brother. And remember, prophecies have a way of finding you, no matter which dimension you're in. I'll keep that in mind, I promised. Annabeth hugged me briefly. Tell your friends about us. Especially that Sakura girl, she sounds like someone I'd get along with. She'd probably challenge you to a sparring match within 5 minutes of meeting you, I laughed. The gateway pulsed, a reminder that time was limited. The monsters outside our protective circle were growing bolder, testing the energy barrier with increasing determination. You should go, Percy urged. We'll hold them off, give you time to get through safely. I nodded, turning to Calypso. Ready? She took a deep breath, gazing around at the world she'd been part of for 3,000 years. Ready. Hand in hand, we stepped toward the vortex. At the last moment, I looked back at Percy and Annabeth. The prophecy, I called. Don't assume it means death. Sometimes endings are just new beginnings. With that final piece of ninja wisdom, I pulled Calypso through the shimmering gateway. The sensation was like diving into cool water, then suddenly emerging into warm sunlight. Colors blurred, sound distorted, and then, solid ground beneath our feet. The familiar sounds of village life. The unmistakable scent of Konoha's forests mixed with ramen from Ichiraku's stand. We'd made it. Home. Standing on the hillside overlooking the hidden leaf village, I watched Calypso's face as she took in her first view of my world. Her eyes widened with wonder at the towering trees, the distinctive architecture, the Hokage monument watching over everything. It's beautiful, she breathed. So vibrant, so alive. Wait until you meet everyone, I grinned. Come on. Taking her hand, I led her down the path toward the village gates. The 2 eternal guards, Izumo and Kotetsu, spotted us approaching and stood at attention. Naruto. Izumo called. You're back. And you brought company, Kotetsu added, eyeing Calypso curiously. This is Calypso, I introduced her. She's from very far away. Is Tsunade-chan in her office? I need to report immediately. She's there, Kotetsu confirmed. And she left standing orders to send you directly to her when you returned. As we walked through the village streets, I pointed out landmarks to Calypso, the academy, the training grounds, my favorite ramen stand. People called out greetings, welcoming me back, staring curiously at my companion with her otherworldly grace. They're so welcoming, Calypso observed. Even to a stranger. Konoha is special that way, I agreed proudly. Though wait until they find out you're over 3,000 years old. That might raise some eyebrows. She laughed, the sound drawing even more curious glances. I think I'll keep that detail to myself for now. At the Hokage Tower, we were ushered immediately into Tsunade's office. The fifth Hokage looked up from her paperwork, relief briefly softening her usually stern features. About time, brat, she greeted me. It's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I exclaimed. I was only gone a few days. Time differences between dimensions, Calypso murmured. Just as I feared. Tsunade's sharp eyes assessed Calypso. And who might this be? I introduced Calypso properly, explaining her unique situation in broad strokes, daughter of a titan, magical healer, formerly imprisoned on an enchanted island. I left out the exact details of her age and her connection to Percy, sensing those complications could wait. A healer with knowledge of magical plants. Tsunade looked intrigued. That could be useful. But first, report. What happened in the other dimension? Did you learn to control your Poseidon powers? I gave her the condensed version of my adventure, Camp Half-Blood, meeting Percy, the prophecy, our quest to Mount Olympus, and finally, the ritual that brought us home. I emphasized the threat posed by Orochimaru, both the one from our world and his counterpart from the other dimension. 2 Orochimarus, Tsunade massaged her temples. As if one wasn't enough of a headache. And you believe they're collaborating somehow? It seems likely, I confirmed. The attacks here coincided too perfectly with events in the other world. What of this prophecy? Tsunade asked sharply. The one that supposedly targets either you or this Percy person. I shifted uncomfortably. It's complicated. Something about a choice that ends days, preserving or raising Olympus. But prophecies are tricky, they never mean exactly what they seem to. Tsunade didn't look satisfied, but she moved on. And the dimensional gateway? Could others follow you through? We closed it behind us, Calypso assured her. Though with the knowledge we now possess, it could theoretically be reopened. Theoretically is good enough for now. Tsunade stood, coming around her desk to examine me more closely. Your chakra feels different. Stronger, but also more controlled. The training was beneficial, it seems. I can do this now, I demonstrated, pulling moisture from the air to form a perfect sphere of water above my palm, then freezing it instantly into crystal clear ice. Tsunade nodded approvingly. Impressive. You'll need to work with Kakashi to integrate these new abilities into your combat style. She turned to Calypso. As for you, I'd like Sakura to show you our medical facilities. Your knowledge of healing plants could be valuable, particularly against these monsters that have been appearing. I would be honored, Calypso replied with a slight bow. My gardens on Ogygia contained many species with properties effective against mythological creatures. If any similar plants exist in your world, I could identify them. Tsunade seemed pleased with this response. Good. For now, Naruto can help you get settled. Tomorrow, we'll begin proper integration and planning. As we left the Hokage Tower, the afternoon sun was casting long shadows across the village. Despite my earlier boundless energy, exhaustion was finally catching up to me. Dimensional travel apparently took a toll, even on someone with my stamina. You can stay at my place tonight, I offered Calypso. It's not much, but, Naruto. A familiar voice interrupted me. I turned to see Sakura running toward us, her pink hair unmistakable even at a distance. She crashed into me with a hug that nearly knocked me over. You idiot. 2 weeks without a word. We thought you might be stuck in that other dimension forever. Missed you too, Sakura-chan, I wheezed as she released me. Her green eyes immediately focused on Calypso. And who's this? I made introductions again, watching with amusement as Sakura's initial wariness transformed into professional interest when she learned of Calypso's healing expertise. You have to tell me everything, Sakura insisted, linking arms with both of us. About the other world, these demigod powers, all of it. And Calypso, I want to hear about these magical plants. Could they work here? Do they require special cultivation? Her barrage of questions continued as we walked to Ichiraku's for a welcome home meal. By the time we'd finished our ramen, Calypso's first, which she declared delicious, a small crowd of my friends had gathered, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and even Sasuke, trying to look uninterested but clearly curious. Night had fallen by the time we finally escaped the reunion. I showed Calypso to my apartment, apologizing for its modest size and slight messiness. "It's perfect," she assured me, looking around with genuine interest at my simple furnishings, the plants on my windowsill, the photos of Team 7 on the wall. After Ogygia's unchanging perfection, there's something wonderful about a real home with signs of actual living. I made up the bed for her, insisting I'd take the couch. As we prepared for sleep, a comfortable silence fell between us, the kind that comes only with complete trust. "Are you happy to be back?" Calypso asked finally, sitting on the edge of the bed. "More than I can say," I admitted. "Though I'll miss Percy and Annabeth. They became good friends, even with the whole prophecy competition thing." "They'll be fine," Calypso said with quiet confidence. "Those two have survived more than most demigods face in a lifetime." I nodded, though worry still nagged at me. "I hope so." The prophecy seemed pretty serious. "Prophecies work differently than most expect," Calypso reminded me. "Often, the most obvious interpretation is deliberately misleading." "That's what I told Percy," I agreed. "I just hope he remembers it when the moment comes." Calypso studied me in the dim light. "You've changed, you know. Since I first met you at Camp Half-Blood." "Changed how?" "You're more centered. More aware of your power, but also more thoughtful about using it." She smiled softly. "The ninja and the demigod parts of you are in better harmony." I considered this. I guess I had to figure out how to be both. I couldn't just be one or the other. "Exactly." Her voice held approval. "That integration of seemingly contradictory aspects is rare and valuable." "What about you?" I asked, changing the subject. "Any regrets about leaving your world behind?" Calypso shook her head. "Ogygia was never truly my world. It was my prison, beautiful as it was." She gazed out my window at the starry sky above Konoha. "This feels more like freedom than anything I've known in 3 millennia." The simple sincerity of her words touched something deep inside me. On impulse, I crossed the room and took her hand. "Tomorrow, I'll show you everything, the whole village, the forests, the training grounds. And then we'll help Tsunade figure out how to deal with this Orochimaru situation." "I'd like that," she replied, squeezing my hand gently. As I settled onto the couch later, listening to Calypso's soft breathing from the bedroom, I found myself thinking of Percy and Annabeth again. What were they facing now, back in their world? Had they returned safely to Camp Half-Blood? Was the prophecy already unfolding? Part of me wished I could be there to help them face whatever came. But another part knew my place was here, in Konoha, protecting my village, integrating my new powers with my ninja training, helping Calypso build her new life. 2 worlds, both needing heroes. And somehow, I'd become connected to both. As sleep finally claimed me, my last thought was a silent promise to Percy, my brother across dimensions: whatever comes, face it with everything you are. Shinobi and demigod, ninja and son of Poseidon. The impossible just means trying harder. I'd found my balance between worlds. Now it was his turn to find his. Chapter 3, Sage of the Maelstrom. I woke up to the sound of explosions. Jumping to my feet, I rushed to the window of my apartment. Smoke billowed from the eastern side of the village, near the main gate. Red emergency flares shot into the sky, their message clear: Konoha was under attack. "Naruto?" Calypso appeared in the bedroom doorway, her caramel hair disheveled from sleep. "What's happening?" "Trouble." I grabbed my gear and strapped on my weapon pouches. Stay here where it's safe. She gave me a look that could have frozen lava. I've survived 3,000 years of gods and monsters. I'm coming with you. No time to argue. We sprinted down the stairs and into the chaos of the streets. Civilians rushed toward the evacuation shelters while shinobi leapt across rooftops toward the source of the attack. Another explosion rocked the village, closer this time. I grabbed Calypso and jumped to a nearby roof for a better view. What I saw made my blood run cold. Massive creatures prowled through the destroyed gates of Konoha, things that didn't belong in this world. A hydra snapped its multiple heads at defending shinobi. Paozai with flaming hair darted between buildings, setting fires. And directing them all was a pale figure with long black hair who looked disturbingly like our world's Orochimaru. They found a way through, I growled. The dimensional barrier's been breached. How? Calypso's eyes widened. We closed the gateway behind us. They must have created their own. I formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen clones popped into existence and scattered toward different parts of the village to assess the damage and help civilians. Naruto. A voice called from below. Sakura landed beside us in a crouch, her gloves already smeared with blood from healing the injured. Thank goodness you're here. These creatures, our weapons barely hurt them. They're not from our world, I explained quickly. You need celestial bronze or godly power to take them down permanently. Great. Sakura blew a strand of pink hair from her face. And where exactly are we supposed to get those? I grinned and drew my celestial bronze knives. Got you covered. Calypso stepped forward. I can help with the wounded. I know these creatures and their venom. Sakura nodded gratefully. The field hospital's behind the academy. Tsunade-sama is coordinating from there. I'll take her, I created another shadow clone. You and I are heading to the front line. As my clone escorted Calypso toward the hospital, Sakura and I raced toward the village gates. Along the way, we passed scenes of battle, Konoha shinobi fighting desperately against monsters they had no experience with. My former classmates were adapting quickly, though. I spotted Shikamaru using his shadow technique to immobilize a group of Dracini while Choji, enlarged to giant size, smashed them with his fists. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei appeared beside us, his Sharingan eye exposed. These things regenerate when we cut them down. Even my Chidori only slows them. Use this. I handed him one of my bronze knives. Aim for vital spots, they'll turn to dust when killed properly. Kakashi studied the blade briefly, then nodded. Eastern gate is secure, but they're breaking through the northern wall now. Tsunade has ordered all Jonin to create a defensive perimeter around the civilian sectors. What about Orochimaru? I asked. Headed for the Hokage monument. Sasuke's engaging him, but another explosion cut him off, this one directly above us. A chunk of the Hokage monument, right around the third's nose, crumbled away. Go, Kakashi urged. We'll handle the monsters. Sakura and I exchanged glances. I'll catch up, she promised. The wounded need me first. I nodded and charged my feet with chakra, sprinting up the side of the nearest building and leaping toward the monument. As I approached, I could see Sasuke engaging in a furious battle with the Orochimaru doppelganger. Lightning crackled around Sasuke's blade as he struck, but Orochimaru merely laughed, his body bending inhumanly to avoid each attack. Ah, the other son of Poseidon arrives, Orochimaru called out, spotting me. His voice had that same uncanny multilayered quality I remembered from Kronos. Just in time to witness the merging of worlds. I landed beside Sasuke, who shot me an irritated glance. About time you showed up, Dobe. Miss me, team. I grinned, drawing my remaining knife. What's his deal? He's not our Orochimaru, Sasuke growled. This one talks about gods and magic instead of jutsu. And he's looking for something in the monument. Orochimaru's lipless mouth stretched into a grotesque smile. Not something, someone. I needed a vessel strong enough to contain a god's essence. Your friend here was my first choice, with his lovely Sharingan eyes, but you'll do just as well, son of Poseidon. Not happening. I channeled water chakra through my bronze knife, extending its reach with a glowing blue blade. Ready, Sasuke. He snorted. I was handling it. Sure you were. We attacked simultaneously, Sasuke from the left with his lightning-charged sword, me from the right with my chakra-enhanced knife. Orochimaru weaved between our strikes with inhuman flexibility, but I caught a glimpse of surprise in his yellow snake-like eyes when my blade nicked his arm. Unlike Sasuke's attacks, which he seemed to shrug off, the celestial bronze drew a hiss of pain. Interesting weapon, he commented, suddenly more wary. A gift from your divine father, perhaps. Camp Half-Blood's forge, I corrected, pressing my advantage. Not that you'll get a chance to visit. We fell into a rhythm, Sasuke and I pushing Orochimaru back with coordinated attacks. Growing up as rivals had its advantages, we knew each other's moves instinctively. But Orochimaru wasn't fighting at full strength. He kept glancing toward the monument behind him, as if waiting for something. You're stalling, Sasuke accused, apparently noticing the same thing. Why? The snake-like smile returned. Because, dear Sasuke, the ritual is already complete. The ground began to rumble beneath our feet. A crack appeared in the Hokage monument, splitting the stone face of the first Hokage down the middle. Light spilled from within, not sunlight, but something colder, more ancient. What did you do? I demanded. Created a proper gateway between worlds, Orochimaru replied smugly. The first Hokage's cells, infused with your blood from the hospital archives, combined with the essence of my own divine mother, Hecate. A perfect bridge. The crack widened, the light intensifying. Through it, I caught glimpses of another place, a dark throne room with braziers of Greek fire casting green shadows. Kronos will be pleased, Orochimaru continued. 2 worlds to conquer instead of 1. And when your camp Half-Blood falls, there will be no safe haven for demigods in any dimension. Not if I close it first. I formed the Rasengan in my palm, the blue energy spiraling violently. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The backlash could destroy half your precious village. I hesitated, Rasengan still swirling. If he was telling the truth. The moment of hesitation cost me. Orochimaru's neck extended impossibly, his head shooting forward with fangs bared. I dodged, but not quickly enough, the fangs sank into my shoulder, injecting what felt like liquid fire into my veins. Naruto! Sasuke shouted. I staggered back, the Rasengan dissipating as my concentration broke. The venom spread rapidly, numbing my arm. Godly poison, Orochimaru's head retracted to his body. Even your accelerated healing won't save you. Unless. Unless what? I growled, fighting to stay upright as my vision blurred. Unless you embrace your divine heritage fully, Orochimaru suggested. Half-bloods who accept their godly nature can survive what would kill mortals. But you've been resisting, haven't you? Trying to remain just a shinobi. He was right. Despite learning to use my Poseidon powers, I'd been treating them as separate from my ninja abilities, an add-on rather than an integral part of who I was. Sasuke moved protectively in front of me, Sharingan spinning. Whatever you're trying to do, it won't work. It already has. Orochimaru gestured toward the growing rift in the monument. The gateway opens. Kronos' forces will pour through, and neither world will stand against. He was cut off by a massive tremor that shook the entire mountain. But this wasn't coming from the crack in the monument. This came from below, from the ground, from the very water table beneath Konoha. The lake near the village surged upward in a massive column, rising higher than the tallest buildings. Nearby streams and rivers changed direction, flowing uphill toward the monument. Even the moisture in the air seemed to condense, gathering like storm clouds. And at the center of this impossible phenomenon stood two figures, a tall teenage boy with sea-green eyes and a girl with curly blonde hair and a determined expression. Percy. Annabeth. I couldn't believe my eyes. How, turns out, Percy called up to us, his voice carrying over the roar of water, gods don't like people messing with dimensional barriers. Who knew? Orochimaru hissed in frustration. Jackson. Always interfering. Percy grinned, but there was steel behind it. That's kind of my thing. With a gesture, he sent the column of water crashing toward us, or more specifically, toward Orochimaru. The snake man leapt aside, but the water changed direction mid-air, following him like a living thing. While Orochimaru dodged Percy's attack, Annabeth reached my side, pulling something from her pack. Drink this, she ordered, pressing a flask to my lips. Nectar. It should counteract the venom. The godly drink tasted like Ichiraku's ramen, just as it had at camp. Warmth spread from my stomach, pushing back the numbing cold of Orochimaru's poison. How are you here? I asked as strength returned to my limbs. The god sent us, Annabeth explained quickly. When they realized what was happening, a forced gateway between worlds, they decided to intervene rather than risk Kronos gaining a foothold in a new dimension. Poseidon transported us directly, Percy added, joining us after driving Orochimaru back with his water attacks. Said something about cleaning up family business. Sasuke, who had been silently processing the appearance of these strangers, finally spoke. You're from the other world. The one Naruto visited. Percy sized him up. And you must be Sasuke. Naruto mentioned you. Said you were his best friend and biggest pain in the ass. Despite the dire situation, a hint of a smirk crossed Sasuke's face. Sounds about right. Touching reunion, Orochimaru called from where he'd regrouped near the rift. But futile. The gateway is fully formed now. Nothing can close it from this side. He was right, the crack had widened into a proper portal, large enough for someone to walk through. The cold light from within pulsed like a heartbeat. We need to close it from both sides simultaneously, Annabeth said, her strategic mind already working on the problem. Percy and Naruto on this side, me on the other. That's suicide, Sasuke objected. You'd be trapped in the other dimension. Not if we time it right, Annabeth argued. A synchronized collapse would create a momentary safe passage back. It's too dangerous, Percy protested. Annabeth gave him a look that somehow conveyed both irritation and affection. We don't have time to debate this. I'm the only one who understands the magical architecture well enough to destabilize it properly. Before anyone could stop her, she sprinted toward the rift. Orochimaru moved to intercept her, but Sasuke blocked his path, Sharingan blazing. Your fight is with me, he declared, electricity crackling down his blade. Percy and I exchanged glances. Together, he suggested. I nodded. Let's show this snake what two sons of Poseidon can do. We focused on our connection to water, that familiar tug in the gut that I now understood was my divine heritage calling. The response was immediate and overwhelming, all the water Percy had gathered, combined with what I pulled from the air and ground, swirling around us in a massive vortex. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he sensed the power building. He abandoned his fight with Sasuke and lunged for the rift, clearly intending to escape. Oh no you don't. Percy and I shouted simultaneously. The vortex collapsed inward, then exploded outward as a wave of pure force. It hit Orochimaru mid-leap, sending him flying into the stone face of the fourth Hokage, my father. Appropriate. But he wasn't finished. Orochimaru peeled himself from the cracked stone, his body distorting grotesquely as he shed his damaged outer skin. What emerged was even less human, scales covering half his face, his limbs elongated and reptilian. Demigod tricks, he spat. My mother was Hecate, goddess of magic. Do you really think water can defeat me? Probably not, I admitted. But I'm not just a demigod. I formed the cross-shaped hand sign that had become my signature. I'm a shinobi of Konoha. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The mountaintop filled with hundreds of orange-clad clones. Orochimaru faltered, clearly not expecting this level of duplication. And that's not all, I continued, my clones beginning to gather chakra. I'm also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I felt Kurama's power surge through me, the familiar red chakra mixing with my own blue energy. But there was something different this time, a third energy joining the mix. The power of the sea, of storms, of earthquakes. My Poseidon heritage. The three energies swirled together, creating something new. My body glowed with a strange aura, part golden chakra cloak, part sea-green divine energy. The air around me seemed to vibrate, and small stones levitated from the ground. Storm Sage Mode, I named it instinctively. Percy stared in amazement. Okay, that's definitely not something I can do. Orochimaru took a step back, real fear flashing across his reptilian features. Impossible. No mortal body can channel that much power. Watch me. I moved faster than I ever had before, appearing in front of Orochimaru in a flash that even Sasuke's Sharingan struggled to track. My fist connected with his chest, enhanced by all three energies. The impact created a shockwave that cracked the stone beneath us. Orochimaru flew backward, crashing through the rift and into the throne room beyond. I turned to Percy. Help Annabeth close that gateway. I'm going after him. Naruto, wait, but I'd already leapt through the rift, landing in a dark throne room lit by green fire. The space was massive, with a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadows. Columns made of human bones supported the roof, and the black stone floor was etched with strange symbols. Annabeth was near the center of the room, working quickly to modify the symbols with a piece of chalk. She looked up in surprise when I landed. Naruto. What are you doing here? Making sure Orochimaru doesn't escape, I replied, scanning the room. Where is he? A slow clapping echoed through the chamber. From behind the massive obsidian throne stepped a figure I recognized, the golden-eyed man who had confronted us at Camp Half-Blood's borders. Luke, or rather, Kronos possessing Luke's body. The famous ninja demigod, Kronos' multi-layered voice sent chills down my spine. I've been looking forward to meeting you properly. Orochimaru slithered to Kronos' side, his form now fully serpentine from the waist down. Lord Kronos, I've opened the gateway as promised. The shinobi world lies before you, ripe for conquest. So I see. Kronos' golden eyes fixed on me. Though it seems their defenders are more formidable than you suggested. Nothing you can't handle, my lord, Orochimaru assured him. The boy is powerful, but inexperienced with his divine heritage. On the contrary, a new voice echoed through the chamber, my son has adapted remarkably well. A figure shimmered into existence beside me, a tall man with sun-weathered skin, black hair, and sea-green eyes identical to Percy's. He wore casual beach clothes that seemed absurdly out of place in the grim throne room, but the power radiating from him was undeniable. Poseidon, Kronos spat. Always interfering. Family trait, Poseidon replied with a casual shrug that didn't quite hide the tension in his shoulders. He glanced at me. You're doing well, Naruto. The Storm Sage mode is unexpected. Creative. Coming from a god, from my divine father, the compliment hit differently than I expected. Part of me wanted to be angry at his centuries of absence, but another part glowed with pride. Annabeth continued her work on the floor symbols, chalk moving rapidly. Almost done, she muttered. Keep them distracted. Kronos noticed her activity and frowned. Stopping you would be simpler than conversation. He raised his hand, and Annabeth froze in place, caught in some kind of time manipulation. Let her go, I demanded, the storm sage mode energy flaring around me. Or what? Kronos challenged. You're powerful, son of Poseidon, but you're facing a Titan Lord in his own domain. Poseidon stepped forward. He's not facing you alone. Neither are you, Orochimaru hissed, producing a strange bronze dagger that glowed with sickly green light. This blade is infused with my mother's magic, capable of wounding even an Olympian. The tension in the room built until the very air seemed to vibrate. Then everything happened at once. Kronos released his hold on Annabeth, instead launching a direct attack at Poseidon. Orochimaru lunged at me with the enchanted dagger. And from the rift behind us, Percy and Sasuke leapt through, weapons drawn. The throne room erupted into chaos. I dodged Orochimaru's first strike, the dagger passing close enough to my face that I felt its malevolent energy. Nearby, Poseidon and Kronos engaged in a battle that bent reality itself, the air rippling around them, time seeming to flow irregularly. Percy! I shouted. Help Annabeth finish the ritual. Sasuke and I will handle Snake Face. Percy nodded, rushing to Annabeth's side. Sasuke flanked Orochimaru, his Sharingan tracking every movement. 2 against 1. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, tasting the air. Hardly sporting. Says the guy who brought an army of monsters to attack our village, I shot back. I'm not big on sporting when my home's at stake. Sasuke and I attacked simultaneously, forcing Orochimaru on the defensive. My Storm Sage mode gave me unprecedented speed and power, while Sasuke's Sharingan predicted Orochimaru's movements before he made them. Between us, the Snake Man couldn't find an opening. You've improved, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru commented, barely avoiding a lightning-fast slash. In my world, I would have offered you power, knowledge, immortality. Not interested, Sasuke replied coldly. I created a Rasengan in my palm, but this one was different. The usual blue sphere was ringed with sea-green energy and crackling with small lightning bolts. Storm Rasengan, I named it, driving forward. Orochimaru twisted inhumanly to avoid it, but Sasuke was waiting. His sword pierced Orochimaru's shoulder, pinning him in place for just a fraction of a second, long enough. My Storm Rasengan connected with Orochimaru's chest. The impact was catastrophic, not just the usual grinding destruction of the Rasengan, but an explosion of combined energies. Divine power, chakra, and natural energy released simultaneously. Orochimaru screamed as the attack tore through him, his body disintegrating not into golden monster dust, but into ordinary human ash. His final expression was one of shock, perhaps at being defeated, or perhaps at the realization that in this world, without his godly mother's protection, he was just a mortal after all. Across the throne room, the battle between Poseidon and Kronos had reached a stalemate. The Titan Lord was powerful in his domain, but Poseidon was fighting with unusual determination. The gateway. Annabeth shouted. It's ready to collapse. We need to go now. Poseidon glanced our way. Go. I'll hold him back. But, Percy began to protest. Go, son. Poseidon commanded. Both my sons, he added, looking at me. I'm proud of you both. Now save your friends. We had no choice. The rift was already beginning to contract, the edges flickering unstably. Percy grabbed Annabeth's hand and pulled her toward the opening. Sasuke and I followed, looking back one last time to see Poseidon and Kronos locked in battle, the very fabric of space warping around them. Then we were through the rift, tumbling back onto the Hokage monument as the gateway snapped closed behind us with a thunderclap of displaced air. For a moment, we lay there, breathing hard, the sun warm on our faces. Then reality reasserted itself, the sounds of battle still echoing from the village below. The monsters, I remembered, sitting up. They're still attacking. Percy got to his feet, helping Annabeth up. Not for long. Without Orochimaru directing them, they'll be disorganized. Still dangerous, Sasuke pointed out. Then let's finish this, I said, my Storm Sage mode still active. Together. The four of us raced down the mountain toward the village. The battle had shifted, most of the fighting now concentrated near the center of Konoha, where Tsunade and the other Jonin had created a defensive perimeter. We leapt into the fray. With my bronze knives, Percy's riptide, and our combined water powers, the monsters began to fall rapidly, dissolving into golden dust. Sasuke's lightning techniques proved surprisingly effective against the Hydra, while Annabeth coordinated our attacks with strategic precision that even impressed Shikamaru. The tide turned quickly. Without Orochimaru's leadership and with two sons of Poseidon working in tandem, the monsters were overmatched. Those that could fled into the surrounding forests, while the rest were dispatched with increasing efficiency as our shinobi learned which attacks were effective. By sunset, it was over. Konoha had survived, though with significant damage to the outer walls and eastern district. The field hospitals were full, but thanks to Calypso's knowledge of monster venom and magical injuries, there had been remarkably few fatalities. As the immediate crisis passed, curiosity took over. Our shinobi gathered around Percy and Annabeth, peppering them with questions about their world. Sakura was particularly fascinated by Annabeth's knowledge of architecture and strategy, while Kiba couldn't get enough of Percy's stories about his conversations with horses. Tsunade called a council meeting that evening, which I attended along with Percy, Annabeth, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the other Jonin. Calypso joined us as well, her expertise on cross-dimensional matters proving invaluable. The immediate threat has been neutralized, Tsunade summarized, but we can't be certain the dimensional barrier is completely sealed. Monitoring will be essential. I might have a solution for that, Annabeth offered. In our world, we use magical boundaries to protect Camp Half-Blood. With some adjustments, similar wards could be established here. And I can help maintain them, Calypso added. My experience with Ogygia's barriers gives me insight into dimensional boundaries. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. That brings us to another question. Our visitors. She looked at Percy and Annabeth. I understand you were sent by the gods themselves to assist us. We're grateful, but now that the crisis has passed, we'll need to return to our world, Annabeth finished. The prophecy, it's still unresolved. The one about preserving or raising Olympus? I asked. Percy nodded, his expression grim. Time's running out. The summer solstice is tomorrow. A heavy silence fell over the room. Despite everything we'd accomplished, the greatest danger still loomed for Percy and Annabeth's world. Then we'll help you, I decided. You came to our aid, we'll do the same. This isn't your fight, Naruto, Percy argued, though without much conviction. You made it my fight when you helped save my village, I countered. Besides, the prophecy might still be about either of us. If we face it together, we double our chances of a good outcome. Tsunade cleared her throat. While I appreciate your eagerness to help allies, Naruto, Konoha needs you here for rebuilding. With respect, Tsunade-sama, Sasuke spoke up unexpectedly, the threat to their world could become a threat to ours again if left unchecked. Strategic assistance would be prudent. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Sasuke's support but didn't dismiss the idea outright. How would you even return? The gateway is closed. Not necessarily, Calypso said. The ritual we performed at Sounion could be adapted. With the right components, we could create a temporary passage, enough to send a small group through. What components? Kakashi asked. Divine water is simple enough with Naruto's abilities, Calypso explained. For the transformative element, perhaps something from your world with similar properties to celestial bronze. Chakra metal, Sasuke suggested. From the land of iron. Its properties change based on the user's intent. That could work, Calypso agreed. And for the final component, the tears of exile. She touched the crystal vial around her neck, which still contained a single teardrop. I have this, but more would strengthen the connection. I can help with that, a new voice said from the doorway. We all turned to see Gaara of the Sand, the Kazekage himself, standing with his arms crossed. He'd evidently arrived with reinforcements from Suna, too late for the battle but in time for the aftermath. Gaara! I exclaimed, surprised but pleased to see my friend. Word reached us about the attack, he explained. We came as quickly as possible. His pale eyes moved to Calypso. I couldn't help overhearing. You need tears of exile? As a former Jinchuriki who was shunned by his village, I believe I qualify. The room fell silent again, this time with a different kind of tension. Gaara rarely spoke of his painful past. That would be, most helpful, Calypso said gently. If you're willing. Gaara nodded once, decisive. For an ally of Naruto's, yes. With the components identified, plans took shape quickly. The ritual would be performed at dawn, taking advantage of the liminal time between night and day when boundaries were naturally thinner. A small team would cross over, myself, Sasuke, who refused to be left behind, Percy, and Annabeth. Calypso would remain in Konoha to maintain the connection from this side, allowing our return after the threat was addressed. As the meeting adjourned, I found myself on the roof of the Hokage Tower, watching crews already beginning repairs on the damaged buildings below. The stars shone brightly overhead, so different from the constellations I'd seen in the other world. There you are, Calypso's voice came from behind me. She joined me at the railing, her presence calming despite the chaos of the day. Just thinking, I replied. About tomorrow? About everything. Percy, Annabeth, the prophecy, you. She looked at me, her expression softening. Me? You're staying here while we go back. I don't like leaving you. Calypso smiled. I've waited 3,000 years for freedom, Naruto. I can handle a few days on my own. Her hand found mine on the railing. Besides, I'm needed here. My knowledge of magical barriers and healing could help Konoha recover. You've really taken to this place, huh? It reminds me of what the world was like when I was young, full of wonders and mysteries, but also warmth and humanity. She gazed out at the village. For the first time in millennia, I feel like I might belong somewhere. The simple honesty in her voice touched something deep inside me. I turned to face her fully. When this is over, when we've dealt with Kronos and the prophecy, I want to explore what this is between us. I gestured between us. No curses, no prophecies, no world-ending threats. Just us figuring things out. Calypso's smile widened. I'd like that very much. I leaned in and kissed her softly, a promise of possibilities to come. When we separated, her eyes shimmered in the moonlight. Be careful tomorrow, she whispered. Prophecies have a way of fulfilling themselves in unexpected ways. I know. But I've got Sasuke watching my back, and Percy and Annabeth know their world better than anyone. I grinned with more confidence than I felt. What could go wrong? She punched my arm lightly. Don't tempt the fates. We stayed on the roof a while longer, talking about lighter things, her impressions of Konoha, the plants she hoped to cultivate here, the places I wanted to show her when things calmed down. For a brief moment, the weight of tomorrow's challenges lifted, and we were just two people enjoying each other's company under the stars. Dawn came too quickly. We gathered at Training Ground 3, the spacious clearing providing room for the ritual circle Calypso and Annabeth had designed overnight. Chakra metal from Tenten's family shop had been fashioned into a ceremonial knife, and Gaara had contributed a vial of tears, a gesture whose significance wasn't lost on anyone who knew his history. Tsunade, Kakashi, Sakura, and several other friends came to see us off. The goodbyes were brief but heartfelt. Don't do anything stupid, Dobe, Sasuke muttered as we took our positions around the ritual circle. That's rich coming from you, team, I shot back. Calypso began the ritual, chanting in that ancient language while drawing precise symbols with crushed herbs and powders. Percy and I contributed the divine water element, infusing ordinary water with our Poseidon energy until it glowed with sea-green light. The chakra metal knife, placed in the center of the circle, began to hum with energy. Annabeth added Gara's tears to Calypso's, completing the final component. The air shimmered, then split open to reveal Camp Half-Blood strawberry fields in the early morning light. It worked! Annabeth exclaimed. Of course it worked, Calypso replied with a small smile. Go, quickly. The passage will only remain stable for a few moments. Percy and Annabeth stepped through first. I hugged Calypso goodbye, a swift but fierce embrace. I'll be back, I promised. Believe it. I know, she replied. Now go save the world. Again. Sasuke and I leapt through the gateway together. The sensation was less jarring this time, perhaps because I was growing accustomed to dimensional travel, or perhaps because the ritual had been more precisely calibrated. We landed on the soft grass of Camp Half-Blood, the gateway closing behind us with a soft pop rather than the violent thunderclap of before. Dawn was breaking here too, the sun just peeking over the tree line. So this is your other world, Sasuke observed, taking in the strawberry fields, the distant Greek buildings, the forest beyond. Doesn't look that impressive. Says the guy who just traveled between dimensions. I rolled my eyes. Come on. We need to find Chiron. Percy and Annabeth led the way toward the big house, but we hadn't gone far when a commotion erupted from the direction of Half-Blood Hill. Campers rushed past us, armed and armored, heading for the camp's boundaries. What's happening? I called to a passing Ares camper. We're under attack, she shouted back without slowing. Kronos' army is at the borders. The four of us exchanged glances, then sprinted toward the hill. When we reached the crest, my heart sank at the sight below. A massive army had assembled on the far side of the protective barrier, hundreds of monsters of every description, rogue demigods in black armor, and giant humanoid figures that could only be titans. Leading them was Luke/Kronos, his golden eyes visible even at this distance. How did they organize so quickly? Annabeth wondered. We just fought Kronos in the throne room. Time moves differently between dimensions, Percy reminded her grimly. What was hours for us might have been days here. Chiron galloped up the hill to join us, his expression grave. Percy. Annabeth. Thank the gods you've returned. And. He hesitated, looking at Sasuke and me. You've brought friends. Reinforcements, I corrected. Sasuke Uchiha, elite ninja of Konoha. We're here to help. Chiron's eyes widened slightly at Sasuke's name. Percy must have mentioned him during our previous visit. We need all the help we can get. Kronos has gathered his full force. They've been testing our boundaries since dawn, looking for weaknesses. The prophecy, Percy said. It's happening now, isn't it? Chiron nodded solemnly. The summer solstice has arrived. Today, a child of the eldest gods turns 16. Percy and I exchanged glances. Neither of us had thought much about the date, but he was right, it was Percy's birthday. The prophecy was coming due. So what's the plan? Sasuke asked, practical as always. We defend the camp, Annabeth replied. The barriers will hold against conventional attacks, but Kronos has been weakening them systematically. If they breach at any point, then we stop them, I finished. No matter what. Chiron studied me thoughtfully. You've changed since you left us, Naruto. There's a new balance to your energy, like you've reconciled your different aspects. I grinned. Got a fancy new mode to show for it too. Storm Sage mode. And what of the prophecy? Chiron asked carefully. It speaks of a choice that will determine Olympus's fate. With two sons of Poseidon present. We'll face it together, Percy declared, clapping a hand on my shoulder. Brothers in arms. A horn blew from the enemy lines. Kronos' forces began to advance, their front line reaching the invisible barrier that protected the camp. Instead of being repelled, they pressed against it like it was a flexible membrane rather than a solid wall. "They're pushing through," someone shouted. "Defensive positions." Chiron ordered. Archers on the high ground, heavy fighters at the breach points. Camp Half-Blood mobilized with practiced efficiency. Despite their young ages, these demigods had trained for this moment. They formed battle lines, readied weapons, and moved to assigned positions without panic. Sasuke and I joined Percy and Annabeth at the main defensive position on Half-Blood Hill. The Athena and Ares cabins formed the core of the defense here, with Apollo's archers positioned behind. "Any ninja tricks that might help?" Percy asked as we watched the barrier bulge inward under the monster's assault. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. "I can see weak points in their energy field. There," he pointed to a section near Talia's pine tree, and there, another spot about 50 yards to the left. "I've got an idea," I formed the hand sign for shadow clones. "If we can't stop them breaking through, maybe we can choose where they breach." Understanding dawned on Annabeth's face. "A deliberate weak point, funnel them into a kill zone." "Exactly." We quickly reorganized our defenses. I created shadow clones to reinforce most of the barrier with wind nature chakra, while deliberately leaving a single section weaker. Annabeth positioned the best fighters in a horseshoe formation around this spot, with archers on the flanks for crossfire. When the barrier finally broke, it was exactly where we wanted. Monsters poured through the gap, only to be met with a devastating counterattack from three sides. The battle was joined in earnest. I fought alongside Percy, our water and storm powers complementing each other perfectly. Sasuke carved through enemy ranks with lightning-quick precision, his Sharingan predicting every move before it happened. Annabeth seemed to be everywhere at once, her invisibility cap allowing her to strike from unexpected angles. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming. For every monster we cut down, two more took its place. The rogue demigods were particularly troublesome, their training making them dangerous opponents who couldn't be easily dispatched like mindless monsters. "We need to target their leadership," Annabeth shouted over the din of battle. "Cut off the head of the snake." "Kronos," Percy agreed, dispatching a Dracena with a quick thrust. "He's directing everything." I scanned the battlefield and spotted him, the golden-eyed figure standing on a small rise beyond the breach, calmly watching the carnage. Unlike yesterday in the throne room, he wasn't participating directly in the battle. Why isn't he attacking himself? I wondered aloud. "He's waiting for something," Sasuke observed, appearing beside us after clearing a group of enemies. "Or someone." Our eyes met, and I knew we were thinking the same thing. The prophecy. Kronos was waiting for the prophesied confrontation with Percy. "We need to reach him," Percy decided. "Cut through the army if we have to." "I've got a faster way," I grinned. Storm Sage mode. The familiar combination of energies surged through me, chakra, Ninetales power, and divine heritage merging into something greater than their sum. The aura around me shifted from pure gold to a swirling mix of gold and sea green, small lightning bolts crackling across my skin. Percy stared in amazement. "That never gets less impressive." "Grab on," I instructed, extending my hands to Percy and Sasuke. "I can transport us directly to Kronos using the flying Raijin technique." "What about me?" Annabeth demanded. "Someone needs to coordinate the defense here," Percy told her. "If we fail." She understood the unspoken implication. If we failed, the camp would need every strategic advantage to survive. "Don't fail," she said simply, squeezing Percy's hand before melting back into the battle. With Percy and Sasuke each gripping one of my shoulders, I focused on the flying Raijin, a spacetime ninjutsu I'd been practicing since learning it from my father's scrolls. In Storm Sage mode, the technique came naturally, as if the different energies knew how to work together. The world blurred around us, then snapped back into focus. We stood on the small rise, directly in front of Kronos. His golden eyes widened briefly in surprise before narrowing with calculation. "The prophecy children," he said, his voice that same unsettling multi-layered sound. "Both of you, together. How inconvenient." "It's over, Kronos," Percy declared, uncapping Riptide. "Your invasion has failed." "Has it?" The Titan Lord gestured to the ongoing battle. "My forces breach your precious camp even as we speak. Olympus stands undefended while the gods chase shadows across the country. And here you are, fulfilling the prophecy right on schedule." "The prophecy doesn't guarantee your victory," I pointed out. "No," Kronos agreed. "But it does guarantee that one of you makes a choice that determines Olympus's fate. And I've made sure there's only one choice available to you." He smiled coldly. "Surrender, or watch your friends die one by one." At his signal, a group of enemy demigods dragged forward a prisoner, Rachel Elizabeth Dare, the red-haired mortal who could see through the mist. She looked frightened but defiant. "Rachel." Percy stepped forward, but Kronos raised a hand warningly. He chided. "One more step, and she dies. And she's just the first. My forces have infiltrated your camp more thoroughly than you realize." "You're bluffing," Sasuke said flatly, Sharingan studying Kronos's face. "Your army is committed to the frontal assault. You have no reserves for infiltration." Kronos's smile faltered slightly. "Perceptive. But unnecessary." His form flickered, and suddenly he moved with blinding speed, closing the distance between us in an instant. I barely had time to react, pushing Percy aside as Kronos's scythe, which had appeared in his hand from nowhere, slashed through the space where Percy had been standing. The blade nicked my arm instead, sending a jolt of cold up to my shoulder. Time manipulation, Sasuke realized. He's accelerating his own timeline. "Clever boy," Kronos commented. "But knowing doesn't help you." The Titan attacked again, his movements almost too fast to track. Almost. Sasuke's Sharingan kept pace, allowing him to parry with his sword. I created shadow clones to flank Kronos while Percy circled around for a rear attack. But Kronos was a Titan for a reason. With a wave of his hand, he froze my shadow clones in time, then kicked Sasuke back with enough force to crack ribs. When Percy lunged with Riptide, Kronos simply sidestepped at super speed, then backhanded him into a nearby boulder. "Is this the best Olympus can offer?" he taunted. "Two half-trained demigods and a mortal with fancy eyes." I helped Percy to his feet. "We need to combine attacks," I muttered. "He's too fast for single strikes." Percy nodded, understanding immediately. "Like we practiced at camp." On 3. We separated, moving to opposite sides of Kronos. Sasuke, despite his injury, positioned himself as the third point of a triangle. 1. Percy began, gathering water from the air. 2. I continued, forming a Rasengan in each hand. 3. Sasuke finished, lightning crackling along his blade. We attacked simultaneously from 3 directions. Percy sent a massive wave crashing down, momentarily slowing even Kronos' time-enhanced movements. I drove forward with my twin Rasengans, aiming for his chest and leg. Sasuke's lightning-enhanced sword targeted the exposed back. Kronos couldn't dodge all 3 attacks at once. My Rasengan hit his shoulder, spinning him into the path of Sasuke's blade. The celestial bronze sword pierced his side, drawing golden ichor, the blood of immortals. For the first time, Kronos looked genuinely concerned. "Impossible," he growled. "No mortal weapons can harm me this way." "Chakra isn't exactly mortal," Sasuke replied, twisting the blade. Kronos roared with pain and rage. The air around him distorted as he unleashed his full power. Time itself seemed to fragment, reality bending under the strain. "You think you can defeat time itself?" Kronos' voice boomed across the battlefield. I am eternal. I was old when your fathers were born, when the mountains were young. The ground split beneath our feet. Percy stumbled, nearly falling into a suddenly appearing crevasse. Sasuke leapt clear, but his injured ribs limited his mobility. I managed to stay balanced thanks to the enhanced awareness of Sage Mode. Percy! I called. The prophecy. What exactly did it say again? He recited between dodging time distortion bubbles, a half-blood of the eldest god shall reach 16 against all odds and see the world in endless sleep, the hero's soul, cursed blade shall reap a single choice shall end his days, Olympus to preserve or raise. A cursed blade, I repeated, eyeing Kronos' scythe. That's the key. Understanding dawned on Percy's face. Luke's blade, backbiter. He used it to host Kronos. It's cursed with betrayal. Then we need to turn that curse against him, I decided. Easier said than done. Kronos had recovered from our combined attack and was now fully unleashing his Titan powers. The very air around him shimmered with temporal distortion. Trees aged and crumbled to dust in seconds, then reversed to saplings, then aged again. The ground shifted between different geological eras. Percy, I shouted over the reality-bending chaos. Remember water walking practice? The leaf exercise? He nodded, instantly grasping my idea. Together, we summoned water, not to attack Kronos directly, but to create a stable platform beneath our feet. Using the water control techniques we practiced at camp, we established a zone where Kronos' time manipulation couldn't affect the ground we stood on. Sasuke. I called. Can you get close enough for a genjutsu? He assessed the situation with his Sharingan. Maybe. For a few seconds. That's all we need. While Percy and I maintained our water shield, Sasuke darted forward. Kronos swung his scythe, but Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to predict the attack. He locked eyes with the Titan for just an instant, long enough. Genjutsu, Sharingan. For a crucial moment, Kronos' perception was altered. In his mind, he saw Percy and me in different positions than we actually were. It was just enough disruption for us to close the distance. Percy reached Kronos first, riptide slashing across the Titan's chest. The celestial bronze blade drew a line of golden ichor, but more importantly, it forced Kronos to defend with his scythe. The two weapons connected with a thunderous clang. That was my opening. In Storm Sage mode, I moved faster than even Kronos could track in his momentarily distracted state. I grabbed the haft of his scythe, just below the blade, and channeled all three energies into it, chakra, Ninetails power, and divine energy. The cursed blade, designed to betray, recognized the divine blood in my veins. For a heartbeat, it hesitated in its loyalty to Kronos. That hesitation was all Percy needed. With a final desperate thrust, he drove Riptide into the gap in Kronos' defenses, not a killing blow, but a precise strike at a point under the Titan's left arm. Kronos howled, not with pain but with shock. His golden eyes flickered, briefly showing blue underneath, Luke's original color. Percy. A different voice emerged, strained but recognizable. Naruto, he's too strong. I can't. Luke. Percy recognized the voice instantly. Fight him. You can take control. The internal struggle was visible on the shared face, features shifting between Luke's human appearance and Kronos' more angular, inhuman visage. The curse, Luke/Kronos gasped. The prophecy, a hero's soul. In that moment, I understood. The prophecy wasn't about Percy or me making a choice that would end our days. It was about Luke, a fallen hero whose soul the cursed blade had already reaped when he chose to host Kronos. Luke, Percy said urgently. You can end this. A single choice. My choice, Luke agreed, briefly winning control. Give me the blade. He was looking at Riptide, still embedded in his side. Percy hesitated, then withdrew the sword and placed it in Luke's trembling hand. With a final surge of will, Luke turned the blade toward himself. Olympus to preserve, he whispered. Before any of us could react, he plunged Riptide into a small spot under his arm, his mortal point, the one vulnerability in his otherwise invulnerable body. Light exploded outward from the wound, not golden like Kronos' power, but pure white. The Titan Lord's scream of denial was cut short as his essence was forcibly expelled from Luke's body. A swirling vortex of golden energy rose into the sky, dissipating into nothingness. Luke collapsed, the sword falling from his hand. Percy caught him before he hit the ground, easing him down gently. "You knew," Luke said weakly, blood staining his shirt. "You knew I would be the one." "I hoped you'd make the right choice," Percy replied. "In the end." Luke smiled faintly. "Tell Annabeth. Tell her I'm sorry. For everything." His eyes closed for the final time, his body relaxing as his soul departed. Across the battlefield, the effect was immediate. With Kronos banished and their leader dead, the monster army fell into disarray. Many fled immediately, while others fought on but with diminished coordination and purpose. The camp's defenders, seeing the golden light and sensing the shift in momentum, pressed their advantage. Within the hour, the invasion was broken, the remaining enemies scattered into the surrounding forests where they would be hunted down at leisure. Percy, Sasuke, and I remained on the hilltop with Luke's body. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but not in the way any of us had expected. "So that's it?" Sasuke asked, looking oddly disappointed. "All that build-up, and he kills himself?" "It wasn't that simple," Percy said quietly. "Luke made the hardest choice possible, to sacrifice himself to stop Kronos. To admit he was wrong." I nodded, understanding. The true hero of the prophecy was the one everyone had written off as a villain. We brought Luke's body back to camp, where Annabeth met us at the boundary. Her face crumpled when she saw what we carried, but she composed herself quickly. "He chose to save us," Percy told her gently. "In the end, he was the hero." She nodded, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "He would have liked that." The aftermath of battle kept us busy through the day. Wounded needed tending, defenses required repair, and a proper funeral pyre had to be prepared for Luke and the other fallen. Sasuke worked alongside the Apollo healers, his Sharingan allowing him to detect internal injuries that might otherwise have been missed. By evening, a semblance of order had returned to Camp Half-Blood. The Council of Cloven Elders declared the battle a historic victory, while Chiron sent word to Olympus that the prophecy had been fulfilled and Kronos defeated. As darkness fell, we gathered around the central fire for a subdued dinner. The empty places at each table served as silent reminders of the cost of victory. Chiron called for attention, raising his goblet. "To our fallen. May they find peace in Elysium." We drank the toast solemnly. Then Chiron continued, "And to our unlikely saviors." Percy Jackson, who remained true to his friends even when prophecy seemed to demand otherwise. Naruto Uzumaki, who bridged worlds to bring us aid when we needed it most. And Sasuke Uchiha, whose skills proved that even those without divine blood can stand against titans. The camp erupted in cheers, the celebration finally breaking through the day's somber mood. Percy blushed at the attention, while Sasuke merely looked uncomfortable. I grinned and waved, never one to shy away from recognition. The festivities continued into the night, but eventually, Percy, Annabeth, Sasuke and I found a quiet spot on the beach to talk. "So what happens now?" I asked, skipping a stone across the calm water. "Kronos is defeated, the prophecy fulfilled. Happy ending?" "For now," Annabeth said pragmatically. "There are always more threats in our world. But we've earned a breathing space, at least." "And what about you two?" Percy asked, looking between Sasuke and me. "Back to Konoha?" I nodded. "Calypso's waiting. And we need to help rebuild after the attack." I glanced at Sasuke. Though I was thinking. "What?" he prompted when I hesitated. Maybe we could establish a more permanent connection between our worlds. Not a wide-open gateway, but something controlled, diplomatic. Exchange of knowledge, cultural ambassadors, that sort of thing. Like a hidden village outpost, Sasuke mused. Interesting. It would need careful management, Annabeth cautioned, though her eyes revealed her excitement at the possibility. But the benefits could be enormous. Your chakra techniques, our celestial bronze crafting. Percy and I already proved that combining approaches makes us stronger, I pointed out. Imagine what our worlds could accomplish together. I'll support it, Percy decided. After what you did for us today, I think even the gods would have a hard time refusing. As if summoned by his words, the air near us shimmered. A figure materialized on the beach, Poseidon, looking more formal than when I'd seen him in Kronos' throne room. He wore Greek-style armor over his beach clothes, and his trident gleamed in the moonlight. Father, Percy acknowledged, rising to his feet. Lord Poseidon, I greeted more formally, also standing. Poseidon looked between us, his sea-green eyes, so like Percy's, reflecting the starlight. My sons, he said, and there was unmistakable pride in his voice. You have done well today. Both of you. Percy seemed surprised by the direct praise. Thank you, Father. The prophecy has been fulfilled, but not as any of us expected, Poseidon continued. Zeus is, grudgingly impressed. He summoned the council to discuss rewards for those who fought in the battle. Rewards? Percy asked warily. The gods can be generous when properly motivated, Poseidon replied with a small smile. And saving Olympus certainly qualifies. He turned to me. Naruto. I owe you an explanation, at the very least. Your existence, the circumstances of your birth, were complicated by dimensional barriers. The gods' influence doesn't naturally extend to your world. But you visited, I said. You met my father, my human father. Yes. Dimensional crossings are rare but not impossible for gods. I was curious about your world. Its energy, so different from our own. Minato Namikaze intrigued me, a mortal with power that rivaled demigods, yet entirely self-made. And Ninetales? My status as a Jinchuriki? Poseidon's expression grew more serious. That, I did not anticipate. The sealing occurred after my departure. Had I known. He shook his head. Water under the bridge now. You've mastered both aspects of your heritage admirably. The Storm Sage mode is proof of that. He studied Sasuke briefly. And you, Sasuke Uchiha. Your eyes contain power that would make many gods wary. Use it wisely. Sasuke inclined his head slightly, neither submissive nor defiant. A perfect balance. As for the connection between worlds, Poseidon continued, returning to our earlier conversation. The council will debate this matter. There are risks, but also potential benefits. Your proposal for controlled exchange has merit. And Calypso? I asked, the question that mattered most to me personally. Her curse. Poseidon's expression softened. Her situation has evolved. The ritual you performed altered the fundamental nature of her imprisonment. She's no longer bound to Ogygia, but certain restrictions remain. The council will address this as well. It wasn't the complete freedom I'd hoped for, but it was progress. I'd take it, for now. The summer solstice council begins at midnight, Poseidon said, preparing to depart. You will be summoned. His gaze lingered on Percy. I am proud of you, son. Remember that, whatever happens next. With that cryptic statement, he dissolved into sea mist, leaving us staring at empty beach. Well, that was informative and vague at the same time, Annabeth commented. Typical god communication. At least he acknowledged both of us this time, I said, nudging Percy. Progress, right? Percy nodded, though he looked troubled by his father's parting words. Whatever happens next, he repeated quietly. We returned to the campfire, joining the ongoing celebration until, as Poseidon had predicted, a messenger arrived at midnight, Hermes himself, in jogging clothes and winged sneakers. Perry Johnson, Annie Bell, Naruto, something, and Sasuke Uchiha, he read from a scroll, deliberately mangling our names in a way that reminded me of Mr. D. Your presence is requested on Olympus immediately. It's Percy Jackson, actually, Percy began to correct him. Hermes winked. I know, kid. Just keeping up appearances. He snapped his fingers, and the world around us blurred. When our vision cleared, we stood in a massive throne room, larger and far more impressive than Kronos' dark chamber. 12 enormous thrones arranged in a U-shape dominated the space, each occupied by a being of such power that it hurt to look directly at them. Zeus sat in the center on a throne of platinum. To his right was a beautiful woman with calculating eyes that reminded me of Annabeth, Athena, presumably. To Zeus's left was a matronly woman with warm but stern features, Hera, queen of the gods. And beside her, on a fisherman's chair that seemed to have been dragged from a marina, sat Poseidon. The other thrones were equally distinctive, reflecting the personalities and domains of their occupants. Apollo lounged on a golden seat, headphones around his neck. Ares glowered from a throne decorated with human skulls. Aphrodite checked her makeup in a compact mirror, her throne shifting colors like a kaleidoscope. Heroes of Olympus, Zeus boomed, his voice like thunder. You stand before the council to receive judgment for your actions in the Titan War. Rewards, father, Poseidon corrected mildly. We agreed on rewards, not judgment. Zeus waved dismissively. Semantics. The point remains, these demigods and their unusual companion. He eyed Sasuke with slight distaste, have participated in events of cosmic significance. Their contributions must be acknowledged and their futures determined. One by one, Percy, Annabeth, and I were called forward to receive personal recognition from the gods. Percy was offered immortality but declined in favor of a broader promise, that the gods would claim all their children and provide them cabins at camp, ending the neglect that had driven many demigods to Kronos' side. Annabeth received her dream commission, to redesign Olympus itself following the damage from the Titan War. Her eyes shone with architectural visions as Athena proudly approved the appointment. When my turn came, Zeus studied me with electric blue eyes that seemed to see through all pretense. Naruto Uzumaki, he intoned. Son of Poseidon from another dimension. Your presence here has been disruptive. Thanks, I replied, earning a few stifled laughs from the younger gods and a glare from Zeus. Nevertheless, he continued grudgingly, your assistance proved valuable. The council offers you a choice, remain in this world as a recognized demigod with all associated privileges, or return to your dimension with our blessing and a gift of your choosing. The offer to stay surprised me. For a brief moment, I considered it, life at Camp Half-Blood, training with Percy, exploring this world's wonders. But Konoha was home. My friends were there. My dreams were there. Calypso was waiting. I choose to return, I said firmly. With thanks for the offer. Zeus nodded, as if he'd expected this answer. And your gift? I'd prepared for this. I ask for 3 things. First, permanent freedom for Calypso from all aspects of her curse. Second, a controlled connection between our worlds for diplomatic exchange and mutual benefit. Third, recognition of Sasuke Uchiha as an equal ally despite his mortal status. Murmurs broke out among the gods. Zeus's expression darkened at the audacity of my requests. You ask much, son of Poseidon. I helped save much, I countered. And I'm not asking for personal power or immortality, just justice for a friend and cooperation between worlds. Poseidon leaned forward in his throne. The boy has earned consideration, brother. His requests are reasonable. Calypso's curse was justified punishment, Zeus argued. She supported Atlas in the First War. She has served her sentence, Aphrodite spoke up unexpectedly. 3,000 years for a mistake made in family loyalty. Even I think that's excessive, and I can hold a grudge for millennia. She winked at me. Besides, I approve of this romance. It has a certain star-crossed quality that appeals to me. The connection between worlds concerns me more, Athena interjected. Uncontrolled passage could destabilize both realities. Which is why I specified controlled, I clarified. Limited access, proper protocols, mutual consent required. Athena considered this, then nodded reluctantly. With appropriate safeguards, it could be beneficial. Their chakra techniques are intriguing. One by one, the gods debated my requests. To my surprise, most seemed to favor granting them, particularly after Poseidon pointed out that I could have asked for godhood or personal power but chose to advocate for others instead. Finally, Zeus raised his hand for silence. The council has decided. Calypso's curse is lifted, with the stipulation that she may not return to Olympus without explicit invitation. A controlled connection between dimensions will be established, with Hermes overseeing passage and communication. And Sasuke Uchiha is recognized as an ally of Olympus, with all rights and privileges thereof when in this dimension. He fixed me with a stern look. But know this, Naruto Uzumaki, you now bear responsibility for maintaining the balance between our worlds. Should this arrangement lead to conflict or chaos, the consequences will fall primarily on you. I understand, I said solemnly. And I accept that responsibility. Zeus nodded once, then turned to Sasuke, who had been watching the proceedings with outward indifference. Approach, mortal. Sasuke stepped forward, his Sharingan deliberately inactive, a show of respect that I appreciated. You fought against a titan without divine blood or blessing, Zeus observed. Few mortals can make such a claim. I've faced gods in my world, Sasuke replied evenly. They were challenging but not invincible. A few gods shifted uncomfortably at this casual dismissal of divine power, but Zeus actually smiled slightly. Bold words. The council acknowledges your contribution and extends limited passage rights between dimensions, subject to the same controls as other travelers. With the formal rewards distributed, the council moved to practical matters. Hermes would create a specialized communication system, modified from his caduceus mail service, to facilitate contact between worlds. Hephaestus would forge a permanent dimensional anchor to stabilize the connection. Hecate would establish the magical protocols for passage. The system should be operational within one lunar cycle, Athena concluded. Until then, your return to your dimension will require traditional methods. We've got that covered, I assured her, thinking of Calypso waiting with the ritual components. As the council prepared to dismiss us, Apollo suddenly sat upright in his throne, his eyes glowing green. When he spoke, his voice was tripled, echoing unnaturally through the chamber, two worlds once separate now intertwine, where ninja art and godly power combine. The Sage of Storms shall bridge the space between, creating paths where none before have been. But ancient shadows stir in dark disguise, as balance shifts beneath divided skies. The glow faded, and Apollo blinked rapidly. Whoa, didn't see that one coming. New prophecy. Pretty major one too, by the feel of it. The gods exchanged concerned glances. It would seem, Athena said carefully, that our decision to connect dimensions has already set new prophecies in motion. Great, Percy muttered beside me. Because the last one was so much fun. At least this one doesn't explicitly mention death, I pointed out optimistically. Just ancient shadows and dark disguise, Annabeth added. Much better. Zeus cleared his throat. We will interpret this prophecy in due time. For now, the decision stands. The council is adjourned. With a final crash of thunder, the gods vanished from their thrones, leaving only Poseidon seated in his fisherman's chair. Well done, he said, shrinking to human size and stepping down to stand before us. All of you. Thanks, Dad, Percy said, the words still sounding slightly awkward on his tongue. Poseidon turned to me. Naruto. Before you return to your world, I have something for you. He held out his hand, revealing a small object, a conch shell that seemed to glow with inner light. This shell will allow you to contact me directly, across dimensional barriers. For emergencies, or... He hesitated, for conversations between father and son, should you wish it. I accepted the shell, unexpectedly moved by the gesture. Thank you, father. He smiled, and for a moment, I could see both Percy and myself in his features. You've done what few could, integrated disparate parts of yourself into something stronger than either alone. The Storm Sage mode is yours alone, unique in any world. With a final nod to Percy, Poseidon dissolved into sea mist, leaving us alone in the vast throne room. Well, Annabeth said after a moment. That was probably the most productive council meeting in Olympian history. Usually there's more arguing and at least one attempt to incinerate someone. We made our way back to Camp Half-Blood, where preparations were already underway for our return journey to Konoha. Chiron had helped Calypso set up the necessary ritual components on our side, communicating through iris message. The next morning, as we prepared to depart, the entire camp gathered to see us off. Hugs were exchanged, promises to visit made, contact information shared, though how Percy's cell phone number would work across dimensions remained unclear. Take care of yourself, brother, Percy said, gripping my forearm in a warrior's handshake. Try not to start any interdimensional incidents before we get the communication system working. No promises, I grinned. Trouble has a way of finding me. Understatement of the century, Sasuke muttered beside me. Annabeth hugged me, then handed me a small architectural model. Early concept for the dimensional embassy I'm designing. Give it to Tsunade, I want her input on the Konoha wing. Will do. With final farewells complete, Sasuke and I stood in the center of the ritual circle. Chiron began the chant that would activate the connection to Konoha, where Calypso would be performing the corresponding ritual. The air shimmered, then split open to reveal the familiar training ground in Konoha. And standing in the center of her own ritual circle was Calypso, her face lighting up when she saw us. See you soon. I called to Percy and Annabeth as we stepped through the portal. The journey back felt smoother, more natural, perhaps because the god's blessing now supported it, or perhaps because it truly felt like going home. We emerged in Konoha to find not just Calypso waiting, but a welcoming committee including Tsunade, Kakashi, Sakura, and several of our other friends. Successful? Tsunade asked without preamble. Mission accomplished, I confirmed. Kronos defeated, world saved, diplomatic relations established. And Calypso's curse? Calypso herself asked, hope and wariness warring in her expression. I took her hands in mine. Completely lifted. You're free, no conditions, no restrictions, except you need an invitation to visit Olympus, which, honestly, isn't much of a loss. Joy bloomed across her face, so radiant it took my breath away. Without thinking, I lifted her in an exuberant hug, spinning her around while our friends watched with varying degrees of amusement and confusion. When I set her down, Calypso kissed me, not a gentle peck, but a proper kiss that made my toes curl in my sandals. Someone, probably Kiba, whistled appreciatively. Get a room, you too, Sakura called, but she was smiling. Over the next few weeks, life settled into a new rhythm. Konoha rebuilt quickly, with Yamato's wood-style jutsu accelerating the process. Calypso established gardens near the hospital, introducing medicinal plants from her island that thrived in Konoha's climate. She and Sakura formed a formidable medical partnership, combining ancient healing wisdom with modern chakra techniques. Sasuke, surprisingly, took on the role of interdimensional liaison, working with Tsunade to establish protocols for the eventual diplomatic connection. His Sharingan's analytical abilities made him ideal for assessing the magical chakra interactions that would be involved. As for me, I continued my training, now fully embracing all aspects of my heritage. Storm Sage mode became my signature technique, combining the best of both worlds, the precision of chakra control with the raw power of divine energy. 1 month after our return, exactly as Athena had predicted, the first interdimensional communication arrived, a bronze scroll delivered by a mechanical owl that flew directly to the Hokage tower. Inside was a message from Olympus, officially establishing diplomatic relations between our worlds. The scroll was followed by a less formal letter from Percy and Annabeth, full of news from Camp Half-Blood and excited questions about Konoha. Apparently, several campers had already volunteered to be among the first cultural exchange visitors, with the Athena cabin particularly eager to study chakra theory. That evening, Calypso and I sat on top of the Hokage monument, watching the sunset over the village. The reconstruction was nearly complete, with only a few buildings still showing signs of the monster attack. New life was sprouting everywhere, both literal plants from Calypso's gardens and metaphorical new beginnings for the village. "Are you happy?" I asked, taking her hand. She considered the question with the thoughtfulness of someone who had lived for millennia. "I am," she said finally. "For the first time in thousands of years, I don't feel the weight of the curse. I can make plans for next year, for 5 years from now, for decades to come." She squeezed my hand. "It's liberating and terrifying all at once. Any particular plans in mind?" I kept my tone casual, though my heart sped up slightly. Calypso smiled, seeing through the pretense. "Several. Most involving you, if you're amenable." "Very amenable," I assured her, leaning in for a kiss. Above us, stars began appearing in the darkening sky, the same stars that shone over Camp Half-Blood, over Olympus, over all the worlds that now seemed less separate than before. Somewhere out there, Percy and Annabeth were probably watching the same stars, perhaps discussing their own plans for the future. Apollo's new prophecy lingered in the back of my mind, that warning about ancient shadows and balance shifting. But prophecies would come in their own time, with their own challenges. For now, there was peace, there was Konoha, there was Calypso. There was the knowledge that I was both shinobi and demigod, ninja and son of Poseidon, protector of 2 worlds that were no longer quite so distant from each other. The storm sage of the hidden leaf. The bridge between dimensions. Names and titles mattered less than the simple truth, I had found my place, embracing all parts of who I was meant to be. And whatever shadows the future held, I would face them as I had faced all challenges before, with friends beside me, with determination in my heart, and with the absolute certainty that nothing was truly impossible. After all, that's my ninja way. Believe it. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.